just an announcement. Our Honorable Chairman and Honorable Finance Minister of the state, Balagopal, has just left home. He's on the way. We will start with the preliminaries. That is like my welcome and about the seminar. By the time he will reach, then we'll start the actual proceedings with the permission of all of you. See, I have indeed a highly pleasant and privileged role today to welcome all of you for this day-long workshop on one of the most contemporary topic, Finance Commission and the Indian states, a Kerala perspective. This is a joint initiative by Vilayat Institute of Finance and Taxation and Kerala Economic Association. This seminar is based on a report that GIFT faculty prepared. And my job is essentially to welcome all of you and also say a few words about this seminar. When I'm thinking about welcoming you, I'm inclined to believe that no academic institution can discharge its duties in the manner in which society demands unless it gets support from outside. In that respect, Vilayat Institute has been highly blessed. And today, we have a cohort. I would say the most important cohort that has been helping this institute. That has got today, I would say, 5 categories. The first one indeed is my chairman. Second is the prominent persons who have been helping us, Professor Thomas Isaac, Sri K. M. Chandrasekhar, Professor Govinda Rao, and of course, Professor Mayuman, for some unexpected commitments, he could not be with us today. And second category is the Kerala Economic Association, its office bearers, especially Professor K. Harilal, Santosh just reached from Cochin, Treasurer Professor Godwin. Of course, I note the presence of Hari Kumar. I note the presence of Muralidharan. And of course, my most valued college teachers, Hari Kurup and others. I'm not going to name all. And fourth category is my colleagues and the students over here, including Sri R. Mohan. And the last category is all the friends of GIFT who have joined here, online and offline. About my chairman and that will come at the end since he's not sitting here, some highly relevant words I would like to share with him, which I will come later. Coming to Professor Isaac, he has been indeed a key person in seeing, a person who wanted to see that Vilayat Institute emerges as one of the prominent academic institutions in the country. And we, from him, imbibe the key message that GIFT is the only institute in the country having the responsibility of grooming the next generation of public finance scholars in the country. In discharging this duty, we are eminently helped by Sri K. M. Chandrasekhar, Professor Govinda Rao, and Professor M. A. Uman. You know that Sri K. M. Chandrasekhar brings along to the institute, to this institute, his immense expertise and vast experience. And I'm sure I encourage you to read his Indian Express column on very diverse topic. And I'm sure he is very liberally using the freedom that as a bureaucrat he never had, as a WTO ambassador, cabinet secretary, and right from there's no positions that any bureaucrat would aspire that he has not held. And I would also like to encourage all of you to read his book, As Good as My Word. It's an excellent book about, it's not about him, in fact, it's about India, about everything. Sir, we are very happy that you have been helping us and you are with us today also, most warmly and with a lot of respect and appreciation, welcoming you to this. To my mind, there is no academician in the country has invested so many man-hours, I would say about 40, 45 years of research only on public finance. And he has collaborated with a wide range of scholars within and outside. And he has built up institutions. He director of Isaac Bangalore, and about 10 years, more than 10 years in NIPFB. And he has orchestrated and designed programs to ensure that college teachers and researchers are groomed into attracted to public finance through the much appreciated program for the researchers in NIPFB. And I'm very happy to know that, I'm to share with you that he very liberally, selflessly allow us to exploit him here. Whenever we call him, he is here. Today morning, he normally gets up at 5 o'clock. He put his alarm at 4:30. Some stupid call at 1:30 sleep got disturbed. And I actually felt very sorry. Then I called him and he said the flight got delayed. He's taking so much trouble and he's today with us. And on behalf of the GIFT community and all those who are arrived here, Professor Govinda Rao, with a lot of affection, appreciation, respect, and great expectation in future to continued support, I most warmly welcome you to this gathering. I must say that Professor M.A. Oommen, at the age of his as young as 93, and we all in GIFT get dwarfed in front of him in terms of his regularity, punctuality, commitment. If I ask him to give a lecture, he distributes notes to students. He writes it out. And only today, it is because his granddaughter's wedding reception is happening. He cannot, that is why, otherwise he would have been here. He was very keen on being here. I know he's spiritually here. Professor M.A. Oommen, our appreciation to you. And, I have no appropriate words to give our gratitude and appreciation to Professor M.A. Oommen. Now, coming to, you would be noting that quite many of our academic activities are jointly done with the Kerala Economic Association. I have a purpose behind that. I was the former president of this association, and K.N. Harilal, Godwin, and Santosh. And of course, Professor Hari Kumar, Professor Muralidharan, Hari Kuru, all of them. They are so supportive. Why I am actually, the thing is that Professor Govinda Rao will agree with me that I'll come back to it later. So they have been always supportive to us. And to all my dear friends, you have taken troubles right from Kasaragod to here. Some of them reached in the morning. And I have no proper words to appreciate you. And I look forward to continued support. And I most warmly welcome all of you to this gathering. Now, we have my colleagues. They have prepared this report. And R. Mohan is also one of my honorary professors over here. And I note the presence of Sri Kumar Chattopadhyay, Gareth. Good to see you here. He is my old student from CDS. He came for CDS alumni meet. He came one day early to spend time with us. Welcome you. And of course, my students, it's a report wherein student, faculty, young, old work together. And I welcome all of you to this one. Finally, friends of GIFT. Any institution, as I said, our inspiration, our energy we get from them. And always you have been supportive to us. Thank you very much, and I welcome you. Now, coming to my second job is about this seminar. Um, when the Finance Commission was appointed, our Honorable Finance Minister at least had half a dozen meetings on this. I think four of them was attended by our esteemed distinguished professor and former Cabinet Secretary K.M. Chandrasekhar sir. And he has been very perceptive about in these meetings in terms of how do we articulate our case before the Finance Commission. And there is a drafting committee appointed with the CP Chandrasekhar as the chairman. He was actually planning to come, but then no, he could not join. He was supposed to chair the concluding session. Then anyway, so our idea, the minister was encouraging us to think through as input. But even before that, under the guidance of Chandrasekhar sir and Govindarao sir, we in GIFT, we decided that we will have a report published on fiscal federal relations. In fact, I acknowledge publicly that Professor M.A. Uman told me that can be, I wanted two reports alternative here. He told me that report can be titled as Report to the Nation Series. If at all, in my journal, the title is Innovation and Development. It's not my title, by Lundu Wasni, because my title was different. I acknowledge that if the copyright is for, if at all report comes, Report to the Nation Series 1, Fiscal Federalism, the subtitle is mine, Fiscal Federalism, which way now? And Professor Gondrao, and in fact, one day Gondrao, I mean, whenever Professor Gondrao comes, we all pile onto him and get his ideas. One day, my faculty members made a presentation before Professor Sri K.M. Chandrasekhar sir. And he told me, then we are going, Joseph, very excellent ideas. That was, see, that encouraging words that they get, that's very, very important. And Gondrao sir was always encouraging for us. So now the point is, when I'm coming to the seminar, see, fiscal federalism, if I am to imagine, I would like to think like a joint family. There is no happy family in the world. Maybe there are. And the more the discourse, more the peace. സംവാദങ്ങൾ ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ സംഘടനകളുണ്ട്. Fiscal federal systems are characterized by continuous discourses. And that discourses are the means of reducing conflicts. Unfortunately, in this country, discourse comes only when Finance Commission is appointed. Otherwise, a few people like Gondurao Saab and Rangarajan Saab and a few of them, they are right. Otherwise, this discourse has to be something continuous. And if we find that fiscal federal relations are deteriorating, we are responsible for it. You are responsible for it. So the whole idea is to make this discourse a continuous process. And when we are talking from the Kerala perspective, I would like to say that I'll take one more minute, 2 more minutes. About this particular report, I have not written this chapter, first introduction chapter. I would like to see fiscal federal relations in an altogether different frame, my perspective of innovation systems. In a joint family, the capability of each member to contribute to his own development and the development of the family and other members of the family are different. Namakariyam, Malayalam, in family, there will be somebody going to Gulf, somebody is doing farming, and one fellow is a potten, he's at home. So one girl is not married, she's maintained there to do all the work. So similarly, states are different. So in this, and each state in a country, just like joint family members, they tend to specialize in certain things according to which is contingent on the historical process, which is contingent on the natural resource endowment, which is contingent on the political economic institutions that it has evolved over time. So we have states like Maharashtra, which were focusing on goods, maybe physical goods, which are saleable. By selling that goods, the states get taxes, people get money, other states they get, I'll just continue. കിട്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ ഫുഡ് നോട്ട് പറയായിരുന്നു. ഇല്ല, ചന്ദ്രശേഖർ സാർ പറഞ്ഞു തുടങ്ങി വെച്ചോളൂ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ സാറ് So in 2 minutes time I'll finish. Okay. Honorable Finance Minister, what and Chairman and beloved Chairman of the Institute, what we have been saying about is I welcomed everyone except you. And when I am thinking about you, at some time you should say something. Certain things you have to say on certain occasions, which I have not said so far. When you joined as chairman, you asked us, what is the impact of COVID on Kerala and other states? What is the impact of COVID on Kerala vis-a-vis other states? That came out of the report. After that, every meeting when I meet him, he asks questions, sometimes very uncomfortable. Sometimes my colleagues feel a bit upset with me. I pass on to them because, I take the credit, they do the work. And what is about the welfare pension in Kerala and other states? What about the, and he wants everything across states. He doesn't want on Kerala. He wants to see Kerala across Indian states. And what happens to the resource transfers between center and the states? So whenever I go, I get series of questions. And that in fact, this is like, I personally feel that when you boil rice, if you put it in water and boil, it will just keep on boiling. If you put in a pressure cooker, it gets cooked. So he is the pressure cooker, which gives us pressure, not so much, that enables the rice to get boiled. And when the Finance Commission was appointed, as I was telling that almost half a dozen meetings he has has done with a view to not just memorandum. And he is one of the victims of the deteriorating fiscal federal context in the country. And last month, he organized a meeting of the finance ministers in the country. And this is in fact, that was actually an attempt to make an attempt towards a turn in the what is called cooperative federalism to coercive federalism to, I would say, subordinated federalism, which is happening. This is his attempt. And I think, I'm very sure that political intervention, which he has made, and jointly with senior academicians, that is indeed, I'm sure, sir, I wish you all the best in your vision-filled initiatives. And I take this occasion to thank you for all your encouragement, support, and you have never scolded me so far. Eh?
I don't think he scolds anybody.
Okay. No, but I have scolded everyone here, my colleagues. So thank you very much, and with most warmly, with a lot of affection, appreciation, and great expectation from you for this community and rest of the state, we welcome you to this gathering. Sir, I was talking about the context of this thing, but I was trying to say that fiscal federalism, I would like to see like a joint family. And there is no happy family. ഫാമിലിക്കകത്തുള്ള സംവാദങ്ങളാണ് ഫാമിലിയിലെ സമാധാനത്തിലേക്കുള്ള ആധാരം. സംവാദങ്ങളില്ലാത്തിട്ടാണ് സംഘടനകൾ ഉണ്ടാകുക. അപ്പം fiscal federalism is something which is characterized by, should be continuous discourse. And our young faculty over here, not some of them are old, from different colleges, they are here. The whole purpose of this meeting wherein the report which we prepared under the guidance of Professor K. M. Chandrasekhar and Govindra Rao is presented here, and discussants are the KEA members. The idea is to take the discourse, a continuous one, and it is in the absence, due to the absence of continuous discourse, because discourse in this country about fiscal federalism is reduced to writings by a few leading scholars like Govindra Rao and others. Otherwise, it's only a 5-yearly episode. So we would like to make it continuous. Now, the point which I was trying to say, when you are talking about the 2 more minutes, we say that a fiscal federal setup, each state is differently positioned to contribute to its own development, other states' development, and the union's development. Take Maharashtra. Maharashtra produces physical goods. Those goods can be bought by other states and used, and the other states get benefit. And the people of Maharashtra benefits because they get income, and government of Maharashtra benefits because government of Maharashtra get tax. Naturally, union get benefited. Take the case of another state like Kerala. Kerala is actually, I would characterize Kerala model as a model of export-oriented manpower production. That was our focus. Export-oriented manpower production. In this country, direct and indirect subsidies of different kinds are provided for export production. What about our manpower? Yesterday, our seminar here, our Vidudarajan, our gift migration survey shown that 13% of the remittances of the country is coming from Kerala. 2.5% of the population contributing 30% of the remittances in the country. Are we in them? And in this process, 2 million people go to other states and they work for other states' development. And another 2 million go abroad. They send remittances to this country. Now, for producing this human capital for export, we borrow. It's not today's borrowing. I'm reading, I don't want to read from KK George's book. This has started a long time back. In 1987, RBI, I mean, you are aware of the fiscal stress at that time. So what I'm trying to say is that Kerala model is a model that has made people of Kerala rich. Kerala model is a model from which union benefited. Kerala model is a model from which other states benefited. But Kerala model is a model wherein we have been providing Scandinavian level social protection, and we have been surviving with African level taxation, and the government suffered. Government became worse off. So if you talk about Kerala's indebtedness, Kerala is in debt. The question is how much the union is owing, is indebted to Kerala, and other states are indebted to Kerala. Unless you have this kind of a thought process, unless you have a strategy wherein rewarding the performance and what should be done towards making India a developed economy by 2047, which our Prime Minister envisages, we won't be able to reach where we want to reach. And in this kind of discourse, and Finance Commission should be enlightened, in fact, to the new reality, because institutions, unless they co-evolve with the changing context, they became poison. The institutional context of 1951, wherein Finance Commission was established, was very different in 2024 we are talking about. How much they have changed. And this kind of discourse, my dear young colleagues, your discourses, your deliberations should be able to enlighten and throw ideas towards enabling the institutions to co-evolve to changing situations. And I am very happy that all of you have joined here. And with these words, I welcome you once again, most warmly to this meeting. Thank you very much. And you know that you have to go, no? You have to go. Now, you know, as I told you that Professor Mayman, because his grandchild's marriage reception could not join here. He is conveying all his best wishes for this meeting. He's spiritually here. So I was thinking that minister will be running away. So now, since that is why today he has another important meeting going on, I know it. So I think we'll start with K.M. Chandrasekhar, sir. Sir, over to you for your keynote. Okay. Okay. This is the true spirit of fiscal. This is the true spirit of fiscal federalism.
Can always adjust time.
Right.
Fiscal federalism properly.
Cooperative. Right.
Honorable Finance Minister of Kerala, Honorable former Cabinet Secretary Chandrasekhar Saab, Dr. Joseph, distinguished invitees, my dear friends of GIFT, you know, it's with great humility that, you know, I'm happy to be here. Happy to exchange my views on some of the important issues. relating to the Finance Commission, fiscal federalism in general and Finance Commission in particular. I have had a long experience interactions with Kerala. In fact, in the mid 80s, when V. Ramachandran was the chief secretary, I was asked to work on, and Raja Chelaya was the deputy chairman of the planning, was a member of the planning commission. I was asked to do a detailed study on plan financing Kerala. Now, in fact, when I started my career after my master's degree, it was Professor Lakdawala who located me, identified me in Ahmedabad, where even English language is taught in Gujarati. And when he had come here, there as the director of that institute in Ahmedabad, and I was asked to work with him and one K.V. Nambiar, who eventually became that's right. In fact, we have a book together way back. This was in 1970-71. This is the Lakdawala Nambiar, and of course, I was the assistant. So my introduction to public finance started with Lakdawala calling me and starting working with Nambiar. And of course, my Kerala work started in around 1985. And subsequently, I have been in touch with what was really happening. And of course, with the Honorable former Cabinet Secretary, I have got a tremendous, great experience with him. Because when I decided to join National Institute of Public Finance as the director, he was the revenue secretary, and revenue secretary was overseeing the National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, and I had a huge problem of fund misappropriation to the tune of 1 crore and 9 lakhs. And it was him who said, he comforted me. I mean, ultimately I solved the problem, but the point is the comfort came from him because I didn't know what to do. And my first job at NIPAP as a director was to go to the police station and file an FIR. I mean, that was the situation. And of course, we have had a great deal of interaction over time. So anyway, I mean, it's always a pleasant thing coming to Gulati Institute because I was trying to assist when it was a Center for Taxation Studies, and which eventually evolved into Gulati Institute. I had the honor of giving the first I.S. Gulati Memorial Lecture, and that was on goods and services tax. And then I had titled it as, is it a gorilla, a chimpanzee, or a genus like primate? I mean, that was the title for. Anyway, coming to the specific topic today. Professor Joseph talked about a family, federalism, fiscal federalism as a family. Basically, the natural course of everybody is to say, cooperative federalism. It's like some great thing that exists, it's a gift of God. Now, you really look at it, whether there is any cooperation in the federalism, any federation. I had a very great friend called Albert Patton. Years ago, when he was made a member of the McDonald Commission in Canada, the first question he started asking is, where is cooperation? I'm talking about the Canadian federalism. Then by the time it ended, he had what is called a minority report, where he had said towards a competitive federalism. And the next year, he published that minority report in European Journal of Political Economy. And that's the first article on competitive federalism that came into picture. Now, whether it is cooperation or competition, cooperation can happen when both the parties are likely to gain. But if one party gains more than the other, the gainer has to bribe the loser to cooperate. That's the case that we had in the case of goods and services tax. If one party gains and the other party loses, then again the gainer has to, bribe the loser. Otherwise, cooperation doesn't happen. It can happen in selected areas, but then generally speaking, we want to talk cooperation. It's difficult. When you have an asymmetric power structure between the union and the states, then what is likely to have is a coercive federalism. In the name of cooperative federalism, what is likely to have, it's a natural outcome. You're likely to have a coercive federalism. It may be more, it may be less, but depending upon the time and the power structure that exists, but that is the case. That's the case. And that's the reason why Guhan used to say that the Finance Commission can only bark at the center, but they bite the states. And that basically talks about the asymmetric power structure. Now, even if you want to talk about cooperative federalism, when you have an asymmetric power structure, there need to be safeguards. And Finance Commission is supposed to be one of the institutions for giving some safeguards. It's supposed to be independent, a quasi-judicial body. But whether it does indeed happen, again, there is an asymmetric situation that that exists there. In all these things, if you really want a federalism to work, whether it's cooperation or competition, what you need as an institutional mechanism for bargaining and conflict resolution. Negotiation, coordination, bargaining, and conflict resolution. And we don't have that institution. And that's one of the major reasons why, if you have a problem, you have to go to the Supreme Court. You don't have that institution because, first Administrative Reforms Commission suggested that you need to have an interstate council. This was repeated by the Sarkaria Commission. And what did Vishwanath Pratap Singh, when he became the Prime Minister, decided that he will implement it. And they amended the constitution to create an interstate council and placed it within the Union Home Ministry. You can't have a player and an umpire in the same person. Umpire has to be independent. I was hoping that when they were abolishing the Planning Commission and creating a Niti Aayog, I was hoping that they will make it a purely independent constitutional body and then shift the interstate council to that, so that you'll get at least some semblance of independence. That didn't happen. And obviously both the union, Niti Aayog, as well as the Finance Committee, as well as the Interstate Council, cannot undertake this task of intergovernmental coordination, cooperation, and bargaining and conflict resolution. Now, coming to the Finance Commission related matters. So I'm going to raise only a few issues, but given the shortage of time, there is a lot of anxiety by the states about the recommendations of this Finance Commission. There are concerns about the recent trends in state finances due to deceleration in own revenues, because their own revenues have been decelerating. Part of this is because of the pandemic, and many of them are yet to come out. And then part of this is because of the goods and services tax, which is yet to settle down in a complete manner. And part of it is also due to 15th Finance Commission recommendations. This is not just Kerala's problem. 15th Finance Commission made a recommendation that, while making the assessment, they had made a recommendation that the GST compensation will continue until the end of the period. And that didn't happen. The other thing that they did was to say, they had a term of reference saying that, see whether, Finance Commission was supposed to examine whether they should give the revenue deficit grants at all. And what the Finance Commission did was to jack up in its assessment, jack up the growth rate of revenues of the states, suppress the revenues, the revenue expenditure growth rates, and, simulate and work out in such a manner that no major state gets their revenue deficit grants at the end of 5 years. In other words, they phased it out over a period of 5 years. Now that, in fact, the practice was, at least in the case of things like interest payments, where it's a committed expenditure where you don't have any this thing. You take estimated, sort of interest payment without really, putting any norms there. Here, interest payments were capped at about 9%. For every state, if it is more than, if it is 15%, doesn't matter. So in the process, that's another concern that many of the states had. But no, growth. I'm talking 9% growth it capped. It's not 9% of GSDP. You see, many of the states have in the next 5 years, the interest increasing by more than. So the total revenue expenditure was capped somewhere about 7%. That's the way it was. And there is also a certain concern about the implementation of the Finance Commission recommendation. Some of the states have this thing, sort of concerned about that. And even from the state's point of view, there is a focus on short-term gains, electoral gains. I mean, the center has been doing it. I mean, if you really see what is the more subsidy, how much of more subsidy comes more, I mean, it basically comes from the center. I mean, the food subsidy and fertilizer subsidy, which predominantly goes to states like Punjab, Andhra Pradesh, and Haryana, Punjab, Andhra Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh. And in fact, that is more than the total amount of money you spend on almost education in the country. I mean, so there is, but then the states have also caught up. So there is electoral competition and the focus for short-term gains. Now, without going into any details, let me just talk about some of the concerns that one has and the challenges and the concerns that the Finance Commission, I mean, everybody, I assume, that knows what the Finance Commission is supposed to be doing. It's an important institutional mechanism. It has to resolve the horizontal and vertical imbalances between the revenues and expenditures. And, again, there is a bit of a misunderstanding by most of them, because Finance Commission have acted that way. This, after the 73rd and 74th Amendment, the clause was added to the Article 280, which said, measures to augment the consolidated fund of the state to supplement the resources of the local bodies based on the recommendations of the state finance commissions. This does not require the Finance Commission to give grants. It is only required to recommend measures to augment the consolidated fund of the states. Giving grant is one of the ways. I mean, that is not the only way. There can be many other ways. But then the 10th Finance Commission onward, they chose to give this grant. And then, of course, this has continued. But then it is necessary to know what the constitutional position is. And, I mean, it is not a matter of right. Unlike in the case of Article 270 or 275 grant. So tax devolution is the major instrument, and much of the discussion is on tax devolution. And generally, one of the things are added to the, on the disaster management issues is added to the thing. And most of the finance commissions have been giving grants for many purposes. And I mean, it was the 14th Finance Commission decided that, it is inappropriate for a temporary finance commission to come in and start giving that 150 crores for lake development, 150 for coastal development, etc., etc. Instead of that, give a much higher level of tax devolution and allow them to use the money on the functions that are assigned to them in the Constitution. Now 16 Finance Commission comes at a difficult time. I mean, one, the fiscal space is limited. The fiscal space is limited. I mean, the taxes are growing. That's all right. The union taxes are growing. But the overall space that we want to see, I mean, when, because of the pandemic, the debt to GDP ratio touched almost 89% of 89%. There is obviously the amount of space, that overall space that is available is less. And given the fact that, again, you have the household sector financial savings has declined to 5.3%. Again, there is a fear. Of course, on the positive side, the Standard and Poor has taken India's index also, and you can borrow from abroad a little more. But then external borrowing always always a dicey thing. So I mean, overall fiscal space is limited, even though the term of reference doesn't say that you have to really go into the whole issue of Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. Implicitly, whether they make a recommendation or not, they have to work out implicitly, and then basically based on that, they have to proceed in making the distribution. And as I already mentioned, states' finances are in a bad shape. And the states would definitely require much more assistance than what has been the case in the past. And again, the commission has to decide a methodology. Because if they think that they have to get away from this, the gap filling approach and the, what you call the revenue deficit grants, then you have then obviously you'll have to substantially increase the tax devolution, so that most of the states are covered with tax devolution. Or else you have to sort of make an unrealistic projection. And when you make an unrealistic projection, you make an that hurts states more than the center. And would they be willing to do that? And obviously most of the states are are anxious on how exactly they're going to do that. And of course, except for Ajay Jha, who has been a part of the 14th Finance Commission, 15th Finance Commission, and the 16th Finance Commission. In the 14th Finance Commission, he was a secretary. 15th and 16th, he was he's a member. Except for that, of course, my friend, Arvind Panagadia, who has been trying to understand the whole issue of nuances of union-state relationships, but basically he's an international trade theory specialist. He's an extremely bright person, so obviously he will pick up. But I don't expect much of a, in other words, there is a lot of anxiety for everyone as to how they will go about and approach the problem. Now, so the question is, what approach they are going to take to the revenue deficit grants? And for states like Kerala, it's an extremely important thing, because the Kerala's committed expenditure is so very large, and it takes such a large proportion of the revenue receipts. And how exactly the method of assessment and the approach that is taken to revenue deficit grants is much more, is extremely important. And of course, we can't predict that they will give a large leeway. So at the same time, you need to have an assured revenue source from the tax devolution. And what factors that are important for tax devolution is important. One of the major things, I will say this and then I will stop. One of the major things that they have been using, generally the objective of a general purpose transfer is to enable every state to provide comparable levels of services at comparable tax effort. We cannot do that. In fact, no finance commission can do that. When you have the income differences 1:5, even if you take away, Sikkim and then Goa, even if you take the rest of them. Now, yeah, I mean, per capita 5 times you can't give to, Haryana or Kerala as compared to others, compared to Bihar. That is not possible. In fact, in my conversation, when I said this, Arvind said, "Dude, that won't happen." I mean, you know, the full equalization is not a possibility and not a feasibility. That needs to be, but then analytically, that is what is sought to be achieved. And if you don't do that, but even if you want to do, to the extent that you want to do it, you need to have an indicator of taxable capacity. When you say revenue disability, when you say enabling the state to provide comparable levels of services, you have to offset revenue disability, cost disability, and take into account the expenditure needs. Now, in Australian Federation, for example, they directly estimate the taxable capacity and expenditure need and do. In Canadian Federation, they have equalization payment decided on the basis of taxable capacity differences. They estimate the taxable capacity, estimate somewhere about 27 tax bases, revenue bases levied by the provinces, and then take the average. And then on whoever is less than the average is, given the equalization payments. Now, then what happened is that when the oil prices shot up, the province of Alberta got all the money, and even the next highest per capita income province called Ontario was, and the average became so high. So then they modified it, and they decided that they will take only half of oil revenue in the calculations. I mean, that's the way they had gone about. But here we don't really do the direct estimation of taxable capacity. The Finance Commission takes some indicators, and it's basically a broad judgment that the Finance Commission makes. It can be to an extent arbitrary, but it is a judgment that makes. But the basic point that one is making is most of the state taxes are consumption based. And if you take income as a taxable capacity factor, marginal propensity to consume is less than 1. I mean, this is something which my pre-university teachers teach. That means the proportion of income consumption is consumed becomes, so it's less than less as you go up the income stream. So if you take income as an indicator of taxable capacity, you are significantly overstating the taxable capacity of this thing. Similarly, it is not just the taxable capacity, cost disability also has to be taken account. You need to take into account the cost of providing public services. Unit cost of providing public services can vary across the states very widely, because some of the costs are basically provided directly by the government. Many of the costs are purchased from outside and then provided. Many of them are given on the contract basis, and sort of things like land or wage rates, and these things will have an important fact. And the Finance Commission have not been estimating, sort of the cost in that sense of the term. So obviously, the state like Kerala will have to basically focus on what the important issues are. And I mean, each state will present a case that is convenient to it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, because they're supposed to be doing that. So I think you'll have to identify, and in this exercise which had been done, and done a human service in that sense of the term, they have done quite a lot of work, in estimating, many ways, and putting forth. I've gone through the thing in putting forth arguments which would help Kerala. And at the end of the day, it's the Finance Commission that will take a decision. But nevertheless, you need to make persuasive arguments. And this is the first step that you have made. And I hope the drafting committee will take note of this, and a proper presentation will be made to the Finance Commission, so that your claim doesn't go by default. Thank you.
That was an eloquent address by a person who has spent most of his lifetime research on public finance and held positions that any academicians in the country aspires by way of publication, be in important committees or anything of that matter. Uh, so thank you very much. I think you have spoken from the state's perspective, and that was very important for us. And your insightful points like cost disability, which my minister always talks about, and taxable capacity. He always, in our report, there'll be a section on that. I mean, he has been insisting to work on that. Thank you very much for that eloquent address. Now, may I invite Sri Kem Chandrasekhar, former cabinet secretary and our distinguished professor, to make the keynote.
No. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Professor Govind Rao, Professor Joseph, and all my friends here. First of all, let me compliment GIFT. I think you've done a really solid job of bringing together many of the points which we had discussed at random in various meetings, but you brought it all together into a fairly thorough and well analyzed kind of a text. This will definitely be very helpful to the state government.
For my colleagues.
Oh yeah, all your colleagues, you and your team. I was talking of GIFT, GIFT is one entity. So I think this is a good job that you've done. And it shows some systematic thinking. I hope the state government will make use of it. Now, the first thing that I have to say is to the Honorable Minister, actually, because as I understand, they are coming here on 6th of December. First week.
Finalized that way, but they are asking.
Yeah, so we have only a few weeks, 5 or 6 weeks. Many of the states have already been covered. So during these 6 weeks, you see, we have to make an effective presentation. And you have to identify one person who will make the presentation. You'll have to look at that presentation and perhaps have a few rehearsals before it is presented. There's no point in putting too many issues together because they will not absorb it. They have heard a lot about it, they will not absorb it. So you have to identify someone and try and see what kind of a presentation. I think many of us here will be able to help in making the presentation effective. That is the first thing that we need to look at. I think Dr. Govind Rao also made the same point. He said the presentation that you make is going to be very, very effective, is going to be very, very important in deciding what you're going to get. So the base work has been done by the Gulati Institute. The rest, of course, will be for the government to assimilate, to take the next steps forward. Now, from the text that I have received, you see there are many things which you will have to focus on. For example, on vertical devolution, you have given 7 possible scenarios. And out of that, which scenario you're going to pick up? That is important, and why? Now, there are 2 elements, here, 2 kind of vertical, under the vertical devolution. He's talking of 50% or 41% devolution. He started, I think, first 2 or 3 of your scenarios are 41%. Then it becomes 50%. Of course, to me, it doesn't matter whether it is 41% or 50%, because it's what you get that is important. What percentage is given by the Finance Commission is not important. Now we have got 41%. Dr. Govind Rao, when he was member of the 14th Finance Commission, he gave the states 41%, according to some calculation. 42. Have they reduced it by 1%? Okay, 41. Huh? So this, he gave that. But what are the states getting? I mean, they say 32, 33%. I think it's even less than that, if you take an actual calculation. So what is the point of saying 50%, 60%? Even if they give you 50%, if the Finance Commission gives you 50%, if the center is going to give you only 30%, then what's the point? That is an issue that you'll have to look at. And even out of this 40% or 50%, if you take away the allocable pool, if you take away cessus surcharges from that, cessus and surcharges have gone up by 10% in the last 10 years. It was 10% in 2011. It's now 20%, 20% plus, 23%, I believe, of the total allocable surplus. Now, if that happens, and at the same time you keep getting less, 31%, 32%, I think that is the point you've got to put into the minds of the Finance Commission, that we need what you promise must be given to the states in vertical devolution. That has to be very, very effectively presented. I think that should be the first thing. Again, under vertical, the argument that is going to come from the other side is about centrally sponsored schemes. Then in addition to this 41% or whatever it is, you're also getting centrally sponsored schemes. But these are again schemes which are designed by the government of India, keeping certain states in mind, not always implementable, because as planning board vice chairman, I've seen that we could not implement some of the centrally sponsored schemes because the conditions are completely different. Our conditions are very different from UP. So unless there is flexibility in the centrally sponsored schemes, flexibility to select among them, flexibility to draw up our own schemes and take approval if required from Government of India, I don't think we are going to benefit from this. Now, I think also that the parameters presently there, 60-40 is a general parameter for centrally sponsored scheme. We should make a point for making it 50-50 at least, or maybe 40-60, whatever it is. I think the state is being squeezed on the vertical devolution front and then being made to cough up money as their share in centrally sponsored schemes. This is too much for the states, and the state will have to really take it up strongly. Now, when we go on to horizontal devolution, here what you see is that the same factor, they have certain parameters. Now, the same factor is repeated. You have per capita income, you have population, you have area. All these together, about 75% of the total actually, is going to the same set of states. Basically, what you call the Bimaru states are getting most of it. But I mean, we don't ever say that there should be, that regional disparity should not be addressed. It should be addressed. But then putting 75% into devolution to these states, now again, it's not good for the other states. Now, per capita income has a huge proportion. How much is it? 45, 50, 40%, huh? 45%.
Now it's 40.
Now it's 40% devolution. Now, what is per capita income? I mean, it's a very bad measure of growth, in my opinion. Because what you see, what is happening is you have the place, I mean, the top 1%, top 2% is taking most of the income. The rest have to share the rest of the income. Now, in such a condition, what will you gain by, you see, we keep all the time talking about growth in our growth in terms of per capita income, growth in terms of GDP. We are all very keen about $5 trillion for some reason. Now, if out of this $5 trillion, $4.9 trillion goes to a handful of rich people, and the rest 1% or so, 1% or so is shared by the rest, it doesn't show prosperity in the country. So here I've been reading about it. We had some discussions also. Then I found, that we need to change our whole concept of growth. Then I found that a lot of work has already been done on that. That is, I read some papers on that. And then I found that Stiglitz's main work is exactly on this principle. So we need to sort of convince people that we have done well. Kerala, I think, has done well. Kerala, the per capita income has been low, but at the same time, the total social welfare, the total human development index is much higher. That is the Kerala model. So I think such states need a particular kind of dispensation. If we are doing well, if we are creating more happiness for the people, more prosperity for the people, even though our incomes are lower, I think this is something which the Finance Commission has to reward. It's a very important, because I think the same principle should be followed in other states also. Merely per capita income is not a good measure of prosperity or of well-being of the people. Then many points were mentioned by Dr. Govind Rao. Maintenance of assets, urbanization, costs of creating assets, all these are other parameters which are different for us. So this should come, and this should be brought out in the presentation we make on horizontal devolution. Then, of course, there is the issue of grants. Some ideas you have mentioned, innovation, then various others you have mentioned. Now, you can add that, but there's a second. Basically, I would say that whoever is making the presentation to the panel, there should be two presentations. One should be on horizontal and vertical devolution and the position of the state in very crisp language. And the second should be on the grants and the reason for the grants. This will have to be a brief kind of a presentation. Then, so those grants, whatever we can convince them, and if they are going to give, Dr. Govindrao did not give any grants.
No,
His,
they
but only,
revenue deficit.
yes, and disaster, and disaster. Yes, all the others.
Because the previous commission had given somewhere about 250 grants.
Yes, yes.
And we didn't want to.
Yes. So it depends on the commission, whether it will do it or it will follow the Govindrao model or the model, we don't know. Then the question of borrowing limits. Now here again, borrowing limits were originally, and Dr. Govindrao was the man who told me about this, was originally fixed by the 12th Finance Commission. They said there is no corporate saving, no government saving. There is only 10% household saving.
Household financial saving.
Household financial saving, out of which 3% will go to the, 3% will go to the center, 3% to the states, and 4% will be for the private corporate sector. That was the principle they followed. Now today you have only 5%, 5.4% household savings. So actually your limit has come down if you follow that principle. But on the other hand, your corporate saving has gone up enormously, and you don't need to give them that 4% or whatever it is. Whatever is the household saving plus something needs to be given to the states. So that is again about borrowing limit. We need to, I think there are other principles which have to be followed. We have to sort of balance between the future and the present. And I'm of the opinion that the borrowing limit should not be fixed on a uniform 3% for all states. It should be fixed state by state through discussion. Some states need more. You see, for example, we can make a choice to borrow more, spend on infrastructure, on capital development. with our rate of inflation, this is probably economic for us because by the time we reach, say, 10 years later, the inflation would have caught up with us and the cost would be much higher. Costs are higher in Kerala. So probably we need more borrowing space. And similarly, some states which are not using the borrowing at all, they don't need any borrowing, they are saving. Why do you need to give them so much? So that kind of principle, because we are looking at development, no, we are looking at prosperity of the people. So that kind of principle will have to be worked out. I think these are the things which we need to look at and which we need to present very, very effectively before the Finance Commission. A lot of spade work has been done by Gulati Institute. Let's hope that the government will now for the next 6-7 weeks focus on this and try to bring out a really good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think your words were the encouraging words as well as very specific action points that we should be taking up. Convince me that you are pragmatism personified. I think that you could not have been better in this. Thank you very much. Now, let us hear from our beloved chairman and the Honorable Finance Minister of the state, who in fact has been instrumental in getting this event done and the report prepared. Thank you, and over to you, sir.
അധ്യക്ഷൻ, ഇവിടെ ഈ യോഗത്തിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്ന വളരെ പ്രശസ്തരായ ഈ മേഖലയിലെ വളരെ പ്രശസ്തരായ ആളുകളാണ് എല്ലാവരും പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നത്. ആദ്യം സംസാരിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞ പ്രൊഫസർ ഗോവിന്ദറാവു, അതുപോലെ ശ്രീ KM ചന്ദ്രശേഖർ തുടങ്ങിയവരെല്ലാം ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഈ മേഖലയിലെ വളരെ പരിണതപ്രജ്ഞരാണ്. ധനകാര്യ കമ്മീഷന്റെ നേരത്തെ തന്നെ ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷനുകളിൽ അംഗമായിട്ടുണ്ട്, പല കമ്മീഷനുകളിൽ അംഗമായിട്ടുണ്ട് ശ്രീ ഗോവിന്ദറാവു. അത്തരം കമ്മീഷനുകളെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് തലത്തിൽ ഇടപെടുന്നതിനും അവരെ സഹായിക്കുന്നതിനും നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ നൽകുന്നതിനും നേതൃത്വം കൊടുത്ത ക്യാബിനറ്റ് സെക്രട്ടറിയാണ് സംസാരിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞത്. ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത് ഇപ്പൊ ഈ പരിപാടി ഗിഫ്റ്റും കേരള എക്കണോമിക് അസോസിയേഷനും കൂടി ചേർന്ന് സംയുക്തമായി സംഘടിപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നതാണ്. 16ാം ധനകാര്യ കമ്മീഷന്റെ ചർച്ചകൾക്ക് എന്തൊക്കെ കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് നമ്മൾ ഫൈനലൈസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴേക്കും നമ്മൾ ഉൾക്കൊള്ളിക്കേണ്ടത് എന്ന കാര്യം തന്നെയാണ് ഇവിടെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ ധനകാര്യ കമ്മീഷൻ മിക്കവാറും സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ സന്ദർശിച്ചു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. പകുതിയോളം സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ സന്ദർശിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞു എന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ ധാരണ. കാരണം കർണാടക, തെലുങ്കാന, രാജസ്ഥാൻ, അങ്ങനെ പഞ്ചാബ്, പല സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളും ഏകദേശം പകുതിയോളം, വെസ്റ്റ് ബംഗാൾ കഴിഞ്ഞു എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു, പകുതിയോളം സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ കഴിഞ്ഞു. നമുക്ക് ഡിസംബർ ഫസ്റ്റ് വീക്ക് വരും. ഇത് 2026 മുതലുള്ള ധനകാര്യ വർഷത്തേക്കാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു 1.5 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ അത് നടപ്പിലാകാൻ തുടങ്ങുക. കാരണം സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ ഈ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ഇയർ വരേണ്ടതായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ നേരത്തെ ഒരു 1 ഇയർ ഇൻട്രീമായിട്ടൊരു റിപ്പോർട്ട് കൂടെ കൊടുത്തതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ആ 5 ഇയർ പീരീഡ് ഇപ്പോൾ തീരുന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. 15ാം ധനകാര്യ കമ്മീഷന്റെ പീരീഡ് തീരാൻ പോകുന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. അപ്പം ഇത് സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളുടെ പൊതുവിലുള്ള ആരോഗ്യവും രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ യൂണിയൻ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ആരോഗ്യം മെച്ചപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതായിരിക്കണം ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷന്റെ നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ എന്നുള്ള കാര്യത്തിനകത്ത് യാതൊരു തർക്കവും നമുക്കാർക്കുമില്ല. കാരണം വളരെ അത്ഭുതകരമായ ഒരു യൂണിറ്റിയാണ് നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ. കാരണം ഈ 10-75-77 വർഷത്തെ അനുഭവത്തിന് മുമ്പ് വളരെ ചെറിയ ചെറിയ രാജ്യങ്ങളായിരുന്നു നമ്മൾ. വ്യത്യസ്തമായ തരത്തിൽ വികസിച്ചതാണ്. വ്യത്യസ്തമായ ഭാഷയും സ്വഭാവങ്ങളും വിശ്വാസങ്ങളും പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് രീതികളും ഭക്ഷണക്രമവും രീതികളും ഒക്കെ ഉള്ള സ്ഥലം. ഇങ്ങനെ യോജിച്ചു പോവാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അത് എല്ലാവരും ഒരുമിച്ച് നിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് പോകുന്ന ഒരു പൊതു ഭരണഘടനയുടെയും പൊതുവായ രീതിയുടെയും ഭാഗമാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് ഫെഡറലിസം എന്നുള്ളത് വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. അതിനകത്ത് ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കണ്ടന്റ് ഫിസ്ക്കൽ ഫെഡറലിസമാണ്. എന്നാൽ ഓരോ വർഷം കഴിയുന്തോറും യൂണിയൻ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഈ ഫിസ്ക്കൽ ഫെഡറലിസത്തിനകത്ത് ഓരോ ഗവൺമെന്റും കഴിയുമ്പോഴാണ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത്, ഏറ്റവും അവസാനത്തെ 5 വർഷമോ 10 വർഷമോ എന്ന നിലയിലല്ല, ഓരോ സമയം കഴിയുമ്പോഴും ഈ ഫിസ്ക്കൽ ഫെഡറലിസത്തിന്റെ ആസ്പെക്റ്റിനെ കൂടുതൽ കർബ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്ഥിതിയിലേക്കാണ് കാര്യങ്ങൾ വന്നത് സ്റ്റേറ്റുകളുടെ. ഇത് നമ്മുടെ കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്ഥാന ബന്ധങ്ങളെ ദുർബലമാക്കും, രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ ആകെ യൂണിറ്റിയെ ഹെൽത്തി ആയിട്ട് മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ സഹായിക്കില്ല എന്നുള്ളത് പ്രധാന പ്രശ്നമാണ്. അതൊരു പക്ഷേ കൂടുതൽ അങ്ങോട്ട് പോകുമ്പോൾ അസ്വസ്ഥത കൂടുതൽ വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കും എന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ടാണ് രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ ബെറ്റർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഫ്യൂച്ചറിന് വേണ്ടി, ആരോഗ്യത്തിന് വേണ്ടി ഏറ്റവും ന്യായമായ തരത്തിൽ കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്ഥാന ബന്ധങ്ങളും കേന്ദ്ര സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾ തമ്മിലുള്ള ധനകാര്യ വിഭജനവും നടക്കണമെന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ ആവർത്തിച്ച് പറയുന്നത്. ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. അത് പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ആസ്പെക്റ്റിലും വരുന്നു എന്നാണ് ഇപ്പൊ കാണുന്നത്. കാരണം 2011 പോപ്പുലേഷനാണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ജനസംഖ്യ മാറ്റി 71 എന്നുള്ളത് 2011 ആക്കി. ജനസംഖ്യയിൽ വലിയ വ്യത്യാസം വന്നതുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ ആക്കാമെന്നുള്ള ധാരണ വരുന്നെങ്കിലും ഇപ്പം US പോലെയുള്ള ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഫെഡറൽ സ്ട്രക്ചറുള്ള ഒരു രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ കണക്കെടുത്താൽ പണ്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്ന അതേ തരത്തിൽ തന്നെയാണ് ഇപ്പോഴും അവിടുത്തെ ജനപ്രാതിനിധ്യ നിയമം. സോറി, ഐ എം സ്പീക്കിംഗ് ഇൻ മലയാളം. ഗുഡ് ഫോർ മീ ആൻഡ് ഐ തിങ്ക് ഓൺലി 2-3 അവിടെ ഈ പാർലമെന്റിലേക്കുള്ള അംഗങ്ങളുടെ എണ്ണത്തിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവിടുത്തെ കോൺഗ്രസും സെനറ്റും ഒക്കെ ആ 10-50 വർഷം 70 വർഷമുള്ള അതേ കൺസിഡറേഷനാണ്. നമുക്ക് പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ റീസൺസിൽ അങ്ങോട്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടും തർക്കിക്കുകയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യാം, അത് വേറെ കാര്യമാണ്. ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് ആ റീസൺസേ അല്ല. കാരണം പൊളിറ്റിക്സും നമ്മളും നാടും ഒക്കെ പാർട്ടികളുടെയൊക്കെ സ്വഭാവമൊക്കെ മാറുകയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യും. പക്ഷെ ഒരു രാജ്യം എന്ന നിലയിൽ ഇത്രയും സങ്കീർണതയൊന്നും ഇല്ല US പോലെയുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മറ്റ് ലോകത്തെ പല ഫെഡറൽ സ്വഭാവം ശക്തമായ രാജ്യങ്ങളിലും. ഇത്രയും വ്യത്യസ്തമായ ഒരു ലോകത്തിന്റെ എല്ലാ സ്ഥലത്തെയും സ്വഭാവമുള്ള ഒരു ഭൂഖണ്ഡമാണ്. ഉപഭൂഖണ്ഡമാണെങ്കിലും ലോകത്തെ ഈ എല്ലാ സ്ഥലത്തെയും തരത്തിലുള്ള സ്വഭാവങ്ങളുള്ള ആളുകൾ ചേർന്നതാണ് ഇന്ത്യ. അപ്പോൾ അതിനെ സ്ട്രെങ്തൻ ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കണമെന്നുള്ളതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ക്രൈറ്റീരിയയിൽ തന്നെ കഴിഞ്ഞ കമ്മീഷന്റെ സമയത്ത് വന്ന മാറ്റം 71 ജനസംഖ്യ വെച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ തുടർന്ന് മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാം എന്നുള്ളത് വളരെ ആക്റ്റീവായ കുടുംബാസൂത്രണവും മറ്റു കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ വന്ന സമയത്തുള്ള ധാരണയാണ്. അത് അതുപോലെ പാലിക്കാതെ ഇപ്പൊ ജനസംഖ്യ എടുത്താൽ അതിനടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾ വരുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ആകെ മാറ്റം വരും എന്നുള്ളൊരു ബേസിക്കായ കാര്യമാണ്. അത് മാത്രമൊന്നുമല്ല കാര്യങ്ങൾ. അത് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് പൊളിറ്റിക്കലായ കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ പോലും ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ സീറ്റ് വിഭജനത്തിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിലൊക്കെ ഇതുപോലെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ വരും എന്നുള്ള ആശങ്ക വന്നു തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ആ കാര്യം മെൻഷൻ ചെയ്തേ ഉള്ളൂ. കാരണം വരുന്ന കോൺസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യുവൻസിന്റെ ഡിവിഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ ഇത് ധനകാര്യ കാര്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് മാത്രം വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇവിടെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പോയിന്റുകൾ ഇവിടെ പലതും പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഈ ഇന്ത്യയില് 41% ഡിവിസീവ് പൂളിലേക്ക് കൊടുക്കണം എന്നാണ്, 41% ആണ് അക്സെപ്റ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ലാസ്റ്റിലെ ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷന്റെ കൺസെപ്റ്റ് അനുസരിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞത്, ശുപാർശ അനുസരിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞത്. ഫലത്തിൽ അക്കാഡമിഷ്യൻസ് തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞ് അവരുടെ ഡേറ്റ അനുസരിച്ച് 29%, 30% എഫക്റ്റീവ് ആയിട്ട് ഇപ്പൊ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾക്ക് പോകുന്നുള്ളൂ. ആകെയുള്ള 100-ൽ 30%, only 30% is now distributed as per the latest account. And അതിനൊരു പ്രധാന റീസൺ ശ്രീ KM ചന്ദ്രശേഖർ സാർ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ 10% ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന സെസ്സും സർചാർജസും ഇപ്പോ 23% ആയി. ഈ സെസ്സിനും സർചാർജിനും ഡിവിസീവ് പൂളിലേക്ക് വേണ്ട ഒന്നും പോകണ്ട എന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ടാണ് അതിനകത്ത് അങ്ങനെ എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഗവൺമെന്റുകൾ ഇപ്പൊ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷങ്ങളിലാണ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ സെസ്സും സർചാർജും അങ്ങനെ വന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ വന്ന് 23% ആയതുകൊണ്ട് അതുകൊണ്ട് ഡിവിസീവ് പൂളിൽ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെ എന്തായാലും എഫക്റ്റീവ്ലി ഇത്ര പോകുന്നുള്ളൂ. രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ ആകെ കണക്ക് നോക്കിയാൽ 15th ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞത് 63% ഓഫ് ദി ടോട്ടൽ എക്സ്പെൻഡിച്ചർ, ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആകെ എക്സ്പെൻഡിച്ചർ 63%ഓളം സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെന്റുകളാണ് ചെലവാക്കേണ്ടി വരുന്നത്. ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ പറഞ്ഞതാണ്, ഏതൊരു ഒരു സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെന്റ് അഭിപ്രായമല്ല. 63% ചെലവാക്കേണ്ടി വരുന്ന സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളും, എന്നാൽ അവരുടെ ഇൻകത്തിനകത്താണെങ്കിലോ 37% വരുന്നുള്ളൂ. ഇത്രയും വലിയൊരു റീസണബിൾ അല്ലാത്തൊരു അവസ്ഥ കിടക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് ഫൈനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞതാണ്. എന്നിട്ട് അതേ ഫൈനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ ന്യായമായാണോ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തതെന്നുള്ള തർക്കം വേറെ നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ 63% ചെലവാക്കണ്ടു. ഏകദേശം ആ 63%-ല് അധികം കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെന്റ് ആണ് ടാക്സ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇത് തന്നെയാണ് ഇംബാലൻസിന്റെ ആരംഭം. ആ ആരംഭത്തിൽ നിന്ന് വന്നിട്ട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ വരുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുണ്ടാവുന്ന പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ വളരെ രൂക്ഷമായിട്ട് തുടരുകയാണ്. ഇത് ഡേ ബൈ ഡേ രൂക്ഷമാവുന്നതിന്റെ, ഇപ്പൊ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞതുകൊണ്ട് അല്ല, എന്നാലും ഇപ്പം അനുഭവത്തിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന നന്നാവും തോന്നുന്നു. പ്രാക്ടിക്കലി ഗവൺമെന്റ് കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പൊ തൊട്ട് മുമ്പത്തെ ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷനും കേരളത്തിന്റെ തന്നെ സാമ്പത്തിക സ്ഥിതി എടുക്കുക. തൊട്ട് മുമ്പായിട്ട് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വരുമ്പോൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ 5 വർഷം മുമ്പ് ധനകാര്യ കമ്മീഷൻ വന്ന് ശുപാർശ ചെയ്തതിന്റെ ലാസ്റ്റിലാണ് ഈ റവന്യൂ ഡെഫിസിറ്റ് ഗ്രാന്റിന്റെ കാര്യം അദ്ദേഹം ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ. റവന്യൂ ഡെഫിസിറ്റ് ഗ്രാന്റ് interim period it was around 10,000 crores, then the next year it was 19,000 crores, next year it came down to 13,000 crores and came down to 4,000 crores, and now this 2 years nothing is there. കാൽക്കുലേഷൻ വെച്ചിട്ടായിരിക്കും. പക്ഷെ അത് പ്രായോഗികമായിട്ട് അതിന്റെ കണക്കുകൾ ശരിയല്ല എന്നുള്ളത് ഇപ്പൊ നിൽക്കുന്നു. ആൻഡ് അറ്റ് ദ ടൈം ഓഫ് 10th ഫൈനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ ഇതെപ്പോഴും പറയുന്ന കാര്യമാണെങ്കിലും വീണ്ടും ആവർത്തിക്കുകയാണ്, കേരളത്തിന് കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നത് 3.82% ആണ്. And it came down to 2.5% at the time of 14th Finance Commission and came down again to 1.82% now. 50% കുറഞ്ഞു. 50% എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ this year we are going to get 24,000 crores as the amount from the finance, the central divisive pool. That means we lost around 24,000 per year. ഇത് ഈ കണക്കാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഈ തരത്തിൽ വലിയ ഈ 24,000-ന്റെ ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഒന്നും ഒരു തരത്തിലും കേരളത്തിന് ഇപ്പൊ ഇല്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഈ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണെന്ന് നമ്മൾ പറയുമ്പോൾ അത്രയും തുകയാണ് കുറഞ്ഞത്. ഇത് ലോക്കൽ ബോഡീസിന് 3 grants they suggested, three division they suggested at the time of Professor Govindrao's time. It was one is divisive pool, second is local bodies and other one is natural disasters അല്ലേ പറഞ്ഞത്. ഈ പഞ്ചായത്തുകൾക്കുള്ള ഡിവിഷൻ നോക്കിയാലും it was 4.5% 2-3 commissions back. It came to 2.5% now. It's a meager amount compared to the whole picture, but that also came down. So എല്ലാ സ്ഥലത്തും കേരളത്തിന് കുറഞ്ഞ കാര്യം ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് അങ്ങനെ കുറഞ്ഞത് എന്നുള്ളതിന് റീസൺസ് നമ്മുടെ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ആണ്. ഒന്ന് ജനസംഖ്യയാണ്, നമ്മുടെ ജനസംഖ്യ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ട് കുറഞ്ഞു. മറ്റൊന്ന് കേരളത്തിന് അടിസ്ഥാന സൗകര്യ വികസന കാര്യത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം, നമ്മുടെ പിന്നെ ആരോഗ്യം, നമ്മുടെ ആയുസ്, നമ്മുടെ അടിസ്ഥാനമായ മറ്റു കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം വരുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ മെച്ചപ്പെട്ടതുകൊണ്ട് വി ആർ വിക്ടിമൈസ്ഡ് ഫോർ ദ പെർഫോമൻസ്. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് എ ക്വസ്റ്റൻ ഓഫ് പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ പാർട്ടീസ് ഓർ പൊളിറ്റിക്സ് വിച്ച് ദ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഈസ് ഡൂയിങ് ഓർ വാട്ട് എവർ ദ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഈസ് ഡൂയിങ്. യു ഷുഡ് നോട്ട് വിക്ടിമൈസ് ദ പെർഫോമൻസ് wherever it is, because our issues are something different, because we are facing not only second generation അല്ല പറയണ്ട, അതും കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഈവൻ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ പല സ്റ്റേറ്റ് എടുത്താല് പിന്നെ പലതട്ടിലാണ് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിന്റെ സ്വഭാവം. What the Kerala model is saying is, Kerala model is something different because your income is very less, okay, but distribution of wealth compared to ഇന്ത്യയിലെ നമ്മളെക്കാളും മുന്നിൽ per capita income ഉള്ള 3-4 states is there. Karnataka, but total ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു ആവറേജ് ഗ്രോത്ത് മറ്റു പല സ്ഥലത്തും ഇല്ല. സോ നമ്മൾ അതിന്റെ പേരിൽ പെർഫോമൻസിനെ വിക്ടിമൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് അത് ആ കാര്യത്തിനകത്ത് ഉള്ള പ്രശ്നമാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഈ ഡിവിസീവ് പൂളി കുറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പം തൊട്ടു മുമ്പത്തെ സമയവും ഈ ഗവൺമെന്റ് കഴിഞ്ഞ 3.5 വർഷമായിട്ട് ഈ ചുമതല വഹിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളാണ് ഞാൻ, ധനകാര്യമന്ത്രി. തൊട്ടു മുമ്പ് ഇപ്പോഴും നമ്മളുള്ള ഒരു ഫൈനാൻഷ്യൽ പെർഫോമൻസ് പറയും. ഇപ്പൊ കേരളം കുറച്ച് സാമ്പത്തികമായിട്ട് ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ടീസ് നേരിടുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ആ ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ടീസ് പലപ്പോഴും ചിത്രീകരിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ കേരളം പെർഫോം ചെയ്യുന്നത് തീരെ ചെയ്യാതിരുന്നിട്ടാണോ എന്ന് നോക്കുന്നത് നന്നാവും. കേരളത്തിന് നമ്മുടെ എക്സ്പെൻഡിച്ചറും ഇൻകം ആണല്ലോ സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ പെർഫോമൻസിന്റെ ഒരു സൈഡിൽ നോക്കുക. കേരളം തനതായി ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന കേരളത്തിന്റെ എക്സ്പെൻഡിച്ചർ തന്നെ നോക്കാം. ആദ്യം കേരളത്തിന് തൊട്ടു മുമ്പത്തെ 5 year ഒന്നാം പിണറായി സർക്കാർ, ഫസ്റ്റ് LDF ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഓഫ് ദീസ് ടൈംസ്, അവര് ആ സമയത്ത് സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്തത് അറൌണ്ട് 1,13,000 crore rupees പെർ ആനമാണ്. 1,13,000 crore rupees പെർ ആനം. അപ്പൊ ഇൻ ബിറ്റ്വീൻ ഒരു 1-2 വർഷം കോവിഡ് കാരണം ഒക്കെ ഒരു ചെറിയ സ്ലോ ഡൗൺ വന്നിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഈ ഗവൺമെന്റ് വരുമ്പം ആളുകൾ വിചാരിക്കുന്നത് അതിനെ അത്രയും ലാവിഷായിട്ടാണ് ചെലവാക്കുക. കോവിഡ് സമയത്തൊക്കെ ലാവിഷായിട്ടാണ് എല്ലാ കാര്യവും നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. അതിനേക്കാളും കുറച്ചായിരിക്കും ഈ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ചെലവാക്കുന്നതെന്നൊരു സംശയമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ആക്ച്വൽസ് എന്താ? നിങ്ങളുടെ കയ്യിൽ നിങ്ങൾ എന്നെക്കാളും നോക്കുന്നവരാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ബഡ്ജറ്റ് ഡോക്യുമെന്റ് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ, CAG റിപ്പോർട്ട് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാത്തിനകത്തും നമ്മൾ 1,13,000 പകരം ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ 3 വർഷവും ഓൺ ആൻ ആവറേജ് വി ആർ സ്പെൻഡിങ് 1,60,000 crores. 45,000 crores-ൽ ഈ 3 വർഷവും വി ആർ സ്പെൻഡിങ്. സോ ദ സ്പെൻഡിങ്, അപ്പൊ അവിടെ നമുക്ക് ധാരാളം ചെലവുകൾ പുതുതായിട്ട് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ ശമ്പള കമ്മീഷൻ വന്നു, പെൻഷൻ, സോഷ്യൽ വെൽഫെയർ, പിന്നെ ആക്ടിവിറ്റീസ് ധാരാളം കൂട്ടി, ഇതെല്ലാം വന്നു. ഈ 1,60,000-നകത്ത് കിഫ്ബിയുടെ കണക്കുകളെല്ലാം പറ്റില്ല. അത് ഓവർ ആൻഡ് എബവ് ആണ് അതുപോലുള്ള എക്സ്പെൻഡിച്ചർ. അപ്പൊ അത്രയും നമ്മൾ സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ, വൺ തിങ്. അപ്പൊ സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എങ്ങനെ? വരുമാനം കുറഞ്ഞാൽ. വരുമാനത്തിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ അവർ SOTR, സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഓൺ ടാക്സ് റവന്യൂ, വാസ് 47,000 crores at the year of 21, ending 21, and it came up to 74,000 crores last year. അപ്പൊ അവിടെയും ഗ്രോത്ത് വന്നു. നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റേറ്റിന് സാധാരണ ചെയ്യാവുന്നത് ആദ്യത്തെ 2 വർഷം 23% ഒക്കെയാണ് ടാക്സിന്റെ ഇൻകം വന്നത്. അത് ആ തരത്തിലേക്ക് വന്നു. അപ്പൊ ടാക്സ് നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാവുന്ന, സ്റ്റേറ്റിനകത്ത് ചെയ്യാവുന്നതിനകത്ത് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെന്നുള്ളതിന്റെ കണക്കായും പറഞ്ഞു. സാധാരണ അതിനപ്പുറം ചെയ്യുന്നതിനുള്ള പരിമിതിയുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് പവേഴ്സ് വളരെ കുറവാണല്ലോ ടാക്സേഷൻ്റെ. ഇതാണ് നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിന് നേരത്തെ കഴിഞ്ഞ 5 വർഷക്കാലം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന ചില ബെനിഫിറ്റുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന് കോവിഡ് ആയതുകൊണ്ട് ബോറോയിങ്ങിന് നമുക്ക് 5% വരെ അനുവദിച്ചിരുന്നു. 4.5% എടുത്തിരുന്നു. 5% ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പൊ 3% വരെ 5%, ബിക്കോസ് കോവിഡിന്റെ പീരീഡ് ആണ്. അന്ന് ഗവൺമെന്റ് പ്ലാനിങ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റും നീതി ആയോഗം എല്ലാം ആലോചിച്ചിട്ട് ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടായി 5% ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. 4.5% എടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നു. 1% എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ സ്ഥിതിയിൽ 10,000 കോടിയാണെന്നുള്ളത് അറിയാമല്ലോ ഏകദേശം. ഇപ്പോഴാണെങ്കിൽ 13,000 കോടി വരും. അത് ഇപ്പം 3%ലേക്ക് പോയി. രണ്ടാമത് GST കോമ്പൻസേഷൻ വാസ് ദെയർ അപ് ടു 5 years. ശ്രീ പ്രൊഫസർ ഗോവിന്ദറാവ് പറഞ്ഞു, at the end of this commission they suggested that GST compensation should continue, but it was not continued. So GST compensation was there up to the end of 5th year of the GST introduction, 22 ജൂൺ വരെ. പെർ ഇയർ 12,000 crores കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പം ഗ്യാപ്പ് 12,000 13,000 crores ഇപ്പോഴും ഉണ്ട്. ഈ GST പിന്നെ എക്സ്പെക്റ്റഡ് ഗ്രോത്ത് 14% ഇരുന്നേക്കാൾ അത്രയും കുറവുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആ കുറവ് വന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഇൻകത്തിന്റെ കാര്യം ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു 47,000 74,000 ആയി SOTR. എക്സ്പെൻഡിച്ചർ 1,13,000 കോടിയിൽ നിന്ന് 1,60,000 കോടി വെച്ച് പെർ ഇയർ ചെലവാക്കുന്ന തരത്തിലേക്ക് ആ ഗ്രോത്ത് വന്നു. പക്ഷെ സെൻട്രലിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് വരേണ്ട ഈ ഇത്തരം വരുമാനങ്ങളിൽ വന്ന കുറവ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത്, ഈ ബോറോയിങ് സ്പേസ് കുറച്ചു. രണ്ടാമത് GST കോമ്പൻസേഷൻ നിർത്തി 12,000 കോടി. ഇത് കൂടാതെ നമുക്ക് കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്ന ഈ നേരത്തെ കിഫ്ബിയും പബ്ലിക് അക്കൗണ്ടും ഇതിനകത്ത് വരില്ലായിരുന്നു. കിഫ്ബിയുടെ പേരിൽ ഏകദേശം 12,000 കോടി രൂപയാണ് ഒരു വർഷം കുറയുന്നത്. 12,000 crores we are losing per year. So amidst these issues we are trying to pull. അങ്ങനെ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇതല്ല ഞാൻ ഈ പറഞ്ഞതിൻ്റെ അനുസരിച്ചെല്ലാം ഈ കട്ടിങ് വരാതിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇനിയും എത്രയോ കൂടുതൽ പോകാമായിരുന്നു എന്നുള്ള കാര്യമുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ വേറെ ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൂടി നോക്കണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ആകെ ടാക്സ് പിരിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ ഇത്ര രൂപ എന്നുള്ള കണക്ക് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നില്ല. കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഇന്ത്യൻ GDP-യിൽ, നാഷണൽ GDP-യിൽ വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് ഓഫ് കേരള? ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് 3.8% now. Once it came up to 4%, now it is 3.8%. And it is constant for some years. നമ്മുടെ and what we are getting 1.9%. GDP-യുടെ കണക്കല്ല ടാക്സിന്റെ കണക്ക് എന്നറിഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ ഇറ്റ്സ് എ കമ്പയറബിൾ figure. So we are getting that only. And if you take whatever the tax and other kind of things we are getting around our tax even before GST, if you consider the all India tax revenue, Kerala's portion was around 4.5%. Always it was like that. So അത് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു ടാക്സിന്റെ റവന്യൂ അങ്ങനെയാണ്. So GDP is 3.8%. You are getting 1.9% because of these kind of calculations. ഞാൻ ചില സ്റ്റേറ്റുകൾ പറഞ്ഞു, ആ സ്റ്റേറ്റുകളോടൊന്നും സ്റ്റേറ്റുകൾക്ക് കൊടുക്കരുത് എന്നല്ല ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഓൺ ദ അതർ ഹാൻഡ് UP is a big state ആവുന്ന കമ്പാരിസൺ എളുപ്പമാണ്. 8% is their GDP. They are getting 18%. യെസ്, നമുക്ക് ബീഹാറിന് കൊടുക്കേണ്ടി വരും, മറ്റു സ്റ്റേറ്റ് കൊടുക്കും. പക്ഷെ 8% കിട്ടുമ്പോൾ 18% കൊടുക്കുക, 4% കിട്ടുമ്പോൾ 2% താഴെയാവുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിനകത്ത് എന്തോ ഒരു ഇംബാലൻസ് ഈസ് ദെയർ. ദാറ്റ് ഐ എം സെയിങ് ദാറ്റ് ഓൾ ദ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സ് വിച്ച് നീഡ് സം ഹെൽപ്പ് ഷുഡ് ബി ഗിവൺ. ഐ എം ഫോർ ദാറ്റ്. പക്ഷെ ഈ തരം വരുമ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഇഷ്യൂസിനെ മനസ്സിലാക്കുക. അതാണ് ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ മുന്നിൽ കൊടുക്കേണ്ടത്. ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന അഭിപ്രായം മാത്രം അംഗീകരിക്കുന്ന ആളുകളല്ല ഇരിക്കുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞത്. അവർക്കൊക്കെ പറയാം, നമ്മുടെ ഇഷ്യൂസിനെ നമുക്ക് പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റണം. ഇഷ്യൂസ് എന്താ? വി ഹാവ് എ ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് ഇഷ്യൂസ് ലൈക്ക് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, സെക്കൻഡ് ജനറേഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞുള്ള ഇഷ്യൂസ് ആണ്. അതിനകത്ത് നമ്മുടെ പിന്നെ മൈഗ്രേഷന്റെ പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്. മൈഗ്രേഷന്റെ കാര്യത്തിനകത്ത് വരുന്ന ചേഞ്ചസ് ഉണ്ട്, യൂറോപ്യൻ മൈഗ്രേഷൻ വരുന്നത്, ഇതൊക്കെ ഇത്തരം മൈഗ്രേഷനും ഭാഗമായിട്ടുണ്ടാവുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. വൺ ഓഫ് ദി മേജർ ഇഷ്യൂസ് വിച്ച് വി ആർ ഗോയിങ് ടു അഡ്രസ് ഈസ് അബൌട്ട് ദി പോപ്പുലേഷന്റെ സ്വഭാവത്തിലാണ്. ഇന്നും ഇന്ന് സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് സ്റ്റഡി ഉണ്ട്, India will be the third largest economy in 2030. But we are facing our problem will be population ആണെന്നാണ് ഇന്നത്തെ ഒരു സെമിനാറോ സംതിങ് ഒരു പത്രത്തിലുണ്ട്. അവിടെ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് വ്യത്യസ്തമാണ്. രാജ്യത്തെ 3-4 സ്റ്റേറ്റുകൾക്ക് ഇത് ബാധകമല്ല. കേരളത്തില് ഈ പോപ്പുലേഷൻ ഗ്രോത്ത് അല്ല പ്രശ്നം. കേരളത്തിൽ അടുത്ത 10 വർഷത്തിൽ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രശ്നം പോപ്പുലേഷന്റെ സ്റ്റാഗ്നേഷൻ ആണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പുറകോട്ട് പോകാമെന്ന് ഞാൻ പറയും. ഞാൻ ഒരു MB ആയിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇതുപോലെ പോപ്പുലേഷൻ സ്റ്റഡീസ് എന്നൊരു സെന്റർ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഈ MPസിന്റെ. അപ്പോൾ യൂറോപ്പിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെ വന്ന ആളുകൾ പറഞ്ഞു, ഞാൻ കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഇഷ്യൂ ഇതല്ല, ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലേഷൻ ഗ്രോത്ത് അല്ല ഇപ്പൊ പ്രശ്നം, ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലേഷന്റെ സ്റ്റാഗ്നേഷൻ മാത്രമല്ല ഇപ്പൊ പുറകോട്ടാ. ഇപ്പോൾ സ്കൂളില് ഞങ്ങളൊക്കെ SSLC പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ, നമ്മളെല്ലാം സ്കൂളിൽ പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ 5.5 ലക്ഷം പേര് 6 ലക്ഷം പേരാ സ്കൂളിൽ ചേർന്നത്. അപ് ടു ലേറ്റ് 80s വരെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 90s ആദ്യം വരെ. ഇപ്പോ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം നിയമസഭയിൽ നമ്മുടെ മന്ത്രി വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്തെ കണക്ക് കൊടുത്തതിനകത്ത് ഇൻക്ലൂഡിങ് എയ്ഡഡ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ആൻഡ് അൺഎയ്ഡഡ് അപ്പൊ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് വരും 3 lakhs ഉള്ളൂ. ചിന്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ലേ? ഒരിടത്തും അങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ടോന്ന് എനിക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ ഈ പോപ്പുലേഷൻ ഇഷ്യൂ വിൽ നോട്ട് ബി എ പ്രോബ്ലം ഫോർ ഇന്ത്യ ലൈക്ക് അതർ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സ്. ഇതാണ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത്. ഈ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ പലതരത്തിലുള്ള സ്റ്റേറ്റുകളിലെ വ്യത്യസ്തമാണ്. ദിസ് ഇസ് എ ഡിഫറെന്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റ് വിത്ത് ദീസ് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് ഡിഫറെന്റ് ഫാക്ടേഴ്സ്. ആൻഡ് അറ്റ് ദ ഇഫ് യു ടേക്ക് ദി പീപ്പിൾ, ഓൾഡ് ഏജ് പീപ്പിൾ, ഇന്ത്യൻ ആവറേജ് 7%, 60+ ഉള്ളത് 7% ആണ്. കേരളാസ് പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് ഇസ് മോർ ദാൻ 17%, ഈസ് ഗോയിങ് ടു 20%. 20 ആണെന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞ സ്റ്റഡി. അതിനകത്ത് എനിക്ക് ആ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ഞാൻ കണ്ടു. എനിക്കൊരു അത്ര പെട്ടെന്ന് 20 ആയോ എന്നുള്ള സംശയം കൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാനത് പറയാത്തത്. It was 17% sometime, and in Kerala's population is 20%, 21%. Geriatric issue is more than a pediatric issue. Pediatric specialization പോകുന്നതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ geriatric specialization പോയ ആളുകൾ വേണ്ടി വരും. So how you can compare Kerala with other states? Of course, ഞങ്ങൾ ലോ പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഈ എല്ലാത്തിനെയും വർഗീകരിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഒരു ഇന്റർപ്രിട്ടേഷൻ ഓഫ് സ്റ്റാറ്റ്യൂസി പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. യു ക്യാൻ ഇന്റർപ്രറ്റ് തിങ്സ്. You can put coconut and groundnut in the same family by saying that both are oil seeds. Oil adikundakam. But you can also change it like that. One is on a tree top and other is under the earth. മണ്ണിനടിയിൽ ഉണ്ടാകുന്നതാണല്ലോ കപ്പലണ്ടി. സോ അങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് മണ്ണിനടിയിൽ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന കപ്പലണ്ടിയും തെങ്ങിന്റെ മേളിൽ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന തേങ്ങയും എണ്ണക്കുരുവാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരുമിക്കാം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് രണ്ടും വ്യത്യാസമാണെന്ന് പറയും. സോ നമ്മുടെ ഇഷ്യൂ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഇഷ്യൂ അല്ല. ദിസ് ഇസ് എ വെരി സീരിയസ് ഇക്കണോമിക് ഇഷ്യൂ, ഡെമോഗ്രാഫിക് ഇഷ്യൂ. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇഷ്യൂ എന്ന നിലയിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ എത്രത്തോളം പറ്റുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് പ്രശ്നം തന്നെയാണ്. പക്ഷെ അതാണ് നമ്മുടെ യഥാർത്ഥ പ്രശ്നം. 21% ഈ സീനിയർ വീടുകളെല്ലാം പല സ്ഥലത്തും പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിലെ ഇപ്പൊ തിരുവനന്തപുരം സിറ്റി അടുത്ത് വട്ടപ്പാറ തൊട്ട് താഴോട്ട് നോക്കിയാലും അപ്പുറത്തോട്ട് നോക്കിയാലും ആളുകൾ പൊതുവിൽ ഇല്ല. പുതിയൊരു വലിയ പ്രശ്നമാണ്. ഇതൊരു ഇഷ്യൂ ആണ്. രണ്ടാമത് നമ്മൾ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിനകത്ത് ഞങ്ങൾ റോഡിന്റെ കാര്യം, കേരളത്തിൽ NH പണിയാൻ കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഹാഡ് ടു പേ 25% ഫോർ ലാൻഡ് അക്വിസിഷൻ. സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറഞ്ഞു കേരളത്തിൽ ലാൻഡ് കോസ്റ്റ് വളരെ കൂടുതലാണ്, ഡെൻസിറ്റി കൂടുതലായതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ലാൻഡ് കോസ്റ്റ് കൂടുന്നത്. അതിന് നമ്മൾ 25% കൊടുക്കാൻ സമ്മതിച്ചു. 6,000 crores നമ്മൾ കൊടുത്തു. അതെന്നാൽ ബോറോയിങ് അഡീഷണൽ ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ചോദിച്ചിട്ട് അതും നമുക്ക് തരുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ള വേറെ പ്രശ്നമാണ്. അപ്പൊ ശരിക്കും ഈ കേരളം ഈ NHAI കൊടുക്കുന്ന പണം ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിന് വേണ്ടി കൊടുക്കുന്ന അത് ടോളിൽ നിന്ന് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യും. ഈ 6,000 കോടി ടോളി കിട്ടത്തില്ല. അത് നമ്മൾ കൊടുത്തു, നമുക്കത് ടോളി കിട്ടത്തില്ല, ലോണും കിട്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ഇതൊക്കെ ഒരു പ്രാക്ടിക്കൽ, ഇന്ത്യയിലെ മൊത്തം ഒരു യാഡ് സ്റ്റിക്ക് എടുക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ടുള്ള പ്രശ്നമാണ്. ചിലപ്പോൾ പ്രാക്ടിക്കലി ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങൾ കുറച്ചുകൂടി നമുക്ക് ഇതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ അപ്പോൾ പഠിച്ചാൽ പറ്റും. അപ്പൊ കേരളത്തിൽ എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ലാൻഡിന് കൊടുക്കേണ്ടി വരുന്നത്? ഇന്ത്യയിലെ മറ്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റുകളിൽ 1 കിലോമീറ്റർ റോഡ് പണിയാൻ 30 കോടിയാവും. കേരളത്തിൽ ലാൻഡ് 100 കോടിയാവുമെന്നാണ് കണക്ക് അവരുടെ. ശരിയാണ്, ലാൻഡിന് വില കൂടുതലാണ്. അപ്പൊ കേരളത്തിൽ തരേണ്ട, കേരളത്തിന്റെ റവന്യൂ നാളെ നമ്മൾ സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യണ്ടേ? സോ കേരളത്തിന് എലിജിബിളായ ഈ ഭാഗം ഇതുപോലെ കിട്ടേണ്ടതാണ്. പ്രൊജക്റ്റുകൾ എടുക്കാൻ, ഏത് പ്രൊജക്ട് എടുക്കണമെങ്കിലും നമുക്ക് കോസ്റ്റ് വളരെ കൂടുതലാണ്. ഒന്ന് ലാൻഡ് കോസ്റ്റ്, 2 കോസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ലേബർ. ഇന്ത്യൻ ആവറേജിൽ ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റുകൾ തമ്മിലൊരു ഇരട്ടിയേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ വ്യത്യാസമുണ്ട് മിനിമം വേജസിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ. സോ മിനിമം വേജസ് ആ ഫാക്ടർ ഉണ്ട്. ഇതുപോലെ പല കാര്യങ്ങളും നമുക്ക് അവിടെ വ്യത്യാസമുണ്ട്. മറ്റൊന്ന്, നമുക്ക് ഫൈനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷന് മുന്നേ ഞങ്ങൾ സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോഴെല്ലാം പല ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ചർച്ചകൾ, പല ഇത്തരം ഡിസ്കഷനുകളിലൊക്കെ വന്നതാണ് ഈ അക്കാഡമിക് ചർച്ചകളിൽ. കേരളത്തിന്റെ ക്ലൈമറ്റ് ഇഷ്യൂ, പിന്നെ ക്ലൈമറ്റിന്റെ കേരളത്തിന് അതുപോലെ 70% ഫോറസ്റ്റ് കവർ അല്ലേ, തോട്ടങ്ങൾ ഉൾപ്പെടെ നോക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ. ഇപ്പോഴാണെങ്കിൽ നാട്ടിൻപുറത്തെ കൃഷി സ്ഥലങ്ങളും ഇപ്പോൾ ഫോറസ്റ്റ് ആയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. അതുകൊണ്ട് ടെക്നോ പാർക്ക് വരെയാ കാട്ടുപോത്ത് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അല്ല പറഞ്ഞത്, നാട്ടിൻപുറത്ത് പ്രാക്ടിക്കലി നമ്മുടെ വില്ലേജസിലൊക്കെ ഈ വലിയ തോതിൽ ഫോറസ്റ്റ് പോലെ ആയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് കേരളം ഇന്ത്യൻ ഫോറസ്റ്റ് കവറേജിന് ഗ്രീൻ ആയ ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റ് എന്ന നിലയിൽ നമുക്ക് അതിന്റെ ഒരു അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് തരണം. വി ആർ പ്രൊട്ടക്ടിങ് ഓൾ ദീസ് തിങ്സ്. അല്ല, ഇതുപോലെ ഓരോ മേഖലകൾ നമ്മൾ ഈ ഓൾഡ് ഏജ് പീപ്പിളിന്റെ കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞു, ഇതുപോലെ നമുക്ക് ഇതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിച്ചെടുക്കുക സ്റ്റേറ്റിന്റെ ഒരു താല്പര്യം. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ഇതിപ്പോ ഗവൺമെന്റ് കണ്ടിന്യൂഷൻ ആണ്. ഈ ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ കാലാവധിയിലല്ല ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ വരുന്നത്, പിന്നീടാ. പക്ഷെ ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്താലേ അടുത്ത ഗവൺമെന്റ് സമയത്തേക്ക് വരും. അടുത്ത ഗവൺമെന്റ് തുടർച്ചയായിട്ടുള്ള ഇലക്ഷനുകളിൽ പിന്നെ വരുന്ന ഗവൺമെന്റുകളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഞാൻ പറയുകയാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പലതും നമ്മൾ നല്ലതുപോലെ നോക്കിയാലേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അപ്പൊ GST കാര്യം വന്നതിനകത്ത് ഈ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് ഫിനാൻസിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ നമ്മളെ ബാധിച്ചത് ഈ GST നിയമമാണ്. അത് ഞാൻ പ്രായോഗികമായ ഒരു പ്രശ്നമായിട്ടാണ് പറയുന്നത്. GST നിയമം കൊണ്ടുവന്നത് ഇപ്പോൾ BJP ഗവൺമെന്റ് ആണെങ്കിലും കൊണ്ടുവരാനായിട്ടുള്ള സ്റ്റെപ്പ് എല്ലാം എടുത്തത് കോൺഗ്രസ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ആണ്. അത് ഒരു കാഴ്ചപ്പാടി കൊണ്ടുവന്നതാണ്. ഞാൻ GST കൗൺസിലിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഇത് വരുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ്, GST വരുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് പാർലമെന്റിൽ ഇത് സംബന്ധിച്ച് സെലക്ട് കമ്മിറ്റിയിൽ അംഗമായിരുന്നു രാജ്യസഭയിൽ നിന്ന്. നമ്മളത് അന്ന് ഡിസെൻഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ ഇന്ന കാര്യം ഇത് തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞ് this will be a big blow to the fiscal federalism of the country, and the finance ministers in the future have to come to the center with begging bowls for getting the money, because finance ministers will become mere distributors of the wealth. ഞാൻ ഒരിക്കലും അന്ന് ധനകാര്യമന്ത്രിയാവുമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചല്ല. പക്ഷെ ഞാനന്ന് പിന്നെ ആ ഡിസൈനോട്ടിലുള്ളതാണ്. അത് പ്രാക്ടിക്കലി ഇപ്പോൾ വന്നു. എങ്ങനെയാ ഈ പിന്നെ ഇതിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിനകത്ത് ബാധിച്ചെന്നുള്ളത് ഞാൻ പറയാം. നമ്മള് ഈ കേരളത്തിന് 4% കൂടുതൽ നമ്മുടെ കൺസംഷനകത്ത് ചില കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ എടുത്താൽ നമ്മൾ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ആവറേജിനേക്കാളും ഇരട്ടി കൂടുതലാണ്. നമുക്ക് അറിയാമല്ലോ കേരളത്തിന്റെ. നമ്മളൊരു 4% വെച്ചിട്ട് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ആകെ ടാക്സ് നമുക്കുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പെർ ഇയർ 14% നമുക്ക് ഇൻക്രീസ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ അത് വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് GST നിയമം കൊണ്ടുവന്നപ്പം ശ്രീ അരുൺ ജെയ്റ്റ്ലി ആയിരുന്നു അദ്ദേഹം അന്നത്തെ ഗവൺമെന്റ്, അന്നത്തെ കൗൺസിലിൽ പറഞ്ഞു ഞങ്ങൾ 14% വെച്ചിട്ട് കൊടുക്കാം GST കോമ്പൻസേഷൻ 5 വർഷത്തേക്ക് തീരുമാനിച്ചു. അപ്പോഴേക്കും എല്ലാവരും സെൽഫ് സഫിഷ്യന്റ് ആണെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചു. അന്ന് റവന്യൂ ന്യൂട്രൽ റേറ്റ് 14.5% ആയിരുന്നു. അരവിന്ദ് സുബ്രഹ്മണ്യം ആയിരുന്നു തോന്നുന്നു ഈ റവന്യൂ ന്യൂട്രൽ റേറ്റ്. അരവിന്ദ് സുബ്രഹ്മണ്യം വാസ് ദേർ ഫോർ കാൽക്കുലേറ്റിംഗ് കമ്മിറ്റി ഫോർ റവന്യൂ ന്യൂട്രൽ റേറ്റിന്റെ. അപ്പോൾ 14.5% ആണ് ആവറേജ്, അല്ല 14.5% ആണ് RNR എന്ന് നിശ്ചയിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ അത് പ്രൊട്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യണം. പ്രാക്ടിക്കലി ഇപ്പോൾ അത് 11% താഴെയായി. അത്രയും കുറഞ്ഞു. 11% താഴെയെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ടാക്സിന്റെ 1/3 പോയി. അപ്പൊ അത് ആദ്യം എങ്ങനെയാന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പഴയ മിനിസ്റ്ററുകൾ, ഞാനിപ്പം ചില കമ്മിറ്റികളുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം ഇന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ പിന്നെ മിനിസ്റ്റേഴ്സ്, ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഓഫ് മിനിസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട് ഈ റേറ്റ് റാഷണലൈസേഷൻ. ഞാനും കേരളം അതിൽ അംഗമാണ്. ഞാനതിന് പങ്കെടുക്കാൻ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ഞങ്ങൾ പഴയ അന്നോട്ടുള്ള കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങൾ സ്റ്റഡി ചെയ്തു. ആദ്യമേ ഇത് 6% മിനിമം, 6, 12, 18 അങ്ങനെ ടാക്സ് വന്നപ്പം 6.5 ആക്കി വന്നതിന്റെ നഷ്ടം നികത്തുന്നതിന് 28 കുറെ ഐറ്റങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അതനുസരിച്ച് വലിയ ഇൻകം ഒക്കെ കാൽക്കുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ റീസൺസ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ഇലക്ഷനൊക്കെ വരുമ്പോഴേക്കും ചില ഐറ്റങ്ങൾ കുറയ്ക്കുകയും കൂട്ടുകയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇലക്ഷന് മുമ്പ് 2017 തന്നെ ഈ 250 ഐറ്റങ്ങൾ 28% ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന 250 ഐറ്റങ്ങൾ 200 ഐറ്റങ്ങളും കുറച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ടാക്സിന്റെ ഭയങ്കരമായ 3% അങ്ങ് താഴോട്ട് പോയി. ഇത് നമ്മളെ ബാധിക്കുന്നതാണ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഐറ്റങ്ങൾ. അങ്ങനെയുണ്ട് കേരളം, ഓരോ സ്റ്റേറ്റിനും സ്റ്റേറ്റ് വൈസ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അന്നത്തെ ഫിനാൻസ് മിനിസ്റ്റർ അവിടെ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു നിങ്ങൾ ഈ കുറയ്ക്കുന്നതിനകത്ത് ഞങ്ങളെയാണ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ബാധിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് അന്നത്തെ ഫിനാൻസ് മിനിസ്റ്റർ ഡോക്ടർ തോമസ് ഐസക് പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഇങ്ങനെ സ്റ്റേറ്റുകൾ വന്നപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പൊ എന്താ ഫലത്തിൽ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റുകൾക്ക് ഈ പറഞ്ഞ വലിയൊരു കുറവ് അതിനകത്ത് വരും. അവിടുന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ ടാക്സ് ഉണ്ടാക്കേണ്ടത്. അപ്പൊ നമ്മളൊരു സ്റ്റഡി നടത്തി, ഗിഫ്റ്റും അതിനകത്ത് ഇൻവോൾവ് ആയിരുന്നു ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ 25 ഐറ്റങ്ങളെ പറ്റി ഒരു സ്റ്റഡി നടത്തി. ഈ ടാക്സ് 28% 12%, 18% ആക്കിയപ്പോൾ അതിന്റെ ബെനിഫിറ്റ് വെദർ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ട്രാൻസ്ഫർഡ് ടു ദ എൻഡ് കൺസ്യൂമർ. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ, ഫോർ എ ഫ്രിഡ്ജ് ദ ബേസിക് പ്രൈസ് വാസ് 10,000 ആൻഡ് ദ ടാക്സ് വാസ് 28 ആയിരിക്കട്ടെ, 12,800 രൂപയാണ് വില. അത് നേരെ 18 ആക്കിയപ്പോൾ 1000 രൂപ കുറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പൊ ഈ ടാക്സ് കുറച്ചിട്ട് ഈ ഫ്രിഡ്ജ് 11,800 രൂപയ്ക്ക് ആൾക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നു ഇവിടെ സ്റ്റഡി നടത്തി. ഒരാൾക്കും കിട്ടുന്നില്ല എന്ന് മാത്രമല്ല, ഫ്രിഡ്ജിന്റെ വില 12,800 തന്നെ, ടാക്സ് കുറച്ചത് ഈ വലിയ മാനുഫാക്ചേഴ്സിന് പോയി. ഇത് ഒരു സ്ഥലത്തില്ല, എല്ലാത്തിലും വന്നു. ദർ ഇസ് എ സ്റ്റഡി. വി ആർ റേസിംഗ് ദിസ് ഇഷ്യൂ കണ്ടിന്യൂസ്ലി ബിഫോർ ദി യൂണിയൻ ഫിനാൻസ് മിനിസ്റ്റർ ഓൾസോ. ഷി വാസ് ഓൾസോ സെയിങ് ദാറ്റ് വി ഹാവ് ടു സ്റ്റഡി ദാറ്റ്. പക്ഷെ ഇത് അവിടെ ഇതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഈ കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ കമ്മീഷന് മുമ്പ് ഒരു കമ്മീഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഇത് സംബന്ധിച്ചു. ആ കമ്മീഷൻ ഇപ്പം പിന്നെ ആന്റി പ്രോഫിറ്റിയറിംഗ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു കമ്മിറ്റി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആ കമ്മിറ്റി ഇപ്പം നിർത്തി. ഇത് മൊത്തം കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ കമ്മീഷന് കൊടുത്തു. MRTP വരെയുള്ള കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ കമ്മീഷൻ. കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ കമ്മീഷൻ പറഞ്ഞു വി കനോട്ട് സ്റ്റഡി അബൌട്ട് ഓൾ ദീസ് സ്മാൾ തിങ്സ്. സോ അതും ഇപ്പൊ സ്റ്റഡി ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. ഇതാണ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ, ഇന്ത്യ പോലൊരു വലിയ രാജ്യത്ത് ഇത്രയും സങ്കീർണമായ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഫലത്തിൽ വന്നപ്പോ ഈ ടാക്സ് ഇന്ന് കുറഞ്ഞു. ഈ ടാക്സ് ഇപ്പം കുറയുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി നമുക്ക് സംസ്ഥാനത്തേക്ക് വരേണ്ട ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ്, ഞാൻ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു 55,000 കോടി രൂപയെങ്കിലും, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞതിനകത്ത് ഡിവിസീവ് പൂൾ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ 15 നേരെ പകുതി ആയപ്പോൾ 24,000 ഇല്ലെങ്കിലും റീസൺ ഓൺലി ആണ് കുറയുന്നെങ്കിൽ പോലും നമുക്ക് എത്ര കോടി നഷ്ടമുണ്ട്. ബോറോയിങ്ങിന്റെ ഭാഗത്ത് നഷ്ടമുണ്ട്, GST കോമ്പൻസേഷൻ പോയ നഷ്ടമുണ്ട്, അങ്ങനെ ഇതെല്ലാം കൂടെ വന്നപ്പോൾ ഇതെല്ലാം കൂടിയാണ് ഈ 50,000 crores ഒരു വർഷം കുറയും. എന്നിട്ടും നമ്മൾ സ്പെൻഡിങ്ങിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇത്രയും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്നാൽ നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ DA ഇവിടെ DAയുടെ ഭാഗം കൊടുക്കാനുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ അധ്യാപകർ ഉൾപ്പെടെ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ഒരു ഭാഗം കൊടുക്കാനുണ്ട്. ഇത് അങ്ങനെ ചില കമ്മിറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റി കൊടുക്കേണ്ട ലൈബിലിറ്റി നിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതെല്ലാം നിൽക്കുമ്പോഴും ഇത് ഈ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ 2 സംസ്ഥാനം ശമ്പള പരിഷ്കരണം നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ളൂ ഈ കോവിഡ് സമയത്ത് ഇപ്പോഴും. അത് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തു പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു പ്രശ്നം നമ്മൾ നേരിടുന്നുണ്ട്. നമുക്കത് ചെയ്യാതിരിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ഇതിനകത്ത് ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടി ഞാൻ പറയാം. ഈ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ് ഇതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് കുറയും. ഈ വരേണ്ട പണം വരുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഡേ ടു ഡേ ഈ ചെറിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നടത്തിയിട്ട് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. 1,13,000 നിന്ന് 1,60,000 കോടി സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നു പറയുമ്പോൾ അതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ ചെയ്യാൻ ശേഷിയുള്ള അത്രയും ഗ്രോത്ത് ഉള്ള ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ആണ്. അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്റ്റേറ്റിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റാത്തതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിനെ ബാധിക്കും. അങ്ങനെ വരുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി ടാക്സിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ ഡയറക്റ്റ് ടാക്സസിന്റെ ഒരു കണക്കെന്ന് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ദർ ഇസ് എ ഹ്യൂജ് ഗ്രോത്ത്. പക്ഷെ കേരളത്തിന് കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം ഇൻകം ടാക്സും കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ടാക്സും ആ ഗ്രോത്ത് വന്നില്ല. ഇൻകം ടാക്സിന് കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ടാക്സിന് റീസൺസ് ഉണ്ട്. മിക്കവാറും കേരളത്തിലേക്കുള്ള കോർപ്പറേറ്റ്സുകൾ പലതും മറ്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഓപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ എക്കണോമിയെ ബാധിക്കുന്ന കുറേ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം ഞാനീ പറഞ്ഞു വന്നു, പോപ്പുലേഷൻ്റെ ഒരു റിപ്പോർട്ട് വന്നു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഗ്രോത്തിൻ്റെ വന്നു, 2 ഡയറക്റ്റ് ടാക്സസിൻ്റെ റിപ്പോർട്ട് വന്നു. ഇതൊക്കെ കാണിക്കുന്നത് നമുക്ക് കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഈ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾക്ക് കുറച്ചുകൂടി കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. പിന്നെ ഈ CSS സ്കീംസിൻ്റെ കാര്യമുണ്ട്. എക്കണോമിക്സിൻ്റെ എക്കണോമിക്സ് അധ്യാപകർ ഉൾപ്പെടെയാണ് നല്ലതുപോലെ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നുള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് പറയാം. CSSന്റെ കാര്യത്തിനകത്ത് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു CSS സ്കീം കൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ പ്രാക്ടിക്കലാവും? സ്റ്റേറ്റുകൾ എങ്ങനെ വേണമെന്ന് തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നതിനുള്ള അത്രയും ഫ്ലെക്സിബിലിറ്റി എങ്കിലും കൊടുക്കണ്ടേ? ഓരോ ജില്ലയും ഓരോ തരത്തിൽ വ്യത്യസ്തമല്ലേ? വയനാട് ജില്ലയും കാസർഗോഡ് ജില്ലയും ഇടുക്കി ജില്ലയും തിരുവനന്തപുരം ജില്ലയും ഒരുപോലാണോ? ജില്ലകൾക്ക് വ്യത്യാസമില്ലേ? ജില്ലകൾക്ക് പോലും. അപ്പൊ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങൾക്ക് വ്യത്യാസമില്ലേ? അതിനകത്ത് നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടത്ര ഫ്ലെക്സിബിലിറ്റി കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. ടൈഡാണ് ഇത് മൊത്തം. ഇന്നതിനെ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റൂ. നമുക്ക് 98% കണക്കനുസരിച്ച് 99% ശുചിമുറിയുണ്ട്, കക്കൂസുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് അതിന്റെ ഫണ്ട് കിട്ടിയിട്ട് എന്തിനാണ്? ആ ഫണ്ടേ തരൂ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ ഉപയോഗിക്കാം? സ്കൂളുകൾക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഇപ്പോഴും വീണ്ടും ഒരു പുതിയ പദ്ധതി. സ്കൂള് നമ്മളാണെങ്കിൽ കിഫ്ബി ഫണ്ട് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് 5-8 കോടി രൂപ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് വലിയ കെട്ടിടങ്ങളാണ്. സ്കൂളൊക്കെ കണ്ടാൽ ഓട്ടോണമസ് കോളേജ് പോലെ ഒക്കെ പ്രൈവറ്റ്, പിന്നെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വലിയ എയ്ഡഡ് കോളേജ് പോലെയും ഗവൺമെന്റ് കോളേജുകളും വലിയ സ്കൂളുകളെ. അപ്പോൾ അതിനകത്ത് തർക്കമുണ്ടില്ല, ആർക്കും തർക്കം ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. അത്രയും നമ്മൾ വലിയ തുക സ്കൂളിന്റെ രംഗത്ത് ചെലവാക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞു. അപ്പൊ സ്കൂളിന്റെ ബിൽഡിങ്ങിനാണ് പണം കിട്ടുന്നത്. നമുക്ക് സ്കൂളിൽ അത് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞു. നമുക്ക് വേറൊരു സ്ഥലത്തായിരിക്കും വേണ്ടേ, വേറൊരു കാര്യത്തിലായിരിക്കും വേണ്ടേ. അപ്പൊ നമുക്കത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ഇങ്ങനെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ മൊത്തം ഒരു പർട്ടിക്കുലർ ഉടുപ്പ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി ഈ ഉടുപ്പിനകത്ത് ഇടാൻ പറ്റുന്ന അതിനേക്കാളും വലിയ ആളും ചെറിയ ആളും എങ്ങനെ ഇടും? ഇതൊരു പ്രാക്ടിക്കലായ പ്രശ്നമാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഈ CSSന്റെ I don't know what is it, because cabinet as the former cabinet secretary and the former finance commission members, they can say, because all the history they made. Whatever it is. ഹൗ ക്യാൻ ഇത് കേരളത്തിനകത്തെ ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷനിൽ അതിനൊരു ഫ്ലെക്സിബിലിറ്റി കൊടുക്കണ്ടേ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷന്റെ കാര്യത്തിലും? അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനത്തെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ധാരാളം ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതുപോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ നല്ലതുപോലെ നോക്കാനും ഒക്കെയുള്ള സ്റ്റഡിയാണ്. അപ്പൊ അതാണ് നടത്തേണ്ടത്. ഞാൻ ദീർഘിപ്പിക്കുന്നില്ല. നമ്മൾ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മളിപ്പം പറയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഇക്കോളജിക്കൽ ഇഷ്യൂസ്, ഏജിങ് പോപ്പുലേഷൻ, ഇന്റർസ്റ്റേറ്റ് മൈഗ്രേഷൻ, റിട്ടേൺ മൈഗ്രേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ പിന്നെ ഈ ഫോറസ്റ്റിന്റെ ക്ലൈമറ്റിന്റെ ഒക്കെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ വേണം. ഇപ്പോൾ ലേറ്റസ്റ്റ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതലത്തെ നോബൽ സമ്മാനം പോലും ഈ എങ്ങനെയാണ് പിന്നെ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ഉണ്ടാവുന്നതിന് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ എങ്ങനെയാണ് പ്രവർത്തിക്കേണ്ടത്, അതിന്റെ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഡെമോക്രാറ്റിക് ഫങ്ഷനിങ് ഒക്കെയാണ് ലേറ്റസ്റ്റ് നോബൽ സമ്മാനത്തിന്റെ. ഇപ്പം സ്റ്റിഗ്ലിങ്സിന്റെ കാര്യം നേരത്തെ അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ നോബൽ സമ്മാനം ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ലോകത്തെ മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിനെ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ബ്രോഡാക്കേണ്ടത്. അത് ലോകം നിലനിൽക്കാനും ആവശ്യമാണ്. ആളുകൾ അസ്വസ്ഥരല്ലാതെ എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്നായി ജീവിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു ലോകത്തിന് മാത്രമേ നല്ല ലോകമായിട്ട് പോകാൻ പറ്റൂ എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അവിടെയാണ് 1% 2% ആളുകൾക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നത് ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റിന്റെ ആകെ വരുമാനമല്ല, മൊത്തത്തിലുള്ള ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂഷനാണ്. അതിന് പറ്റുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ വേണം. നമുക്കിത് പറയുമ്പോഴും ഇത് ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷന് മുന്നിൽ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ ഞാനിത് കേൾക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് തന്നെയാണ്. ഇത് അവതരിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് വളരെ എഫക്റ്റീവായിട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ബാക്കി പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ പാർട്ടീസിനും എല്ലാം ഇതേ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇതേ ഒരു എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണല്ലോ. സ്റ്റേറ്റിന്റെ ഒരു ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിന് പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ പാർട്ടീസ്, ട്രേഡ് യൂണിയൻ എല്ലാവരെയും വിളിക്കും കമ്മീഷൻ. 2 ദിവസം എല്ലാവരും വിളിക്കാറുണ്ടല്ലോ. അവരുടെയൊക്കെ അഭിപ്രായം പ്രധാനമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതെല്ലാവരെയും കൂടെ കൂട്ടിച്ചേർത്ത് ഗവൺമെന്റ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത് മാത്രമല്ല പൊതു ഒപ്പീനിയനായിട്ട് കേരളത്തിന് വേണ്ടി വരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള, എനിക്കൊന്നു നിങ്ങളെപ്പോലെ സംഘടന, എക്കണോമിക് അസോസിയേഷൻ പോലുള്ള അസോസിയേഷനൊക്കെ വിളിക്കുമായിരിക്കും. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർക്കൊക്കെ സ്പേസ് കിട്ടുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നു. കുറച്ച് പേരെ 2 ദിവസമായിട്ട് അവരെ വിളിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അല്ല, ഇന്നത്തെ സെമിനാറിലല്ല ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത്. അതെ, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ ഈ ചർച്ച നടക്കുന്നത് മാത്രമല്ല, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് ഈ ഫിനാൻസ് കമ്മീഷൻ വരുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം രാജസ്ഥാനിൽ ഞാനൊരു പരിപാടിക്ക് പോയപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് അവിടുത്തെ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ പാർട്ടീസിനൊക്കെ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവരൊക്കെ ഈ പേപ്പറൊക്കെ തയ്യാറാക്കി പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇത് തന്നെ മറ്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റുകളുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെയും അങ്ങനെ വിളിക്കും. എല്ലാ സ്റ്റേറ്റിലും പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ പാർട്ടീസിനെ വിളിക്കും, മറ്റ് ഓർഗനൈസേഷന് വിളിക്കും, പേപ്പർ കൊടുക്കും. ഇത് അവർക്കൊരു പ്രോപ്പറായിട്ടൊരു ഇങ്ങനെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടെന്ന് എത്തിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ശ്രമം നമുക്ക് കളക്റ്റീവായിട്ട് നടത്തണം. ഗവൺമെൻറ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യമുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ഗിഫ്റ്റിൻ്റെ ഈ വളരെ നല്ലൊരു ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവാണ്. ധാരാളം ആളുകൾ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനൊരു പരിപാടിയിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുകയും ഇവിടെ കേൾക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നത് വളരെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. ഈ പരിപാടി ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ പൊതുവിലുള്ള ഇന്നത്തെ പരിപാടി ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്ത് അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു.
കൈവെള്ളയിലെ നെല്ലിക്ക പോലെ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാല് ഐ തിങ്ക് കേരളത്തിന്റെ സാമ്പത്തിക സാഹചര്യങ്ങള് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നില്ല മിനിസ്റ്റർ കമ്മീഷണർ സ്വന്തം വീട്ടിലെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഇത്ര കണക്ക് ശരിയാവുമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് സംശയമുണ്ട്. I think so convincingly he put the argument. Sir, you could not have been better. You are at your best today. And I'm sure with these things, our financial position and your bargaining power with the union, I'm sure it will go in leap and bounds. And wish you all the best. Thank you very much for being with us. And you need 3 rounds of applause, not 1 round of applause. Thank you.
ഈ സെഷൻ തുടരുവാണ്. ടീ ബ്രേക്ക്.
നമ്മുടെ സെമിനാറുകളെല്ലാം എപ്പോഴും ഞാനും ഇൻഡിസിപ്ലിൻഡ് ആയിരുന്നു, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് പറയാൻ. സോ വീൽ ഹാവ് എ ടീ ബ്രേക്ക് അല്ലേ?
ഞാൻ 15 മിനിറ്റ് അധികം എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ഇല്ല സാർ, ഇല്ല. It was worth it. It was worth it. It was really worth it. Online, shall we have a tea break? I think we'll have a tea break. Anyway, let's see. No. Sir?
That the honorable minister should get the memorandum from Karnataka. I mean, if you want an earlier version,
Yeah.
I was the one who had drafted the Karnataka.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was one of the persons.
Yeah.
You see, who drafted the thing. Many of the arguments that can be made have been very forcefully made in those, the Karnataka memorandum.
Please be seated for a minute. Excuse me. Hello. Hi. Hi.
I was invited.
I've been.
There is a formal order. The most important part of the first session is remaining, and over to the seminar coordinator, Dr. Kiran Kumar Kakarlapudi, for the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. May I ask you to sit for a minute? I'll do my job, then we all will have a nice cup of tea. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of GIFT and KA, it's my honor to place vote of thanks for this event. And first and foremost, I would like to thank our Honorable Finance Minister, Shri K.N. Balagopal, for taking out time out of his busy schedule to be with us. Sir, you have been a guiding force for us from the very beginning, and not only being a constant support, you also challenged us many times to perform better. We will try to do that. And today, your lecture, you have eloquently placed the challenges that Kerala is facing and the need for Finance Commission to take a look at some of the Kerala specific challenges, and it can't be better than this. I would like to thank Professor M. Govinda Rao for taking time to travel all the way from Bangalore. He has been a constant support to GIFT in different capacities. And sir, your remarks on upholding the spirit of cooperative federalism and creating an institutional architecture for the fiscal federalism, and especially your remarks on understanding the taxable capacity and also getting the expenditure needs, and also taking into consideration the cost disabilities associated across different states. I would like to specially thank Shri K.M. Chandrasekhar for a very insightful inaugural address. And sir, you have nicely pointed out the growing vertical imbalances and the need for flexibility in CSS, and also revisiting the need for fiscal rules. Thank you, sir. And I would like to thank our director, Professor K.J. Joseph, and Professor Kain Allal, President of KEA, for thinking of conducting this event and working and supporting us for organizing this event. A special note of thanks to Shri Santosh Varghese and Professor Godwin for actually helping us bring all the discussions together to GIFT, and for all the help. Thank you, sir. I would note the presence of Professor Shri Kumar Chattopadhyaya and Advocate Padma Kumar. Thank you for joining us today here. I would like to thank especially for all the discussants, especially the senior discussants, Professor Hari Kumar, Professor Muralidharan, and Professor Hari Kurup for traveling all the way to join us and share your feedback. I would like to thank all the online and offline participants, and we look forward to very enriching discussions in the sessions to follow. Now we'll break for tea.
So, with lot of respect, I invite Sri K. M. Chandrasekhar to conduct this, chair this meeting.
Okay, I think since we are running short of time, we can start straight away with the first paper, which will be the prosperity paradox, devolution conundrum for the Finance Commission, 11:30 a.m. to 11:40 a.m., 10 minutes. Dr. Joseph and Dr. Kiran.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to make the presentation. The title as it read, the Prosperity Paradox, Devolution Conundrum for the Finance Commission. Before I start this presentation, I would like to make one claim that we are in no way against the equity concerns that the Finance Commission is dealing with. But still, we are going to raise some questions which are, I think, important as far as the indicators that are, thank you, sir, that are used for measuring equity in the Finance Commission devolution formula. Before I start, I would like to start with the general context for the 16th Finance Commission. It is slightly different from the context for this 15th Finance Commission. So before the start of 16th Finance Commission, the government of India has embarked on a big journey of Vikasit Bharat. The government aims at becoming making the country a developed one by 2047. That means that we need to have the architecture for getting there and what kind of growth one needs to envisage. In that context, the rules or the devolution formula this Finance Commission is going to adopt is going to play a crucial role. And apart from that, in the introductory session, Professor Govindra has rightly pointed out that states are now facing crisis. There is a crisis that financial, as far as state finances are concerned, many states are fiscally stressed. And this is another context, the 16th Finance Commission has to look at. I'm not going to get into the details of the three main criteria that the Finance Commission usually use for devolution of funds. As we go along, all these criteria will be dealt at length. So one of the important criteria that is the equity criteria, and which is measured through income distance using the per capita GSDP of a state. That criteria receives the highest weight in the devolution formula. And how is it measured? It is measured as the difference in the per capita income of a state concerned from the state with the highest per capita. Now, so this is just an overview of how the weight for the income distance criteria has been changing over time. It has reduced from 60% in 10th Finance Commission to about 45% now in 15th Finance Commission. Now, what is the major issue that we face? In the first inaugural session, many of the points have already been highlighted. That as Honorable Minister mentioned, that in 10th Finance Commission, Kerala's share was about 3.85%, which came down to 1.92%. This is a huge decline that Kerala has experienced. And if you look at the interstate shares, it is actually Kerala that has seen systematic decline in the interstate shares of Finance Commission devolution. Very, very few states. I mean, not even if you see Karnataka, obviously there is a decline from 5.3% to 6.3%. Gujarat, Maharashtra, they are also, high income states as far as per capita income is concerned, but their shares have not declined to the extent that Kerala has experienced. Now, why is it happening? Honorable Minister has already mentioned in the morning that, Kerala is actually having the disadvantages in terms of we don't have very high population with not very high area, and our per capita income is among the top. So the 75% of the weight that goes to these three criteria, Kerala is at a disadvantageous point. And that is one of the reasons why we have a stark deceleration in the interstate shares of devolution of finance. Now, another important feature is when we look at how the state-owned tax revenue as a percentage of GSDP, we see that the Kerala's particular share, that is 8.3%, it has come down to 6.66%. Now, it is not just Kerala phenomena alone. If we see the share of own tax revenues as a percentage of GSDP has been systematically coming down for the high income states. And that of low income states has been increasing over time. So if you see the terminal period, in fact, the share of own tax revenue as a percentage of GSDP is slightly higher than the low income states. I think, it's right about some close to 7% or so. But on the contrary, what we can see is that there's a divergence in per capita income that's happening. The high income states have steadily shown a divergence as compared to the low income states. So here is the paradox. We have per capita income increasing, but there is no commensurate increase, or on the contrary, the share of tax revenue is coming down. The question is, per capita income, which is considered as a proxy for income distance criteria. The hypothesis behind that was that the higher the income, you have the higher taxable capacity, and there you have a higher tax revenues for these states. But that doesn't seem to be true as evident from these two graphs. If we look at it a little more closely, how are these two related? There's a very weak correlation that is coming, and in fact, the correlation has been weakening over the period. I think this graph shows very clearly between 1995 to 2002, the correlation between per capita income and tax to GDP ratio. When I mean tax to GDP ratio, please understand it is state's own tax revenue as a percentage of GSDP. It's 0.36. It has come down to 0.12 between 2002 to 2003 to 2012. And it has further come down almost to 0.06% between 2013 to 2022. So this literally shows that this very weak link between per capita income and tax capacity. So now, using such an indicator, where it does not really reflect your tax capacity, and assigning it highest weight in the devolution criteria could penalize the states that are performing. That is the major point that we are trying to drive at in this presentation. Now, what could be the reason for the trend that we have observed? What could be the reason for decelerating tax to GDP ratios, especially in high income states? One of the reasons that we are trying to attribute it to the way in which division of taxing powers have been in place between the union and the states. As per the Finance Act 1994, the constitutional right to levy service tax is vested with the union government. So states that are primarily, driven by the service sector growth would have tended to lose, because the tax revenue will go to the union until the GST in 2017. But even then, when we see that Kerala contributes to almost 64% of GSDP, the services in Kerala contributes to almost 64% of GSDP, but only contributes to 17% of the total revenue collection. This is based on a study that is conducted in GIFT and published in Kerala Economy. So although with GST, states are now able to get service tax, but the share of tax GST coming from services is very low. So now, What then we try to see whether this particular services or the structure of the economy is behind the paradox. So what we did, we tried to look at the difference between the tax at the terminal year versus the initial year. And the same we did for the change in services GDP. So we see a very clear negative relationship between the services GDP and tax, which means the states that have experienced faster increase in services GDP have experienced the faster decrease in tax to GDP ratio. So now this is a one of the contributing factors. One needs to inquire it more detail. So now what one could do? One could think of revisiting this criteria. One could think of adjusting the per capita GSTP for those components where tax is levied upon, or as Professor Goenka suggested in the morning, incorporating the cost aspect to the taxable capacity. And these are the possible ways. We have not actually finished that part, but what we try to do is we try to develop 5 scenarios. How the states interstate shares of devolution changes in the 5 alternative scenarios. The first scenario is as usual, which was given in 2015. That is the 15 Finance Commission. And in scenario 2, instead of giving 12.5% to demographic performance, we increase that to 15% and tax effort to 5%, keeping the other and reducing the income distance weight by 5%. And in scenario 2, if we reduce the income distance criteria weight to 5% further, that is to 35%, and scenario 4 and scenario 5 are a little heroistic. I don't know if the Finance Commission would really want to get into that drastic reduction in the weight for income distance. So even if we go with the present distribution of weights as followed in 15 Finance Commission, because Kerala's per capita income has not increased at a rate of maybe Telangana and Karnataka, the rank of the Kerala in per capita income has come down. So at the present level, Kerala's interstate share would go up from 1.92 to 1.99. But when we reduce the distribution of weight for the income distance criteria, you can see that there's a systematic increase in the interstate share for Kerala, and that does not significantly affect the poor income states, although poor income states would lose. This is what obviously the question that will follow, and poor income states will come and say that, we can't really afford to not have, reduction in our interstate shares. But what we try to highlight here is not that, poor income states should get less, but somehow have a mechanism where we represent the income distance criteria with better proxies or do the necessary adjustments so that the high income states like Kerala, which already has other disadvantages, will not suffer. Thank you. I end my presentation here.
Thank you very much. I thought maybe we can finish all these and then make the comments. I
Yeah, I will be here.
Okay, okay. Hold on. Okay, hold it there. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. I think he made some very interesting points. One is that the state's own tax revenue has been declining for all the states which have per capita incomes growing, and there is a very weak link between per capita income and state's own tax revenue. So that would change the structure. And you wanted to make a comment on that?
I have 3 or 4 comments. Very quickly, I want to
Okay.
make them. The first of all, Kiran, I want to know whom are you addressing this? No, you need to. Are you addressing the Finance Commission? Are you addressing the state government? now supplementing, helping the state government. Because if you do these 5, 6 scenarios, that is not going to help the finance commission because, or the state government, because what happens is that they need to know what exactly, sort of, I mean, you can't, ultimately you can't say that because I want to get Kerala to get more, so I want to do this exercise. So that is one, this thing. And again, you can't be saying that, you see, poor also should get and rich also should get. Totally is 100%. So you need to be careful about that.
Actually, for the next finance commission period,
Yeah.
the pay commission recommendation will also
No, that is at the union level
the union level.
and some
Means that
states.
your fiscal space
Yeah,
is-
right. Now, one is, many of these correlation that you are doing. One of the things that has happened is that the change in the base from 2004 to 2011 has really rattled off both Kerala and Karnataka. The revision has resulted in almost more than 20% increase in Kerala's per capita income. For the same year, 2011-12, if you take the 2004 per capita income in current prices and 2011 base, there is a shift. And that's sort of, that's one of the important things. Again, I would suggest for your work, you separate out general category states and special category states for calculating the correlation. So what will happen is that, you see, most of the special category states don't really raise much of a revenue from taxes. So, whether it is Mizoram or Sikkim or Nagaland. So if you take the general category states and, this is for your analytical purposes. And again, service sector, which you show a negative correlation. Now, this much of the service sector increase in service sector has happened by eroding the agricultural sector. That means that you are saying that the agricultural sector was paying more and the service sector, because of that is paying less. That's a little difficult to believe. This could be because much of the service sector income that is generated is informal. Unlike in the case of manufacturing sector where you can, in a GST or a value added tax, you can, you can see the input tax credit and things like taxes deduction. In the service sector, much of the inputs don't get into the thing. As a result, there is no self-policing nature that happens. This could be, for a future work that I'm suggesting, this could be because of evasion and avoidance of the tax. This negative correlation, it can happen anywhere. And, because I was told that in the case of Kerala, because of the porous border with Tamil Nadu, there's a huge amount of things that is coming out and, that has to be administratively dealt with through the e-way bills and things like that anyway. But this service sector thing, if you get a negative correlation, could be because of that. That's in another direction. So you need to look at that. And one of the things that I would suggest is that from this analysis that you do, you basically, if you see, instead of per capita income, if you see the consumer expenditure details, you will get an entirely different picture. Now, you can see that. More than that, if you say that, after all, consumer expenditure data comes from NSS, which is infrequent. If they insist, and again, per capita income that they take is not the one which is published by the Reserve Bank of India. They take comparable per capita income specifically calculated for the Finance Commission by the Ministry of Statistics. Apart from that, by and large, the idea, this thing, one of the conclusions that you should follow is that because of all these imperfections in the per capita income, and because the state's taxes depend upon the consumption base rather than income base, and maximum propensity to consume is, as I said, less than 1. Because of the reason, since you do not have a choice, you need to substantially reduce the weight to per capita income. That's a conclusion that you do. And you should, instead of, instead of, you could do this exercise by saying that instead of 40%, you should reduce it to 10%. And on the other hand, Kerala, as the Honorable Minister said, Kerala, 75% of the area in Kerala is forest cover. So, from the perspective of Kerala, you need to say that forest cover has 3 fiscal disadvantages. Because of the forest cover, you can't generate economic activity. Supreme Court has prevented the harvesting of the forests anyway.
5% is including plantation area also.
No, could be, whatever be the case. But the point is, because you have a large tract of Western Ghats and you are substituting population with forest cover. That would give, substantial, improvement in this thing. So that is one is, your capacity to generate revenue is less because of the forest cover. Second thing is that the cost of providing services in those areas is much higher. And the third thing is you are providing a global public good. And therefore, we need to, sort of give more weight to forest cover. And particularly if you're talking about the net zero, then, this is the way we need to really, that's the argument that you can put forth. I'm sorry I took a little more time, but
It's an interesting discussion. And also, in fact, I am asking question to Professor Rao.
I didn't write the paper.
Okay, since you made all these comments and since you were in the finance commission and you were working with many finance commissions, so I wanted an expert opinion on one of their claims. See, my question is why we are taking per capita income, the distance criterion. Is it from the point of view of equity or is it from the point of view of tax capacity? Now, so if it is tax capacity, what are the other methods of measuring tax capacity? Because now, Australia, the financial commission kind of authority there, they straight away go and measure tax capacity. Maybe in other countries also, in other federal setups also, they measure fiscal capacity. Now, the income as taking disposable income as tax capacity measure is totally wrong. That is very clear from the data. In fact, I examined this data in some more detail. In various ways, from different angles you take, it's completely out of place. It's completely wrong to take per capita income as a measure of tax capacity. If that is true, what is the logic behind this? Because there is no relationship between per capita income and tax collection.
Income is the measure of taxable capacity. The logic is that ultimately all taxes are paid out of incomes. See, I mean, that is the reason why I am saying that in this particular case, the taxes, the state level taxes are consumption based. And that is the reason why possibly consumer expenditure may be a better indicator of taxable capacity than per capita income. But then you don't have a reliable consumer. The problem with the consumer expenditure is if you take the household consumption total and if you arrive at the national account from the national account statistics, what is the consumption? Household consumption from the NSS consumer expenditure survey works out to be only 50%. And there is a lot of discussion that has gone on. I mean, Angus Deaton himself has.
I do understand that. No, we don't have a.
No, the reason why the reason why per capita income is chosen is in the absence, because you see the state taxes are dispersed. There is no very fixed. If you are able to identify the tax bases, like in the case of Canada, you can do that. Or if you're able to develop a methodology to estimate the taxable base, you can do that. In 9th Finance Commission, I tried to do that. There is a history. I don't want to get into,
Fifteen Finance Commission, in its report, it also makes these remarks, very difficult to measure. And then, since there is no other thing.
No.
they are
Let me
giving
come,
you,
let
but
me
instead
complete
of-
what I want to say. Initially, what happened up to fifth commission, there was no income at all. They had not measured per capita income up to the fifth commission. Fifth commission was the first one to do that. Okay, fifth finance commission. And thereafter, what happened is by the time they came to the seventh commission, then they had inverse of the taxable per capita income as a measure. Then they mixed inverse and sort of distance both. Basically, they wanted to bring about a progressivity, and within the progressivity, that's, you see, they want to bring out progressivity at a progressive scale, and that's why they brought in this one. Now, whether this is, you can't expect the finance commission, all the members to be experts in this, on this thing. But the basic thing is, finance commission transfers are not income equalizing. They are not supposed to be income, and the performance cannot be measured by way of, you see, my per capita income has increased, so I have performed better. No, because the entire borrowing is outside the finance commission's thing. And poorer states have low per capita income, and their borrowing permission is much low as compared to many other. There are much more,
They're all getting 3%.
so it's not income equalization. That's the reason why I'm saying that comparable levels of services at comparable tax effort.
No, we don't have time. If you are taking per capita income as a measure of taxable capacity, fiscal capacity, it's right. There's nothing wrong about it. If you are speaking about central taxes, if you are, central taxes, if a state is rich, they are taxing corporate income and personal income, and the per capita income is the right kind of indicator for tax capacity if it is center's income. But unfortunately, the states are not having.
No, that's the reason why I said. That's the reason why I said.
Of their own economy.
No, that's
There
the
is a
reason why.
divorce between-
That is the reason why I said ultimately all taxes are paid out of incomes. So it's an indirect measure of taxable capacity. That is the
Central government.
no, even for
But
Indians.
see, for state
When I
government-
consume more if my income is more. I consume more if my income is more. I purchase more property if my income is more. Because the tax registration fees come.
Yeah, effective-
Yeah, there is an indirect effect.
State government had taxes which could have
Anyway.
used the high.
As far as the service sector and taxable capacity, the major components of service sector, that is education and health, is outside the purview of GST. So we cannot tax that. That is why we cannot generate much tax from the service sector. That's especially in Kerala, it's a huge problem.
Goldaros sir can write some popular articles on this.
The point simply is that even if it is a GST, even if consumption, higher the income, higher will be the consumption. Proportion increase in income because the
Right.
margin for consumer is less than one. That's the point. But there is a relationship.
Very weakly. Thank you for the suggestions. I'll quickly respond, or shall I take it at the end?
You can respond immediately and then we go.
Okay, sir, firstly, we are basically trying to make one point that, per capita income is a weak indicator for measuring income distance and use it as an equity criteria. That's point number one, and we try to show some numbers. And point number two, we have also done the same exercise for the major states, excluding the special category states. The trends are same and correlation coefficient doesn't change much. So that is another thing. And third, although it's a weak measure, what we have done is to take this EPHS per capita consumption expenditure and try to use that as the proxy instead of per capita income. And CPHS, Consumer Pyramid Household Survey, they give annual they actually give monthly consumption expenditure data, but that's only household. So, but that limitation is there. So now we are only trying to flag the issue that this is not.
No, that's why I'm saying you're flagging the issue, strengthen the flagging.
Yeah, thank you. That those suggestions are well taken.
Ask, the recommendation should be
Ye-
reduce the weight for.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's the primary point. Yes, yes, yes.
You don't have it as a choice, reduce the. weight.
Right.
Yes, they will have to go by, they will go by the convention. So reduce the weight for this from 40%
Yes.
to 30%. That's the point that I made.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
What we will do, there is a certain period fixed for presentation. We have far exceeded
I know.
whatever time is given. So will you, may I request, but I think it's a very important analysis you're doing. And if you're able to come to a precise conclusion on this, which can be fed to the government, that would be very useful. Next is demographic transition and fiscal dynamics, exploring the impact of population aging on fiscal federal aspects by Ashkar, Dr. Anup Kumar, and Dr. Ranjit, who's presenting.
A very good afternoon to the chair and the dignitaries assembled around. So our work, the work that we are going to present is related to the demographic transition and its impact on fiscal dynamics. So it's not a Kerala specific issue, even though Kerala is in the forefront, but it's an overall issue. And this is like, it is something that to be placed in front of the Finance Commission. So I'll straightly get into the point. So this is the background. So India is transitioning from a young to middle-aged country by 2036 from the population projections. And states like Kerala and Tamil Nadu, they have relatively higher proportion of elderly people. And whereas other states like UP, MP, and Bihar, they continue to have high fertility rates. And here the issue is that increased share of elderly population poses a unique challenges to the state finances from two sides. One, there is on the one side, you have higher expenditure on health, pensions, and social security. And on the other side, this elderly population, they do not contribute significantly to the taxable part. So you are constrained from the revenue side and you are getting stress on your expenditure side. So in this context, this is a simple projection by from the National Population Commission between 2011 and 2036. So Kerala is on the higher side. By 2036, around 23% of our population is projected to be over 60. And with the, I mean, this is a slightly dated number, but this is the best that we have now for the time being. And this differential rates of demographic transition, it may lead eventually it may lead to fiscal disparities among the states because of the reasons that we mentioned before. And because the states with faster demographic transition, they'll have higher expenditure responsibilities due to the demographic disparity. And the current Finance Commission's devolution formula, so far has overlooked this type of disparities. That is, so far population is being treated as a homogeneous variable. This difference in demographics has not been addressed. So in this context, we are suggesting that this particular issue should be addressed when we are, say, taking the population as one of the criteria for devolution. And we are presenting an empirical example just to show that including these particular demographic differences in the Finance Commission devolution formula will slightly change the devolution. So this is what we are doing here is an empirical exercise, which I'll come to now. So the 15th Financial Commission uses the 2011 census data. The criteria, I mean, it has been discussed well over, so I'm not going to get into that. There are certain criteria based on different aspects, and the current formula overlooks the aging population factor. It has a fixed weight on the population. So what we have done is, we have introduced a variable for population age 60 and above. We are splitting the population into two. One, population 60 and above, other is below 60. And here we decrease the weightage for total population. I mean, the overall population from 15 to 10%. And this new formula, what we are trying to see is we try to adjust this equity among states with different demographic transition dynamics. So we split the population into two. One is 60 above and the other one is 60 below. 60 below, we are assigning 10% and 60 above 5%. And this is,
10% of what?
pardon sir, earlier the population was 2011 population given 15% weightage, right? So we are just splitting that into two. And we have, this is our proposed formula, I mean, yeah. So no other things have been, they will remain unchanged. Only this particular factor we have just split it, just to see whether including of this aging factor into the devolution mechanics will bring any changes. So we estimated this and we came into this number after checking multiple combinations. I have not included that, what do you say, estimations here. And this is the, I mean, this table, I mean, as we are including all the information, it's, yeah, this is problematic. I'll explain it.
I think just tell the point.
Yeah.
What is your?
So
point?
states like Kerala, for example, I'll take the case of Kerala, which has the highest elderly population. So our current from 1.925, Kerala's share will increase to 1.99. Slight increase will be there. And similarly, like for Tamil Nadu also, there will be a slight increase of 0.07. So states with more elderly population will have slight increase, whereas other states like UP and all, they are showing a slight decrease. And to see whether this argument stands with the basic tenet of progressivity, we have just did a basic cross-sectional analysis where the independent variable is your logarithmic per capita GSDP. And we just see whether this particular formula shows a progressive characteristics, and we did a cross-sectional regression and sees that here this particular sorry, the idea is that this per capita GSDP that should have a negative and significant coefficient. So for 15th FC formula, it was minus 1.05. And for our new formula, it's minus 1.04. So it's still progressive. I mean, slight change is there, negligible. And sorry. So this proposed new formula, it address the issue of aging without disturbing the status quo significantly. There is a slight disturbance, but not that much. And states with higher elderly population benefit from they will benefit from the new formula. And why we thought of this issue in the background of modifying formula itself, because this is not an issue that should be, it's our feeling that this is not an issue that should be sorted by the allocation of arbitrarily grants, because population demographics is a real issue, and if you are including population as a major factor in the evolution formula, it's better to treat in its heterogeneity. So that is all about our study. There was one suggestion that came to that we should include a dependency ratio, because another part of the population that they who are not contributing to the, what you say, tax generation capacity. So that is something we are working on. So with this, I'll wind up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So how do you propose to sort of link it? I mean, in the sense that population, 5% you're saying will go to, will be for the older people.
All,
How do you say, why should the
why should we have
Finance Commission give 5% extra?
Weighing the population factor.
factor?
Yes,
The total population.
yes, 15%, yes,
So he's giving
5% and 10%. Yeah, what I'm saying is how there should be a linkage, between what is received by the state and the factor that you're introducing. Now, why should the Finance Commission agree to this issue at all? Why this 5% extra?
He's giving 2/3 of weight to the population with less than 60.
60
And
and
1/3 of the weight to population with more than 60.
60.
More
Okay,
than 60.
okay.
Yeah, just splitting up the, yes,
Because 10, 5
Take care of the
2/3,
elderly.
1/3. So in other.
So you have to prove that additional expenditure
For
For
age
age.
population.
for age population,
population.
that has to be linked.
That has to be, yes.
Yes.
I have a slightly different problem
Yes, sir.
because, going by as a devil's advocate.
Okay, sir. Yeah, yeah.
Arvind Panavida will immediately ask a question. Macroeconomic stabilization and major redistribution is predominantly a central function.
Yes.
Basic provision of public services like education, healthcare, water supply, sanitation, urban development, these are all the state's functions predominantly.
Yes.
And if you are talking about education, healthcare and all that, population in the age group of 0 to 6 or 0 to 14 is equally important for education, healthcare and other things. You are taking one side on population above 60. But the basic expenditure need comes from the low level population. So when you do that, what happens? See what I'm trying
Yes,
to say?
yeah, I got
Then
you.
you will, the entire thing gets topsy-turvy because so one has to be a little careful about it.
Yes.
Your argument is very suited for Kerala, that is all right, but then
No,
who
no,
asked this question?
Yeah.
Not only for Kerala, sir, other states
Yeah,
also.
he will ask this
Yeah,
question.
yeah. I
No,
agree, sir.
I do think there is a point. We need to be careful
Yes,
about
sir.
this,
Yeah,
how to
yeah,
present it
yeah.
and so on. So can we go on to Dr. Shamna Tachaparamban on reassessing Kerala's central tax share loss for enhanced outcomes in horizontal devolution, a contemplation for the 16th Finance Commission. Yeah, I think it is a weak one. I think it's not a.
I know, therefore you see.
But generally, not this finance commission discussion, people raise this issue of aging and taking care of the growing proportion of the age. That's a regular discussion. Now, if that is to be taken seriously, he's suggesting a way.
You have to take care of the growing age people. You also have to take care of education, healthcare. The point that I'm trying to make is education, healthcare is 80% of spending has become. Okay, now you are birth rate has declined here sharply. The amount of money that we have to spend on primary education.
Start.
I mean, there are issues of that nature. And I'm not saying what he's saying is wrong.
Okay.
I'm only putting the devil's advocate, I say. Okay, sir.
Welcome again.
We need to be very consistent. Yeah, she started.
Let me start, sir. Welcome again. Really, I analyzed the share in horizontal devolution from two perspectives. One focusing Kerala, that's where Kerala laws, and one focusing from general perspective. Within the stipulated time period, I will try to expose both very briefly, if time allow. Then we know that why did a state like Kerala experience this much of loss? We know that 15th Finance Commission used the 2011 census as a base. Then there is a twofold impact of that. It impacts, reduces the percentage share of states with a lower growing population, and one side as a scaling factor of all criteria, especially per capita income tax effort, and except some cost disability criteria, that is area as such. In effect, as discussed, 75% of total transfers are influenced by population. Then next biggest loss come from income distance as the highest weightage. Then we discuss these two content regarding demographic performance and income distance. Then first go through population and demographic performance. We know that against 2011 census, there was a widespread criticism from states that implemented population control, especially from southern states. For this, Finance Commission introduced a new criteria, that is demographic performance under performance principle. A relevant portion of DOR of 15th Finance Commission, that is to reward efforts made by states in controlling their population and achieving better human capital outcome in education and health. So Finance Commission itself shows for reducing population and also for better performance in human capital. Then for this, but Finance Commission used the formula is 1 by TFR into 9071 population. So it is a one-sided, only looking the one by TFR. That means reciprocal of TFR. So not explain the realities of demographic change. That is, aging population is the reflection of increased life expectancy and the lower fertility rates. That this is the reflection of high investment in human capital that affected one side reducing fertility and other side increasing life expectancy. That's by increasing old age population. So we propose to including from both sides, that is the performance indicator as 1 by TFR into old age dependency ratio. Why? Because this is a reflection of that. Then here, look in the right side, we can see, I analyzed it in different scenario, not only for Kerala, but for all states who deserved it. Then we can see any allocation that include old age population, Kerala will benefit. There is no matter, but it disproportionately affect other states. So, but including these two, for example, there is a latest study from NIFP working paper and also the previous presentation. They're arguing additional share for old age population. Here, Finance Commission used a demographic performance because of 2011 data used. So it took incorporate this. We share that ODR as a performance 1 by TFR into ODR. Then all performed states, that Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, then Telangana, Punjab, all states will be benefited in that way as it deserved. There is not much gain for other state and much loss for other state. This is the first one. Then next about income distance that already discussed here. The biggest loss stem from this criterion as a highest criteria among these all criteria. Then going through this, analyzing that, we can say that Kerala's share, that it was 0.578 in 15th Finance Commission. So analyzing the same data, same methodology using 15th Finance Commission and 14th Finance Commission, we analyzed it taking the data of 21, 22, 23. We can see that a slight increase, which is not an increase, a marginal increase. But the Andhra Pradesh, that means highlighted as a red shade, Andhra Pradesh, then Karnataka, then Gujarat shows a sharp decline. Further, I think Karnataka and Gujarat shows a sharp decline. Also, Tamil Nadu, Telangana states. Whereas the here I only highlighted those states which gave that is in green shade and those states which lows in red shade. Then we know that per capita income is a simple and practical approach in a country as a complex as India. It offers a straightforward way to compare states. But it's state with the different per capita income. Same per capita income measure vary in tax support due to that affect is structural and institutional contextual factors. Whereas higher living costs demand more revenue to provide equivalent public services. That means income distance fail to capture disparities within the state and between the state, that is intra and interstate disparities. For example, the industrialized states may generate more taxable economic activity, while those reliant on service sector-led growth, not much as such. Even with similar per capita income. In another side, that's a denominator effect. When we see that income by ranking based on income distance, Kerala rank, Haryana rank as highest because of why? Because it is twofold effect that dividing by population and scaling by population. Now also this also affected by population growth. Then here for because of this, here we propose just for illustration. Here we propose. To mitigate the extent of losses for states that's adversely affected, that penalized, that state like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, for all these states to include a combined measure, a composite measure that shows the expenditure needs of the state because of the second generation problems. As we know, the vagueness, increase in state activities, Weissman peak of displacement effect, Boomer cost, all these reflect here. Then here I skip this because of the time constraint, just to see the fiscal situation of the state relating to per capita income. Here, the left side shows state-owned revenue divide per capita, whereas in the right side shows fiscal deficit and per capita income. X-axis shows the per capita income that divided in two part, high income states based on finance commission calculation and low income state. Then we can see when take the state owned revenue that included both tax revenue and non-tax revenue. All the states at a high income state, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Haryana, Gujarat, Sikkim, Goa, lies below the all state average. Whereas when you look at the fiscal deficit part, we can say that Kerala stated as highest among that. Then, but fiscal deficit, Kerala is above all state in average. That is why here we propose to incorporate a composite measure for that. Such a factor, that formula would better the diverse fiscal capacity of states and to minimize the share shocks experienced by state facing distinct fiscal challenges, thereby promoting a more balanced and equitable allocation of resources. Thank you.
The next presentation will be research scholar and Dr. Ashwati Rachel on the philosophy of federalism and disaster fund allocation criteria. At this point, I would like to give the chair to Dr. Goel.
Thank you, sir. I'm the same sir.
Yeah, can start.
Yes, just a minute.
PDF, മേലെ 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 സ്ക്രീൻ ഫുൾ സ്ക്രീൻ അതെ സർ അത് കുറെ ഫിഗേഴ്സ് ഒക്കെ മാറി മാറി ഇരിക്കുകയാണ് ഫുൾ സ്ക്രീൻ ഇവിടെ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട് ചേട്ടാ
Control.
Good afternoon. I'll begin presenting the work Dr. Ashwati Rachel Varghese and I have undertaken on ecological federalism and the need for revisiting disaster fund allocation criteria in the context of the 16th Finance Commission. Fiscal decentralization and thus ecological federalism is a key driver for fiscal interventions that promote ecological conservation, efficiency, and equality in the economy. So these fiscal interventions in the form of ecological fiscal transfers in India take the route of tax devolution and finance commission grants. Here we'll focus solely on the finance commission grants for disaster response funding in the form of the state disaster response fund. So disaster response funding through finance commission grants has been in place since the second finance commission in the form of the margin money scheme. Subsequent finance commissions replaced this with a calamity relief fund and a national calamity contingency fund, which were later renamed as the State Disaster Response Fund and the National Disaster Response Fund, respectively. So SDRF allocations under the previous finance commissions followed an expenditure-based criterion where they focused on the past expenditure incurred by states for disaster responses. The 15th Finance Commission deviated from this approach and adopted a comprehensive methodology incorporating population, area, disaster risk scores, along with the average past expenditure to determine the state's shares. So the current criteria of determining the state government shares under SDRF suffers from serious limitations in terms of both its criteria and methodology. So therefore, this report critically examines the existing criteria and methodology for disaster response funding in India. According to the 15th Finance Commission's methodology for calculating the SDRF shares of states, a score W is arrived at by assigning a weight of 70% to the average past expenditure and 15% weights each for population and geographical area. So once the score W is calculated, it is multiplied with the respective disaster risk index scores of the states to get a score of Y, where this disaster risk index reflects the risk profile of the states and it includes a measure of the probability of hazards with a weight of 70% and a vulnerability measure with a weight of 30%. So the probability of hazards measure focuses on the probability of events such as landslides, floods, droughts, earthquakes, and other natural calamities, while the vulnerability measure focuses on the population below poverty line as determined using the Tendulkar Committee's calorie intake methodology. The final score is Z, which is the base value of a state calculated along with 5% inflation as the sum of Y and W. So the problems that we have identified in this allocation mechanism are that population criterion penalizes states successful in population control because it uses the 2011 census population as a key criterion for allocation mechanism. Also, geographical area does not accurately reflect disaster vulnerability, since natural disasters impact specific geographical divisions like hilly regions, wetlands, and coastal areas more than the others, thus falling short of adequately representing the specific requirements of disaster relief. It also relies heavily, that is about 70% of the allocation criteria is on past average expenditure of states on disaster relief without considering the current risk and vulnerability profiles of states with respect to natural disasters. There are also concerns with the disaster risk index calculation because it uses the BPL population alone as a measure of vulnerability, when it should ideally include also the exposure to hazards and the capacity of population to adapt and be resilient. So along with this, we have identified certain ways by which we can address these methodological issues. Firstly, population density could be considered a better indicator because, as we all know, densely populated areas face higher risks, casualties, and losses during natural disasters. Also, instead of considering population and area separately, a combined measure of population density, which is a recognized vulnerability dimension and a higher risk factor, must be accounted for. Again, instead of considering only the geographical area, geographical subdivisions more prone to natural disasters, such as hilly areas, wetlands, and coastal lines, need to be incorporated. It is also essential to replace the below poverty line population with a composite vulnerability score in the calculation of states' disaster risk index scores. Here, the composite vulnerability index that was calculated by the National Disaster Management Authority would provide a more accurate picture. So in order to better understand the understand how the state shares could be made more representative of their actual disaster risk and vulnerability positions, we have devised a revised methodology for the allocation mechanism where we replaced population and geographical area with a combined measure of population density per square kilometer, assigning it a weight of 15%. Geographical area was replaced with geographical subdivisions with a total weight of 15%. Here, the share of wetlands and hilly areas were each weighted at 4%, and the length of coastlines were weighted at 7%. Poverty-based vulnerability measure in the disaster risk index was replaced with the comprehensive vulnerability index of NDMA, while maintaining the 70% weight to average expenditure on disaster relief measures over the past 7 years, aligning with the previous approach. So based on the current criteria, the 15th Finance Commission had allocated a total of 1,28,122.4 crore rupees under the SDRF. So with the sender providing 75% and 90% of the fund shares to general category and special category states respectively. So based on this current criteria, states like Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, and Rajasthan top the list of the recipients of SDRF, while northeastern states, Kerala, Himachal Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Telangana receive the least. However, on the basis of the revised methodology that we have adopted, the total SDRF allocation will increase from 1,28,122.4 crores to 1,75,089.97 crores, with high-risk states like Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, and Kerala receiving more funding. Specifically, Kerala's share under this revised methodology would increase from 1,389.6 crores to 2,321.5 crores. So the policy suggestions that we are proposing here are that the penalizing performance criterion of population and area should be replaced with population density with 15% weight, which better captures the risk and exposure to natural disasters. And for ecological fiscal transfers, rather than considering only the geographical area, subdivisions more prone to natural disasters, such as hilly areas, wetlands, and coastlines should be included with the overall weight of 15%. And here, out of this 15%, hilly areas and wetlands could receive a weight of 4% due to their disaster risk, while coastlines could receive a weight of 7% due to the risk of flooding. And for the calculation of the disaster risk index, the BPL population is a basic measure capturing only poverty vulnerability and therefore a composite vulnerability index from authorized agencies like NDMA or self-computed figures should be used to reflect the actual vulnerability to natural disasters. Also, the risk measure should be calculated as the probability of disasters times the degree of vulnerability as per the theory of disaster risk. However, the current approach considers risk in terms of probability of disasters only and vulnerability separately, which is theoretically incorrect. So if this were done, states like Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, Bihar, Maharashtra, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, and Kerala would be recognized as having high DRI scores and would justifiably receive more SDRF funds. So by addressing these shortcomings in the current methodology, the states could receive funds more proportionate to their actual disaster risk and vulnerabilities. And the 16th Finance Commission could consider these recommendations in order to strengthen India's disaster preparedness and response capabilities in the face of growing challenges of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Quite an impressive piece of work. Just want to say that before the, in fact, it was the 14th Commission which made a recommendation that disaster risk management, must be included in the thing. Because before that, I think it is the 9th Finance Commission which started public expenditure, past expenditures. I was a part of that 9th Finance Commission as well. I mean, I was the economic advisor. And so the recommendation was made by the 14th Commission, but 14th Commission wanted to use it, but it could not use it because validated index was not available. And it made a recommendation that they should validate this. The 15th Commission has done this. Now, there are only one comment that I want to make, a suggestion. Number one, on the disaster risk management, you give a lot of weight, sort of subjective weights. You have to justify how you are giving those weights. The second thing is when you are talking about area where you said wetlands and coastline, etc., people will ask, what about the arid region? I mean, you have a large area like Rajasthan, which is desert area. How do you, after all, there are, there are, desert winds and various other type of things that come in. So you'll have to, basically justify that. It's an important thing. I think, sort of, you can certainly make, sort of address this to the Finance Commission, and the state government can take note of what you have said. Thank you.
I make a point. Can I make a point, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because if you're planning to invade the next step. No, very interesting presentation. Many important points came. And I just wanted to make a suggestion in the context of the difficulty to spend disaster management funds in many states. Because now you have these criteria which are being discussed everywhere. National level criteria, and anything can be spent only on the basis of those criteria. Whatever may be the Finance Commission recommendation on disaster funds to any state, the criteria will be a major problem. I personally examined those criteria in different contexts, and they are a major problem. Any administrator who will be trying to spend money on this will face this problem. But no, we need to present it very carefully to the Finance Commission also, because they can make a very important recommendation regarding the need for flexibility in criteria. Because, for example, a house is lost, how much compensation can be given? In Kerala, it will be very different from other states. Similarly, other costs, land prices, everything will be different. So it needs to be flexible. And for that, you probably will have to meet the Disaster Management Commission people, have some discussions with them. They will have some material written and all. So try to incorporate that also in the paper so that though it is not directly related to the allocation, the practical use of money is very important.
That Finance Commission only makes a recommendation on what the amount of money that has to be distributed. And how exactly this is implemented is left to the government. That's where the problems come in.
But like the local government's funds, the criteria suggested by the commission. That's becoming a major problem in,
No, in fact, the 14th Finance Commission said that no condition should be attached. Okay, then what happened? Mr. Vijayanand, who was the secretary, Panchayat Raj and this thing, he added the condition saying that they should prepare this people's plan. No, I mean, the point is Finance Commission made the recommendation, went away. And Vijayanand, as a secretary, added this condition. There's a very clear recommendation that condition should not be attached. So, I mean, this is the way the government works.
that, we should make this,
But anyway, I mean, this is a good work. You should really sort of spruce it up and maybe you should publish it. Yeah, please. So next is Ritvik.
A very good afternoon, everyone. And I'm presenting a paper regarding need for rationalizing centrally sponsored scheme. Basically, centrally sponsored schemes or CSS are not come under the purview of Finance Commission. But even though previous Finance Commissions have made some comments on centrally sponsored schemes. And also, we all are aware about the post-devolution gaps, and after the devolution, the states are almost tied their hands. So analyzing the structure of centrally sponsored schemes are really important to formulate some kind of Finance Commission devolution formulas and all. So that's why we are incorporating the issue or raising the issue of centrally sponsored schemes in this particular context. Yeah, okay. The centrally sponsored schemes is for addressing the gaps in the public services, ensuring equalization across states by addressing deficiencies in public goods and merit goods, and achieving progress towards certain national objectives. There is a serious citation mistake has happened here because this is cited from Professor Govinda Rao's 2015 work. So that I have to say. And the centrally sponsored schemes and the central sector schemes has become the primary mode of specific purpose transfers after the abolition of planning commission and the abolition or the distinction between the plan and non-plan grants. And in 2016, a subgroup of chief ministers has been constituted for rationalizing the centrally sponsored schemes, and they set a national development agenda and which has identified 10 priority sectors, and CSS has been structured from that time into core of core, and optional schemes. And what is the current scenario of the centrally sponsored schemes? And as I have already mentioned, centrally sponsored schemes have been bifurcated to core of core schemes, core schemes, and optional schemes. And the core of core schemes having a 100% contribution from the union government, and core schemes having a 60-40 contributions, 40 from state government and 60 from union, and optional schemes having a 50-50 contributions. And this is for major states only, like Northeastern states, and UT has some other composition. And between 2017-18 and 2023-24, the centrally sponsored schemes has registered a growth rate of 8.7%. That is higher than the overall finance commission transfers, which is only grown 7.7%. And CSS constitute 24.58% of the total transfers and 55.8% of the total grants in aid by the central government to the states. It is according to 2023-24 budget estimates. And CSS have many schemes. While we are going into sub schemes also, it constitute about 60 schemes or more, but only 15 schemes having a allocation of 91%. That is also from budget estimates 2024-25. So centrally sponsored schemes constitute a larger devolution from the union government to state. And while we are looking into the distribution, the composition of the centrally sponsored schemes, we can see that the share of core schemes, that is 100% funded by the central government, peaked in 2021. That is due to the MGNREGA and ENSA program to revive the rural economy after the COVID hit. And then it declined, while the share of core schemes regained prominence. And government is slowly, the union government is slowly moving away from the core schemes to core schemes. And the core schemes, the state has to contribute a matching contribution to implement some programs. And while we are looking into the general trend in the conditional and non-conditional grants, from 2010 to 2016, the average conditional grants only constitute 21.45%. And when it comes to 2017 to 21, it has increased to 57.63%. And the most of the unconditional grants come under the purview of Finance Commission grants, almost 99%. And why do we need centrally sponsored scheme? That is the first question arises. And centrally sponsored schemes are aims to achieve national development agenda. And the structure of the schemes, like the matching compositions, is believed that the structure of CSS effectively internalizes spillover effect and externalities, because these are dealings with public goods, merit goods and all. So by that, there will be an optimal provision of merit goods compared to the state confined method. These are the basic belief behind the CSS, but the reality is something else, because states are experiencing a wide range of development issues, and the nature and cause of these issues are different for different states. And states in South have already made great progress in meeting basic needs for their people, such as primary health care and education institutions. Such also our previous speakers also mentioned about that. And the CSS structures and implementation rigidities do not provide enough flexibility to address the second generation problems, or even, as Balagopal mentioned, the third generation problems. And the main argument against the centrally sponsored scheme was one size fits for all is not that good. But from our analysis, we find that this one size is fit none, because there is a huge disparity in the budget estimates and actuals of centrally sponsored schemes outlay of union governments to states, especially to the states who having low human development indicators. We can see that Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Odisha, and Jharkhand, these states are their HDI is less than 5%, has a disparity on budget estimates and actuals, which is closely to 3.5% for Bihar, as percentage of GDP, and the states which are having a higher human development indicators, having a small amount of disparity. Even some years they have crossed the budget estimates. Why these differences are arising? Compared to low human development regions, the high human development states show a greater commitment to the national development agenda or the development of the people, even though they are already ahead of the national average of many indicators. In some years, as I have already mentioned, there is more outlay than the budget portion, showing that strong commitment, but it makes physically weak to spend in other areas like the second generation problems. State with significant service, another problem is that state with significant service deficiencies also suffer from poor governance. Delays in implementing schemes and submitting utilization certificates have delayed distribution of union share installment. This is affecting actually the poorer states. And we can see that the states which have been actualized the budget estimates having a good governance index, and they rank higher in the governance index. And for the low or the poor states, the more reliance on the CSS cost scarcity for permanent employees, and this has highlighted by Das and Mitra in 2013 paper, and this also affected their governance, and this is also a reason for not attaining to the budget estimate levels. So, like for the high development states, we have the problem of second generations, and these conditionalities is making us difficult to do such things. For the poorer states, they are lack in the governance, and these conditionalities making them not to perform in their own way. And for these all reasons, we are putting forward some suggestion towards the Finance Commission to check while they are proposing a formula that there is a need for flexibility in CSS is needed. We all know that the rationale behind the state list, concurrent list and all, because simply we follow the principle of subsidiarity, and the intent was to allow state the flexibility to address their unique development challenges effectively, and there should be effective utilization of funds. These centrally sponsored schemes are more focused on conditionalities than outcome. So outcome-based analysis is needed, and there is also, we can see a pro-cyclicality in the utilization of resources when it comes to CSS. And another one is the centrally sponsored schemes, grants are much more regressive than the Finance Commission formula-based grants. Yes, there are some discussions regarding the progressivity and the equity concerns and all, but in our opinion, it is better to be progress than the discretionary grants. So these are the things which I want to, me and Kiran sir want to raise here, and we hope that the Finance Commission will look into the problems of CSS and make arrangement accordingly in the Finance Commission devolution things.
Thank you. Done a lot of work. Let me, however, make very few observations, since I also happen to have done some work in this area. I had to do this because the present chairman of the Finance Commission was the vice chairman of the Niti Aayog at the time, virtually forced me to do this study. I mean, since I'm a very close personal friend, I couldn't say no. That's how it happened. Because he wanted me to write a paper on tax policy, which I did. Then he said, no, I want you to do this and I want to pay you. And this particular study was, he said, I'm always asking you to do free. No, this time, that's how it happened. But anyway, one is you need to define the objective of specific purpose transfer. You don't define it anywhere. You say outcome based. See, when you say general purpose transfer, which is to enable the states to provide comparable levels of services at comparable tax effort. A specific purpose transfer is to ensure a minimum standard of service in respect of those services which are considered to be meritorious. That doesn't mean that you need to have 30 centrally sponsored, 30 umbrella schemes. You know, you said that you see, centrally sponsored schemes started after the Niti Aayog. No. No, in 1986, there were 237 centrally sponsored schemes. And do you know the first person who tried to rationalize them? T.V. Narasimha Rao, who was the deputy chairman of the Planning Commission at the time. I mean, there was a committee that went into that. In fact, the secretary of the committee was Mahesh Prasad, who was the member secretary of the ninth Finance Commission. We worked together, we discussed. So, and then, so nothing has been closed. 237 have been clubbed, and they have made umbrella schemes. Now, when you have within the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan something like 26 different interventions, and the states are required to submit the proposal, prepare their budget for 26 different interventions, and they cannot change it unless they get the permission from the center. I mean, and how do you really define a service level? In which of the centrally sponsored schemes the service level has been defined? And without defining a service level, how do you really design a transfer? Way back in 1973, James Wilde wrote an article in National Tax Journal. Please go through that. This is grants in aid, the analytics of design and response. How do you really design a particular grant to achieve a particular objective? Now, so the design is wrong. You need to have, that's the reason why 14th Finance Commission said you should have only 3, 4, 5 schemes. Instead of that, you have so many, where you need to achieve a certain level. And you are spreading the resources so thinly across several of these, and obviously you can't achieve any level. So, I mean, there are issues of that nature. And then conditionalities. The thing that regressivity, progressivity that you talk about, the original allocation is done according to socio-economic census in many of these cases. But then original allocation is only an allocation. Then they look at the compliance. And it so happens that some of the states are focusing on only compliance. First installment is given. And at the end of the year, most of the states are not able to fulfill the compliance because they don't have the flexibility. You don't give them the flexibility. Then some of these fellows who have done the compliance, now they want to, they claim their share, but then the respective government ministry doesn't want to give the money back to the finance ministry. But the money is distributed across those states which have complied. So original objective and the final distribution, so there are several other issues that you need to really look into. I mean, you can say that they are laggards, they are this thing, but then the whole thing lies in the design. I'll leave it at that because I have already taken quite a bit of time. And again, I will also say correlation is not causation. This is the basic thing you need to know as a researcher. Because, I mean, you say there is a governance index and therefore this correlation is not causation. There is something else that has happened. Okay, anyway, I mean, I leave it at that. Now, I think we have finished the presentations. Now, let me. Which one? No, I want to say that you see, these are supposed to be for very good reasons. Confine it to only 5 or 6 of them. Basic education, basic health care, anti-poverty interventions, and then give them sufficient money. Don't spread the resource, give them sufficient money, give sufficient flexibility to the state to manage their affairs. Money is given only for whitewashing. And that cannot be taken for, textbooks. Now, I mean, you need to have a little flexibility. These are very detailed, discussed in detail in that Niti Aayog paper. I don't want to, repeat those things. There is a very detailed paper on them. Yeah. Okay. So we have finished the presentation. I'm sorry, I can't assume that we have taken lunch, but then there are very eminent people who will be giving some comments. Professor Muralidharan, I will start with. Yeah, please.
So I will be commenting on the paper by Professor Joseph and Kiran. I think already some discussions have taken place. I think this paper, as far as conceptually very sound, looking at both the devolution criterion and the underlying principles you have touched very well. But in one or two places, but the value reported requires some editing. That's a general comment. Plus, where you use this state, this debt ratio, short form is used throughout. In one place, I request you give the expansion. Now, a third point, which I support the point by the present chairman, because in 2005, there is a famous work by Dr. Chandrasekhar and Jaydeep Ghosh, where they found that per capita income and HCDI was not correlated. I agree, causation issue there. But when they used per capita consumption at the state level and HDI, they found a high correlation. I think if that is in mind, along with per capita income, this per capita consumption, how will they work? Then the negative correlation sometimes or the weak correlation will change. Then another reason for that, because in 70s itself, Planning Commission was using this household expenditure in determining poverty line. So that will be a better one. I think we can suggest it as an alternative measure. I think that the present chair's recommendation that you can consider in revising your paper. That is one recommendation I want to tell you. Then another point is that as far as the criterion concerned, especially with the forest and ecology and the discussion normally focus on forest and clarity required with the ecology. But what I suggest that in a state like Kerala, the rooftop solar energy tapping is increasing. So by considering our commitment to the Paris Conference of 2015, I think that part need to be focused, that the states which promote tapping this should be given a weightage as non-conventional energy. Then I also want to request you to consider the second presentation, because the so-called second generation problem, which I want to say that I'm happy that the finance minister mentioned this. But in early 1990s, I know that Professor Rao knows about Professor K.K. George of Cochin University. You may be knowing him, but he had work along with Gulati. He mentioned this, that Kerala going to face problems related to old age people and health problem as a second generation problem. So what I say that those whose per capita income is low or per capita, their special allocation we need not question. But instead, those states need not be Kerala alone. Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, where development has taken a particular stage. I think it is applicable to whole of South India. In our bargaining, we can have a union of these states in which the second and third generation problems are there. Just like a special category state, we need to demand that additional allocation is required. If you give the same weight to the per capita income. I think that is missing in the paper. So especially this per capita consumption criteria for an alternative one. Second, this demography, not old age alone, but the whole of second and third generation problem wherever states are facing. Because I don't think that the population criteria of 2011, they will change. But this can put as an additional argument, plus making a more clarity to the ecology criteria. So I very strongly recommend to the present chair's recommendation on that.
Thank you.
Take it.
Thank you. I request the commentators to confine to 5 minutes, because there are series of this thing.
Mhm.
Otherwise, we will spill on, we will have to assume that lunch has been taken. The Professor Piyush,
Thank you, sir. Priyesh.
Priyesh,
So,
I'm sorry.
So respected chair, I would like to comment on the paper presented by Anoop. So that paper that addresses a very real issue, that the old age population, that 60 plus age, that's a very real issue. But I think it may become counterproductive when we raise this issue before the Finance Commission. That is my concern. So for Kerala, Tamil Nadu, we may think it is a issue. But the same question that the Commission may raise, that the population in between the age of 0 to 14, they are going to be the labor force. We want to benefit from the demographic dividend. They would contribute to our economic growth in future. So that is a serious concern. And if that is your 15% weight to population, you have categorized into 10, 5. So then if it is divided into 3, 5, 5, 5, then again, Kerala in case it is in a very disadvantaged situation when we see the 0 to 14 age group. So the other states may benefit, Kerala may lose, or it is they may think in a much another way. So we want population, better labor force in future. So it is much better to give much weightage to 0 to 14 than no weightage for 60 plus. That's a problem that we may face in as a counterproductive. Then the next issue, this is a general, this is issue is you have said about a 60 plus population, and you have arbitrarily or hypothetically you have fixed a weightage of 5. So on what ground? It can't be 0, 2.5, it can't be 7.5 or 4, 5, 3. So this arbitrary fixing of 5. There is no logic I see. Well, I have read the paper of Sumelada and others. So there they have brought a logic of 41 to 50. It should be raised because of 9% gap of the CESA and service. There is a logic in that. That logic is missing from for suggesting this 5% weightage. That is another issue I see. Then next issue, you see that it is, of course, that is right. Pension expenses or the social security, and then about other service benefit, etc. In that paper, I didn't see. I may not be right. What is the base of the expenditure level for the next year, some 2026 to 3031? So that is a 5-year period of the existing Finance Commission. So that paper lacks the estimate on this expenditure of pensions, statute, but other social security benefits, etc. If you have incorporated that, at least for the case of Kerala, if possible for Tamil Nadu also, it will have a more logical sound, rationality, and more objectivity. Rather than the issue is genuine, I have no doubt. I really appreciate, but it lacks logic of 5%. For 5% is the question, is questionable. Then it is lacking this pension statutory. So pension, and the problem is it a statutory pension or social security? So that is not classified. That is another issue that I see. Then all the states, that is known and it is already discussed. All states are not in the same transition phase. We may not get so much support, but we just raise the issue, and that is all.
Thank you. Professor Harikumar.
So I will be raising some points on the paper presented by Shamna. You wanted to comment something upon the horizontal devolution based on the criteria, population, income, distance, tax effort, etc. Okay, fine. And most of this point,
points that you raised are well discussed in the earlier issue also. But in your paper, which you have circulated, what I found is that you used 2011 and 21, and whenever it is advantageous, you uses that. So just like many others argue, what is the logic for each and every case when you select 2021? Nowhere the 2021 is an accepted data. It's only an estimated figure, and we are sure that Finance Commission will not be taking that.
The logic is that Kerala should get more.
Yeah,
Okay.
that way of argument, to me, it is quite flimsy. That way of argument. That is one point. Then the other point is that the income distance criteria and tax effort criteria, etc. There are some literature available within GIFT itself, and you should have considered it when you draft this kind of a note, so that a better presentation could have been possible. Then again, when you have an interstate comparison, when you change this, then you will be getting a different scenario. And you can say that which are the states that are going to be benefited, how many states will be benefited and how many states will be losing, and where Kerala stands. In one case, I have just looked at the 14 states are benefited, and almost all the states are benefited, but only the share of UP and Maharashtra are coming down, still they are higher. So the argument must be developed on this line. Just like before and after comparison like that may not be methodologically sound. The last point I would like to mention is that in your paper, even though in the presentation you have made some remarks on that, the final recommendation you have included a point, 2 points, that is the decrease the weightage given to area. But in the paper that you have circulated, I couldn't find any analysis on that. How you arrived that criteria, this. So taking into my submission is taking into these points, and you can revise it and make more logically sound and methodologically perfect. That's all I have to make.
Thank you. Let me invite Professor Anita. Please, sir, press the button. Yeah, we want to hear you.
So the paper is related to,
Please keep it closer to you.
paper is related to ecological federalism. It's a time to revisit disaster fund allocation criteria. And first of all, I appreciate the efforts of the authors for touching a relevant area by incorporating the ecological governance aspects. And I have checked the different methodological issues, but I couldn't find any paper calculating this type of means criteria and the methodology. And once again, I appreciate that one. And regarding the comments, see after introducing the vulnerability index, the risk index, you have developed that, and the point here mentioned that Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, and Kerala would receive more funding based on the new methodology. We need, as mentioned in the paper, we need a restructuring related to the poverty concepts as well as the climate variability. For the first year, the variability or the vulnerability, if we extend the concept of United Nations Framework or Convention on Climate Variability, and based on that one, in the international perspectives, the vulnerable countries should need and they require a particular amount from the developed countries or the advanced countries. If you extend that in the context of India, we can claim that the vulnerable states need a fund from the development perspectives of the other states or like that. So then the redefinition of poverty, how we can redefine the poverty concept in the context of ecological principle. I think the climate poverty concepts are there. There is climate variability and poverty impact on the variability, the socioeconomic impact of climate variability on poverty. I think we can take that aspects in this context. And if we assess that variability in this case, for example, if we consider the data and the one more example related to the disaster fund that is based on the past expenditure, etc. But if we check the last 5 years or even consider the 2022 data, we can see that the past expenditure is most of the time based on the relief fund that is indirectly related to death and other difficulties. And when we compare the different states and death happened in all over across India, we can see that the southern states, the number of death is very less. And but other cases, the Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, it is 937 in 2022, northeastern states is 799, Jammu and other northeast again the states like Himachal Pradesh, it is 849. So past experience of or the expenditure is not a good measure as mentioned in this case, but we need to think about a new methods. The problem here with this that Gujarat and Andhra Pradesh in the coming in the front stage, and we are neglecting the other eastern states and the southeastern states. How we can justify that one? So try to rethink about the variability concept. And even again in the context of hill area and the coastal area, as mentioned in the earlier by Professor, maybe we can say that okay, Rajasthan is the first case in the case of desert and the other thing. But the last 5 years reports shows that northeastern states are suffering more than that of the Rajasthan and other cases. And Kerala, there is a clear evidences that like climate variability, the impact of climate variability is very high. So a restructuring is needed. How we need to restructure? We need to redefine the poverty concept. There is an attempt is there in the paper, and we need to rethink about or redefine the risk disaster dispersion of fund and that thing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Shaharban.
Good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I'm making a comment on the same paper, climate vulnerability. That is, Rachel, you did a very good work. It's a commendable work. So we have to appreciate her. Then regarding Mike, I also agree with the comments raised by Professor Rao sir and also Harilal sir. Then actually the existing measurement is, it has its own defects that you highlighted it in a very good manner. That is, we are considering population as a factor, then the past expenditure, then this poverty consideration. That is all have its own limitation. Then you revised that first criteria by using density. It's a very good factor because for the last COVID impact and as far as the incident that is happening in Wayanad, it all shows that the density is very important as far as the state like Kerala is concerned. So apart from that density, we had to incorporate some demographic features. That is, in previous sessions, some experts highlighted that health is an important factor. Then the age structure, that is also very important because they are very much prone to this kind of disaster because that kind of group people are very much affected. Then other than that, this assessing that risk factor, then you have to incorporate geographical measures like GIS, GPS information you should incorporate because in your criteria, you given equal weightage to all these incidents. But you have to understand that the intensity and depthness, we can also incorporate a time frame because most of these effects are sometimes long-term spreadness is there. So that intensity and that depthness of the issue is very important because as far as most of the hilly areas are concerned, the steepness of the hill is very much, as far when the steepness increases, vulnerability also increases. So that geographical content, again, soil structure is also very important aspect that is very much connected to this climate vulnerability. Then in addition to that, cost, the many experts highlighted that is taking cost because in Kerala we have this cost difference is very, very important. Then other than cost, then infrastructure facility. for mitigating and some after measures adopted, that infrastructure and the climate and climate factors and the other factors of that local area is very important in calculating. So you have to restructure this index so that weightage is also you given equal weightage that you should think about and revise it. Then otherwise it's a very good thing. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. Shri B.G. Abraham.
Hello, everyone. Myself, BG Abraham. I'm also responding to the same paper, Ecological Federalism Disaster Fund Allocation Criteria. Congratulations to you both again.
Everyone is focused on chapter number 5.
Yeah.
You are having enough trouble.
Because that is the need of the hour, sir. Because Kerala is
And
very
there-
much-
And just to this thing, there was once T.N. Srinivasan presented a paper in India Policy Forum. And everybody was commenting on that, including me. Then T.N. Srinivasan came up and then said that, Govind, it is not your paper, it is mine. I will decide what I want to do. So take that stand. Go ahead.
Okay, population as a key.
Please.
Yeah, population as a key factor for SDRF fund share is largely penalizing states that successfully implemented population control measures, and merely using geographical size of a state as a criterion for SDRF fund allocation is also defective. But instead of this considering population and areas separately, taking population density per square kilometer is a better option for sure. But again, this by dividing geographical subdivisions such as coastal lines, midlands, and fragile hill areas, and you have already put some scores like 7 score for coastal line and 4 score for hilly areas. I don't know how it is going to benefit while calculating the disaster risk index and things like that. And again, I think Kerala, located near to the Arabian Sea on the west and ecologically fragile Western Ghats on the east, put us in most risk category. But in the presentation, the authors placed the vulnerability score in medium category. But by looking into the last decade, we can see that every year Kerala, soon after the monsoon rains, our state is actually going through a severe climatic or environmental disaster thing. So we should be putting ourselves in the high risk category. That is the one suggestion I've got to put forward. And hazard probabilities like cyclones, earthquake, landslide, flood, etc. are used to assess the disaster risk index. I think the spectrum of hazard should include zoonotic diseases as well, since it is an effect of climate change. If torrential rain and landslide is an effect of climate change, cyclone and flash floods are results of climate change. Numerable studies are already published stating zoonotic diseases like Nipah, amoebic, meningitis, dengue, avian flu are a result of climate change. Recently, maybe a couple of months back, we know that thousands or maybe lakhs of chicken and ducks were culled due to avian flu. That has become an every year procedure. So Kuttanadan duck, which is an endemic species, is commonly grown in Alappuzha district. Nowadays is in the verge of extinction due to the climate change related bird flu. So livelihood and life of people are affected. So the spectrum of disasters are to be expanded so that people and state will be helped in getting disaster relief fund for the poor and marginalized people of various states. Okay.
Thank you. Now, one thing I want to tell most of the people who want to make a comment, she can't change the disaster index. No, any index that has to be taken by the commission has to be validated. It has to be validated by the agency which does that, and that government of India has to accept that. And we may want to more weight to a particular thing, but then that index cannot be changed. There are methods of where it has to be used. That's a different thing. And she is attempting to do that. And sort of, and again, you can't address, the whole issue of climate change and then the approaching net zero and within Finance Commission is really not authorized, will not really work on this. I mean, it's good, people are quite aware of that, but you do take note of this. Let me now come to Sri Siddiq Rabiat.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for giving the opportunity. I would like to actually comment on the sixth one.
Joseph.
Yeah. Anyway, being the chair, you have already started that discussion, in fact. So I have agreement with what you have basically started with. So what does I'm going to speak on within this smaller, what is 3 or 4 minutes, is the following. That is the question of basically rationalization. That is why we want to actually the Finance Commission take care of the issue of CSS. CSS is completely different because you have to give a fiscal space. Both are working in completely different framework. So I don't understand why this particular aspect is drawn here. But there are fewer disagreement basically based on the presentation and the data which they have done. But what I have found out is that the theoretical rationalization or a conceptual rationalization of why we do have to have a CSS, and as he said, the defining problem, the conceptualization, theoretical perspective on why should we have to have a centrally sponsored scheme of earlier CSS and a center sector scheme of the new one. So why there is a devolution change, why the spending is changing from one to the other. Whether you are saying that it is a core of core or core or whatever, but still the power of the center, that is the financial power of the center, is higher to that of state. But then changing the composition and the kind of expenditure, now you shift towards the state, is need to be really rationalized. I mean, you should have a theoretical base for that. And out of blue, nobody can say that, okay, let's have a change and we will be taking off. I mean, we will be moving out of spending and 100% would be fewer project and 50-50 project would be greater, etc. So the spending pattern is also, that is the project itself is actually giving more stress towards state. If your devolution comes, as well as if you don't have actually financial system to support that scheme, that cannot be materialized in that sense. So there are a lot of issue because this is all based on the political economy perspective. This is ultimately public finance means there is a lot of politics involved. There is a lot of decision making from that side, which an economist cannot discount. In fact, we can't run with only numbers. We have to really why I am doing this, why A is moving out of a certain perspective. For example, the change from Planning Commission to Niti Aayog. What is actually the real rationale? Theoretically, one can speak actually. There is nothing wrong there because there is a provider state to a facilitator state, moving from one principle to the other. So the government is itself changing its own rule, being a provider and being a facilitator. So that is why some sort of a rationalization this paper has to basically incorporate. But that kind of theoretical rationalization or any sort of conceptual framework is in fact missing. I don't want to go to the details of, okay, you have to change all that. But being a paper, being a work which you are doing, you have to really rationalize why I am doing this particular work.
Yeah, that's very well taken.
That is actually the kind of
That's very well taken. Now,
yeah.
if you have any other new point, then
yeah, that is the most important view.
no, you said it.
Yeah, that's
You have said it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Professor Harry Korup.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, I think mine is the last one in this morning session.
No, you are the big, you will be starting.
Yeah, yeah. It's again on the same chapter like CSS, centrally sponsored schemes. As he rightly pointed out, like, see, these are two different things. The discussion on the Finance Commission and the discussion on this, yeah, it aligns to some extent, but the concerns are different in many ways. And, these discussion on the design, implementation, structure, and the issues with the centrally sponsored schemes are in the air most of the time, because we constantly keep discussing that. Unlike maybe the nuances of the finance commission is rather difficult for the common people to understand. This is something which is very close to us, like in many ways. As Professor Rao was mentioning, one key thing about this is like, what are the areas which you should really focus on? Means, is it that you have a whole list of issues to be focused on, or is it that you focus on merit good aspects of it? That's one thing. And the paper, I don't think, has given any clue on that. What should be our strategy in going about with that? It has really beautifully analyzed the concerns that we have. One size one fit for all that. But then what should be our focus? We should also be able to say that, because we have, like Minister was telling, we have this third generation issues. So for a state like Kerala or many other states in this line should actually highlight what are the issues that we are actually presenting, at least to present to them that you cannot see all the states together in the same fashion. We should have different strategies. So that has to be highlighted in the paper, at least. Maybe taking some cases, some referring to some studies, existing studies, like the designs on work similarly in all the places. We have many instances to show that. And coming to some data and things reported in the paper, like one is on, say, core and then core and optional thing. You have beautifully given some graphs explaining the falling rate of core and increasing share of core. But then you are silent about after that on the third thing. Is it completely absent in the context, or is it there? Some clues for to know it. And another thing on the deviation which you have mentioned on, like he was telling, the correlation aspect on states having lower HDA index and higher HDA index. There you talk about the difference as a percentage of the GDP. I don't know why, on what count you are taking the difference as a percentage of GDP, or was there any other better numerator to focus on? That's something which I found some clarity is needed. And also, my point is that you have beautifully argued out the issues, but no options are being put forward. At least, as I mentioned earlier, we should be able to come up with some options which may not be you're arguing directly for Kerala alone, but in general, what are the possibilities? It's not just about Kerala, I would say. Unlike other allocation rules and all, this is actually practicable for all the states. So some general rules on the design, some general rules on the flexibility part of it, those things, or any scheme implemented in internationally also has got some strict protocols attached to it. But what are the ways in which, like you were telling, on the recruitment of permanent staff and all that, what possible allotment, what possible scenarios could be given? So some such general discussions on the options also could be good. Yeah, nice paper. Thank you.
Now, the program says that there is this thing for open floor. Now, if people are not very hungry, if you want to delay this,
More time in the afternoon.
we can vote. So he has suggested a this thing. And you can also discuss with the respective paper writers. And there is the last item in this is the chairperson concluding remarks. I have made enough remarks and I don't want to delay your lunch for much longer, except by saying a couple of things. One is I am extremely happy that I had some role in the entire scheme of things, because I was the chairman of the selection committee. And as a chairman of the selection committee, I am so happy that people are shaping up so well and people have done wonderful work and a lot of application of mind. And that is what his research is. I mean, you forget about what my comments are, because my comments are basically as a devil's advocate. I am not a devil. I was only a devil's advocate. But I think I am extremely glad that you people have done well, and I take satisfaction from that. Done a lot of hard work, lot of very useful work, and just to keep it up. That's the most important thing that I want to say. And obviously there will be a lot of comments, and particularly on devolution formula. The focus is, how do you increase the share of Kerala? That's understandable. And that's the job you need to, but then try to do it in a manner which is internally consistent. That's the most important thing. Try to do it in a manner which is internally consistent, because the Finance Commission, as I understand, will listen to you. They are not going to react to you. They will listen to you, as I understand from my good friend Arvind Panagadia. But then if there is a totally irreconcilable, sort of contradictions, he will point out. He's an extremely bright guy. He will point out. So that's one of the things that I suggest. One of the reasons why I interfered is mainly for that. There is nothing wrong in saying that you can reduce the way to per capita income if you can't find a reliable alternative. You try to work out reliable. The other thing that you want to say is that, they're taking the highest per capita income of a normal state and doing it. There was a commission which was 12th commission or 11th commission, which took the average of 2-3. If you take average of 3 and then see, the share will increase. So you'll have to basically think about those issues. And on the centrally sponsored schemes, I just want to make one this thing. Apart from, in fact, one of the interesting specific purpose transfer came by the 6th Finance Commission, and I.S. Gulati was responsible for that. No, this is not something which is known to people. Because Finance Commission found out that the per capita expenditures in many of the services in many of the poorer states was substantially lower than the per capita income in high income states. Therefore, they said we should equalize certain levels of per capita expenditures. Intention was good, but the method was wrong. What they did is they said that in order to bring them to the average level, we can't do it fully this time for the next 5 years. So we will do half of it this time. The next commission should do the half of it. Now, when you do that, and then in fact, he wrote an article in Economic and Political Weekly then, Gulati, and I really took him into task. I took him into task using this 1973 paper. First of all, you don't give a specific purpose without matching a general grant. And it's fungible. People can simply change it and nothing really happens. They can substitute their own taxes. They can substitute their own taxes and eventually nothing happens. And there is no guarantee that the next commission will do that. So anybody who is talking about the centrally sponsored schemes and the specific purpose transfer, one of the reasons why how it is relevant to the Finance Commission work is that 14th Finance Commission said that we don't want too many centrally sponsored schemes and reduce them. 15th Commission gave state-specific and sector-specific grants, which was not accepted by the Government of India. For the only time, first time in the Government of India refused to accept the recommendation of the Finance Commission on Article 275 grants. It did not accept. So the question is, what stand are you going to take as the Finance Commission going to take vis-a-vis the centrally sponsored schemes? And how much space is it going to leave to the union government to undertake this particular task? This is some of the things. And again, the disaster management is a good beginning. And I think, you need to argue your case in a, as I said, much more logical manner. But I think it's an important study. And once you do that, whatever they do, that's a different thing. You try and publish it. Thank you.
Okay, when are we going to reassemble? Can you make an announcement?
So that is
No, only 10 minutes. Professor Joseph and friends, we are going to start the afternoon session. In the morning, in fact, no, we didn't get enough time for discussion. Particularly from the floor, we couldn't give any time. So in this session, I think, no, that will be compensated. More time will be given to the floor. And the discussion will also get enough time. And my suggestion is that we will finish all the presentations and then, is that okay? And then we'll take up discussion. Because in the morning, I myself made a mistake, making unnecessary intervention, which I realized later. Yeah.
We were all indisciplined in the morning. Afternoon, we all will be disciplined.
Yeah. So learning from the indiscipline in the morning, we are going to be very disciplined today in this session. So you are making the first presentation. Dr. Suma is.
Very good afternoon to one and all. Thank you, Helman sir and Professor Govinda Rao and Joseph sir, distinguished guests and friends. I am going to present on the title Finance Commission grants in aid to the states need for increasing the base and size of the Finance Commission grants. So fiscal devolution often leads to vertical imbalances in resource sharing between the union and states, and it is based on specific criteria. So as we listened in the morning, as a result, some states are largely affected due to these criteria used by the finance commissions. However, grants in aid are the great support to the states in order to meet their growing requirements. Majority of the grants in aid are in the form of discretionary funds, which has the problem of one size fit for all. States demand their specific grants through their memorandum to various FCs. Many of the requirements of the states addressed through their memoranda have not been addressed by various FCs because different states have different requirements. In the present fiscal federal setup, how to present the grants in aid requirements before the 16th Finance Commission is a great challenge to the states, particularly to Kerala. Since grants in aid has to be allotted from the gross revenue consolidated fund of India, as highlighted by Professor Govinda Rao in the morning, there is further scopes to increase the grants in aid to the states. Now we come to the data. So as the data tells, Finance Commission grants constitute only nearly 20% of the total Finance Commission transfers. Finance Commission transfers includes the devolution as well as tax devolution as well as the grants in it. If we look at the growth in the Finance Commission, Finance Commission grants, we can see that it was 73.7% during 12th Finance Commission, which has increased to 125 and 162% in the next two Finance Commission, that is 13th and 14th Finance Commissions respectively. However, in the 15th Finance Commission, it has reduced to 16.85%. That is, there is a decline in the grants in aid, Finance Commission grants in aid. And if we look at the components of the grants in aid in various finance commissions, we can see that 9th Finance Commission has included non-planned deficit and planned deficit grants to the states, whereas in 10th Finance Commission, the grants in aid included non-planned revenue deficit grant and grants for local bodies. The pattern has continued even in the 11th five-year plan. The 12th Finance Commission made a drastic change in grants in aid categories, and 10 categories were given to the states, which includes health, education, maintenance of roads, maintenance of buildings and forests, etc. The 13th Finance Commission has followed the same pattern by adding four more categories. But the 14th and 15th Finance Commissions has reduced the categories of grants in aid to some minimum numbers. The 14th Finance Commission has provided disaster management fund, post devolution revenue deficit grants, and grants to local governments. These three were the major categories, and 15th Finance Commission has also followed this by including some sector and state specific grants. Now our focus of the presentation is mainly on the size and the base of the Finance Commission grants. As per 14th Finance Commission recommendation, the Finance Commission grants constitutes 5.7% of the total devolution, that is 47.72% of the total Finance Commission transfers. And it has increased to 10% in the 15th Finance Commission. One important feature of 15th Finance Commission was the provision of revenue deficit grant component. If you look at, I'll take a case of Kerala. If you look at Kerala's grants in aid share in the 15th Finance Commission, including the revenue deficit grant, we have, the revenue deficit grant alone comes to 68% of the total grants. But we remove this revenue deficit grant, Kerala's rank comes very low, that is 16. With the revenue deficit grant, it comes to 6th position. So if we say, because in many of the discussion, we have also heard that because states like Kerala gets high revenue deficit grants, so we have a larger proportion of Finance Commission grants, but we take out, because why this point is important is it is not they're permanent in nature, it is a temporary grant given to the states to compensate their, the deficit in the revenue account. So continuation of this grant in the 16th Finance Commission is a matter of concern, not only for Kerala, for the other southern states as well. From our analysis, it is observed that the composition of grants has to be reconsidered in the forthcoming the 16th Finance Commission. It is observed that higher amount of revenue deficit grant received in Kerala during the 15th Finance Commission is at the cost of corresponding reduction in the grants to local bodies. Hence, the retaining revenue deficit grant and increase in overall grants for meeting various requirements of the states has to be considered by 16th Finance Commission, because we have limitation in the tax devolution, because it is criteria based, and states like Kerala is developed in all the indicators. So we may not be expect that we may not going to get a higher share, even though share of the tax devolution increases. So if you look at the total Finance Commission transfers, it is almost, including the tax devolution as well as the grants in aid, it is almost constant in sorry. This is the slide I'm referring to it. So if you look at the total transfers, we can see that including the share of tax as well as the grants in aid. Look at the total fiscal transfers, is almost remains same. So there is not much increase in the fiscal transfer. This is specific to the Kerala. So what we have done, understanding the importance of the Finance Commission grants, because which is unconditional in nature, unlike the CSS, which is a conditional grant, which we had discussion in the morning. So we have the states like Kerala have more scope for asking the Finance Commission grants for supporting the increasing expenditure in the state. So we have done a projection in the Finance Commission grants during the 16th Finance Commission. So this is not just for Kerala. We have done this exercise. We have done it for the total states, and we will be taking a case of Kerala for the discussion. So there are, if we look at the data, there are variation in the divisible pool data provided by the Finance Commissions and calculated from the received budget data of the Union Government. According to the 15th Finance Commission report, the total Finance Commission grants given to states were 10,33,000 crore, which is 10% of the divisible pool calculated by the 15th Finance Commission. And that is 103 lakh lakh and 30,400 4,292 crore. Whereas the divisible pool calculated using the receipt budget data of the Union government during the 15th Finance Commission is it's larger, that is 135 lakh 11,535. However, the allotted total FC grants during the 15th Finance Commission is only 7.6% of the divisible pool calculated using the receipt budget data of the Union government. But in report, we can find 10% of the divisible pool. So Kerala's share of FC grants to total FC grants given to the states during the 15th Finance Commission is 5.4%, which is 55,618 crore. Sorry. Kerala's estimated FC grants come to 88,874 crore for the 16th Finance Commission based on the state's 15th Finance Commission, state share in the 15th Finance Commission, that is 5.4%. So we are going to have this much hike in the if we estimate based on the existing share. This share will not be enough to meet the growing development needs of the states. Hence, the 16th Finance Commission to Kerala, grants to Kerala are estimated by assuming 50% increase from the 15th Finance Commission. So the assumption we have taken for the 50% increase is based on the rough calculation of the grants required for various items under grants in aid. Based on this calculation, Kerala's FC grant share come to 1,33,312 crore. The grants in aid from the gross revenue, we have done another exercise. The similar way we have calculated in terms of the gross revenue as well, considering that it has to allotted from the Consolidated Fund of India. Yeah, I'll be summarizing. The estimated total grants in aid from the gross revenue to the states, Kerala share comes to 23,55,522 crore and rupees 1,27,198 crore respectively based on the earlier share. In the scenario of assuming 50% increase in the grants in aid share to Kerala from the 16th Finance Commission, the estimated amount turns to 13,312 crore with the increase of 44,438 crore. From the analysis, it is observed that size of the Finance Commission grant is only less than 20% of the total grants from the center. So Finance Commission generally allocate the grants in absolute terms. Based on our calculation, it comes to 7.6% of the divisible pool during 15th Finance Commission. So there is a strong case to increase the grants in aid from 7.6% to 12%. This assumption for taking 12% is based on the growth in the current growth rate of the country. So I'll come to the basic suggestion to enhance grants in aid to the 16th Finance Commission. Grants in aid should be a certain percentage of fiscal transferred instead of actual numbers. Now we don't have a share like the tax devolution that we have. We are getting a share, but we don't have a percentage share because we are asking for the base increase, size and base of the base. We mean that it should come from the larger thing, that is consolidated fund. Size means the share, that it should be a percentage share like the tax share that we have in the devolution. The base and size of the FC grants has to be increased from 7.6% of divisible to 12% of the divisible pool, so that the non-discretionary transfers will increase. This would be beneficial to all states with an enhanced fiscal space. The Finance Commission grant should also be increased by 50% from the 15th Finance Commission share in grants in aid in order to meet the growing needs of the states. Grants in aid should also be shared from the, as I have already mentioned, it should be shared from the Consolidated Fund of India, because divisible pool doesn't include cess and surcharges. That is why the base of the divisible pool also very small. The revenue deficit grant have to be reconsidered for the needy states in the 16th Finance Commission as well. The state-specific problems such as our state facing second generation issues like palliative care, elderly, skilling and employment ability, innovation. sorry. And also the man-animal conflict, and we have the climatic issues and other employment-related activities. So all these things should be considered while considering the state-specific grants to all the states. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to one and all. So in the afternoon, we started our discussion with the central transfers basically. This part of the discussion will be focusing on the vertical devolution. So the title of the presentation is Growing Vertical Imbalance, a case for redefining the divisible pool. So we are aware that from the discussions happening, there is a wide vertical fiscal imbalance persisting in our country. And even the framers of the constitution anticipated this kind of a imbalance because the revenue generation capacity and the expenditure responsibilities are having some kind of disparities between the union government and the state government. And the diagram rightly says that when the 63% of the revenue generation capacity of the union government, lies with the union government, state has only 37% and vice versa with respect to the expenditure responsibilities. So globally, when we check the vertical fiscal imbalance, India has having higher vertical fiscal imbalance compared to similarly fiscally federal countries like Brazil, Canada, etc. So we know that horizontal imbalances also persist because of inter and intra-regional disparities. And the intergovernmental transfers are meant to mitigate those imbalances regarding the inequality, externalities, and poor quality in the delivery of public goods. We know that the intergovernmental transfers take the route of tax devolution as per Article 270 and grants in aid as per Article 275. And now comes the core of the discussion. So the revenue pool of the union government and the revenue sharing mechanism. So the total revenue pool of the union government consists of the gross revenue of the union government, which is the gross tax revenue, non-tax revenue, and non-debt receipts. We have not added the debt receipts here. And from there, we have a divisible pool of taxes, which is encompassing the gross tax revenue minus cess and surcharge and effectively minus the collection cost. So from there, we get the central share of taxes, which commands the major share of the central transfers altogether. So the important policy question we are raising in this particular document is what determines the size of divisible pool? And secondly, after all these transfers, what is the quantum of revenue retained by the union government? For that, we need some bit of data crunching, which is basically trends in union government's revenue. So we can see that the first column, which is gross tax revenue, and the second one is gross tax revenue. And then we can see that over a period of time, that is from 2009-10 to 2020-24-25, the gross tax revenue has been growing at a gross revenue has been growing at a very substantial pace, which is almost compounded annual growth rate of 12%, and gross tax revenue is also growing. And I said that divisible pool consists of gross tax revenue minus cess and surcharges and the collection cost. So the basic debate is about the shrinking divisible pool. So in which term the divisible pool is shrinking? So with respect to two reasons, we can say that divisible pool is shrinking, which is increasing revenue generated from the cess and surcharges. And secondly, the ever expanding pool of the gross revenue of the union government. So here, if you look at the, to estimate the size of the divisible pool, we have the gross tax revenue, cess and surcharge, and then we have the collection cost. Collection cost is basically assumed here as 7% from the past expenditures. And then the divisible pool is calculated here accordingly. And the share of divisible pool in gross tax revenue and the share of divisible pool in gross revenue has got a wider disparity. You can see that it is 78.9% for the gross tax revenue and 70% for the gross revenue. So there is a 9-point difference between a divisible pool in terms of gross tax revenue and gross revenue. With respect to revenue collection from cess, it is as a percentage of GTR. In the morning discussion also, many have pointed out that it has been increasing and it is now 14% of the GTR. So this is an evidence for shrinking divisible pool. You can see that there is a considerable difference between divisible pool as a share of gross tax revenue and gross revenue. Now, as a next step, we looked into what could be the transfers, what could be the total amount of central transfers happening, and what could be the revenue retained by the union government after this central transfers. So transfers by the union government as a percentage of gross revenue we have calculated. And as the table indicates, the central share of taxes commands around 28.55%, and it is hovering around that particular range. And then FC grants and non-FC grants, even in the previous presentation by Dr. Sumalata, she also mentioned that there is a considerable dwindling happening with respect to FC grants. And the non-FC grants share is also increasing. So the total transfers to the state is standing at 49.3% as a percentage of gross revenue, which means that around 50% of the revenue is being retained by the union government even after the all central transfers. So the post transfers, union government retained about 50% of the revenue, despite having 37% of 37% of expenditure responsibility. So which is a clear case of vertical fiscal imbalance. Given the case that we have limited fiscal space for the state, this is a kind of thing which need to be addressed by the upcoming Finance Commission. And also, when you see the state's dependence on the transfers from the union government, it is measured as a ratio of transfers to the expenditure. We can see that I have not given the results over here, but we can see that it is unfavorable to many of the states, especially for the South Indian states. So it gives room for interrogation about the existing vertical sharing mechanism, what we have in our country. So the main recommendations from this kind of a study is increase the vertical devolution from 41 to 50% as everyone is envisaging. So changing the base of the divisible pool or size of the divisible pool may not be possible in the short run because it requires constitutional amendments to include cess and surcharge along with the divisible pool. So increasing the size of the increasing the percentage of the vertical devolution can partially offset this kind of a loss what we are having from the divisible pool. So as I mentioned earlier, there is a 9-point difference between the share of divisible pool in gross revenue and gross tax revenue. So increasing this reiterate the case for increasing the devolution share to 50%. And more importantly, we have a fixed divisible pool now. So why can't we have a range? A range which is if your cess and surcharge is increasing, for instance, it is increasing 2% or 4%. So that particular percentage of increase can be compensated to the states when we have a flexible range for the divisible pool. So instead of having a fixed divisible pool thing, why don't we have a range for that? So this has been already been discussed by scholars like Rangarajan Srivastava. And our next important recommendation is reduction of cess and surcharges on income and corporate taxes. So reducing this cess and surcharge on income tax and corporate tax while simultaneously increasing the shareable portion of these taxes could effectively address the issue of cess and surcharge exclusion. That is our third recommendation. So based on all these assumptions, we have revised the projections from 41% to 50%. If that is the case, what should be the central share of taxes and state's share in divisible pool? I mean, central share of taxes. So it is divisible pool itself will increase from 30 lakh crore to 50.85 lakh crore. And accordingly, there will be an increase for the central share of taxes to states. We know that Kerala's share in tax devolution has been declining, and this is a figure since the 10th Finance Commission, and currently it is at 9.25%. So the specific projection, what we have done is Kerala's share is retained at 1.925% when the vertical devolution is increased from 41 to 50%. And the second scenario, what we have made is, in case through the horizontal devolution, if some variables are, I mean, some criteria are changing, in case if it is coming to 2.5%, so what could be the 2.5% of that 50%? So this is all what we have done, and these are the
I'm sure that there will be lot of points raised in the conversation of paper, but I am tempted to make a very general remark to start with. I'll not get into a discussion. No, you were speaking about the division between the center and the states. What about the total, the aggregate? What about the need to raise more taxes, more revenue by the center? We are in the paper, you are discussing only the distribution.
Yes.
But the central government kitty itself, it's coming down because of various concessions given to corporates. Then the customs duties and that part is gone. Compared to other countries in the world, our tax collection, the proportion to GDP is very low. I think that should also be mentioned. Okay, thank you. We'll take it up. You can respond to this when. Now, let me request Nirmal Roy to.
And the full screen. Okay. A very good afternoon to all of you. This is with the respect to the Union Finance Commission's grants to local bodies. So the major points that I will be looking at is basically regarding the criteria that guides the devolution to grants to local bodies. Then with regard to the question that is being highlighted by Ashwati and Sumalada et al. And Lilda Madam et al. Regarding what should be the size of the divisible pool itself, because we consider it should be from the divisible pool. And the typology basically between the rural and the urban, and the two important but increasing critical issues with regard to the increasing conditionalities as well as the tight nature of the local body funds. And finally, how much is the actual money that is being released as UFC grants. So I will try to quickly go through this issue. So if you can see how the devolution has been progressed since the 10th Finance Commission has been constituted, or the 73rd and 74th Amendment has been passed. So there has been a concentration to the basic two issues of population as well as the geographical area. In fact, the 11th and 12th as well as the 13th have much more disaggregated issues such as the devolution issue, the revenue effort of the local bodies, the grant utilization index, such and other issues like deprivation also. But for the last two FCs, it has come down only to the population and that of the area. And similar to some of the papers that have been highlighted by my colleagues in the first session, we also suggest that banking solely on two criteria may not be an inclusive because it excludes the salient features of the population, such as aging, for example. We also am trying to bring out the composite issue of, the aging also. And if you are looking at the share of Kerala over the last scenario, sorry, this is, actually, there is a small error. Actually, our share has decreased from 4%, around 4.2% to around 2.68% in the last 4 FCs. But we would like to suggest, the government of Kerala should include more measures into the criteria, such as the proportion of elderly, because our state has higher proportion of senior citizens. And if you are including this scenario, we may stand to gain by including the criterion base. Also, the index of dilution as well as the revenue effort should also be included following the footsteps of the earlier finance commissions. In that case, we can have this kind of criteria. So you have the population, then the revenue effort, geographical area, index of dilution. We are bringing down the population share to 50% and distributing that to the revenue effort, index of dilution, and aged population. And also trying to include the, as a measure of deprivation, the proportion of SC, ST, and this population. Maybe the weights and the methodologies may need a bit of refinement. I'm trying to include more criteria for devolution. So in that case, we can see that Kerala's share will move from 2.68 to 4.61 without reducing the shares of other state in a much bigger way. So we would like to propose that the Kerala government should seriously, suggest the UFCs to include much more salient features in the case of devolution of grants also. Now, the core question that has been highlighted by my previous speakers, what should be the size of the UFC, grants? Because this is in tune with something related to the question of divisible pool itself. If you are looking at the previous FC, that is 15th, the first year of the FC's grant is to the tune of around 4.36 lakh crores, and which is highest so far, which is around 4.68% of the divisible pool, if you are commensurating that measure. But we would like to suggest that this should not be the case. We should be increased up to 7.5% in a way, because looking at the quality of goods that can be supplemented by the local bodies, both the urban as well as the rural, this should be the at least the percentage that should be given to the local bodies. But then our director told this much increase may not be plausible in the short term, because we should be kind of pragmatic in that aspect. So we are trying to project in the paper. We have given a projection from like 5%. What will be the share if it is 5%? What will be the share if it is 6%? But we seriously said it should be around 7.5%. And in the paper we have give the projections how much we can get if this is according to that percentage of the divisible pool. So we are just following the path of the 13th Finance Commission, because UFC grants to local bodies were recommended as a share of the divisible pool. So that's only Finance Commission that has given in as a divisible pool. Others have given much more in a percentage as an absolute figure. Now, coming to the division of grants between the two types of local bodies, one is the municipalities as well as the rural local bodies. In the 15th Finance Commission, it is in the interstate distribution is in the percentage between 67:33 and progressing up to 65:35 in the last year, that is 25-26. We suggest that this should be updated a bit to 60:40, because the size of urban growth that we are witnessing in the last 1 decade is phenomenal, and more funds should be given to urban local bodies or the municipal governments as such. So based on our calculations and projections, Kerala is supposed to get around these figures in this projection. That is a 5%, 6%, 7 and 7.5. But see, we should, the government should seriously suggest for 7.5%, and we stand to gain around per year, for example, to the tune of 12,000 crores per year for the as a total for the RLBs and the ULBs. So I have given, this is much bigger than what is getting now these days. Now, we also suggest that to modify the existing criteria, that is guiding the devolution between the ULBs and RLBs. In the previous Finance Commission, they divided municipal areas into, or the urban areas into two broad categories. That is 1 million plus cities as well as the less than 1 million cities. But then there is the Nagar Panchayats or the suburban kind of areas that stand to lose out. So we are also suggesting that because Kerala's case, you see, there are a lot of census towns in our localities. So we are also suggesting that the Finance Commission should also take care of this and provide some kind of funding to these kind of suburban or Nagar Panchayat that has been highlighted in the 13th FCs. Then in the previous Finance Commission, they have also provided grants for the incubation of new cities for only for 8 cities. But we said all states should get at least one kind of cities in that way, incubation of new cities. Now, the case of the increasing conditionalities. So if you're looking at the basic conditionalities that is guiding the devolution of, the acceptance of funds, there are 3 conditionalities that has been highlighted in the previous Finance Commission. That is, one is the identifying of the property taxes as a major source of on revenue for local bodies. And not only that, updating in a very periodic manner, notifying the floor rates and constantly updating the rates. So this is one of the entry conditions of the grant itself. Then second one is regarding making available local body accounts in the public domain, which is in the online mode. And finally, the constitution of the State Finance Commission. So if the state is agreeing only to these 3 points, then only, if these conditionalities are met, then only the state is going to get the funding. So these are the basic things which we don't have much disagreement. We also suggest that this should be continued in a way, but we need to have some bit of training in a way, because what we feel is that the state governments or the local bodies are underprepared or undertrained technically as well as in a fashion, so that some bit of funding should also be given to train and educate and disseminate the good practices of the local bodies. So the 16th UFC can in fact assign a grant composition for training and updating the state's local departments in this regard. Second one is regarding the second condition is actually with regard to making available the local government's accounting data online in the public domain. That should be insisted because transparency and accountability is also a very much desired composition of the fund acceptance. But then a lag of 1 year should be given, because I think that conditionality is a bit harsh, because the local bodies should provide it in the next year itself, may not be, possible from the side. So at least one year lag should be given for the local bodies to enter the data and make it online. Then finally, regarding the professional taxes, which has not been updated in the last, say, 20 years or so, I think even after the, so maybe the government of Kerala should suggest the Finance Commission to make some amendments, or suggest the Union government to make some amendments to the revising the professional tax rates, because that is one of the second most component that provides the revenue on tax revenue to the local bodies. Then the increasing share of tied funds. So if you are looking at the Finance Commission it has increased from 10% for the rural local bodies in the initial thing to 60% in the 15th Finance Commission. So I'm just listed out the way in which it is being given. So spent if it is a rural local body, should be spent on water and sanitation, and if it is for million plus cities, it should be given towards the ambient air quality and management of water essentially and all. For non 1 million urban agglomeration, it should be given only to drinking water as well as solid waste management. We argued that this is a kind of centralization in a way where the USC decides where the local government should use the funds. And if targets are not achieved, funds are lost in subsequent years. This is against the spirit of decentralized planning and devolution. Therefore, we suggest that the grants local bodies should not be extensively tied, and local bodies should be permitted to use funds suiting their developmental requirements as listed under the 18 subjects enshrined in the 12th schedule. Actually, a kind of thing has been given to Kerala in the previous Finance Commission, because the ambient air quality is almost available in Kerala. So it has been liberalized in the case of Kerala. So my suggestion is that for all the states also, maybe in the next thing also, this should be for all the states, for all the schemes also. So therefore, the freedom of fund usage be given to local governments if their requirements are not matching with the recommendations of the UC also. Then my other two small suggestions with regard to SDGs also, because that is an important aspect that has been that should be taken importantly, because that can be in fact a measure that can be tied in fact. Then developing solid and liquid waste management infrastructure should also be suggested by Government of Kerala because of the kind of urban kind of thing that we have right now and facing the problems. Finally, with regard to the tide kind of thing, we are also suggesting that traffic to, disperse the kind of traffic congestion in almost all the urban localities in India. Maybe we can have some conditional grants to recommend for capex on urban mobility in a way. So this is the kind of, then finally thing, how much is actually being received by the local bodies. You can see that if it is 100 rupees being recommended, only 81% is, received by the rural bodies in the 10th itself. If you're coming to the 14th, it is 89.6 only. The remaining is not being received because if you are following what the 15th Finance Commission says, it is because of the failure of the local governments to meet the conditionalities attached to the performance grants by the commissions. Sometimes the concerned union ministries like the urban or the Panchayati Raj ministry are also added to these conditionalities. So based on this discussion, it is imperative that minimal conditionalities are required for local governments to adhere to the spirit of participatory planning, decentralized governance, devolution, and even the ideals of equity and efficiency. So this is our suggestion with regard to grants to local bodies. Maybe from the part of gift, we can also request Government of Kerala to suggest that we may be listed as an institution to provide some bit of training as well as disseminating the gains that we have gained in the local governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Nirmal Roy. These guidelines issues will have to be taken up because in the Finance Commission recommendation itself, there are conditions, difficult conditions, and unjustifiable, irrational kind of conditions. Anyway, Professor Rao will comment on those things later. Now, let me invite Dr. UP Anil Kumar to make the next presentation.
Respected Chair of the session, Professor Harilal, and respected Dr. Govind Rao, Professor Thomas Isaac, and other dignitaries. The case I am going to present is very simple and direct. That is enhancement in granting aid under Article 275(1) of Constitution of India. As we all know that Article 275 deals with the granting aid. In that article, there is a special provision that it guarantees 100% annual grant in aid from consolidated fund for the development of tribal development. That's the case. And let me explain in brief the basic objectives of this special grant under Article 275(1). It is for human development and improving the quality of life of tribals and substantial reduction in poverty by generating employment opportunities and asset creation, and for their capacity building, and to protect them from all social evils. So this is the basic objectives of this particular grant need. And in which context this demand for an enhancement in grant need for the tribal development is relevant. there are four things, four arguments. First is we have been going through a transformative phase in the Indian economy. On one side, India is now at the 5th position of economy, and now it is going to be the third biggest economy in the world. Where India stands is a question, and within that question, where India stands. One side, India is going, the other side, some sections of the society is going backward. There's a huge gap between them. And another is India has already declared a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. When India achieve the Vikasit Bharat goals, where the tribals will they achieve it or not? That's another question. And another thing is they are still facing some relative deprivation. And another thing is infrastructure deficiencies is rampant in the tribal settlement center. That means there is a development gap between tribals and non-tribals in the Indian socio-economic landscape. So in order to reduce this gap, we must have some additional funding pattern. So in this granted as per Article 275(1), this is an additionality to normal central assistance, and with this funds we can design micro plans in the form of tribal integrated tribal development plans, and it is also into 30% coverage for women. So many additional factors are there. So it's a good option, and it is not a tight fund. It's very flexible. Some conditions are there, but we can use this fund for so many activities. And in which context this argument become relevant? That's another question. Because in the last 10 years, in the 14th 5-year FC period, 2025 plan, and just a minute. In the 14th FC period and 15th period, Kerala has received only 59 crores as the grant in aid as per 275(1). Only 59 crores. That is the situation. In that situation, this demand for enhancing additional funds, for getting additional funds from Finance Commission become so crucial, because tribals are still facing socio-economic disadvantages. They have limited access to basic amenities, and they have facing some problems like land alienation and resource scarcity. Due to all these reasons, we need some more funds for the development of tribals. And I place 4 arguments in favor of the enhanced fund for tribal development. First is, there is a relative deprivation of tribals in development. I have taken 2-3 indicators, just for an example. Took in the literacy rate, infant mortality rate, maternal mortality ratio, in everywhere, the tribals and all Kerala ratios have some gaps. In literacy rate, all Kerala rate is 94, tribals 74. There's a rate of gap in almost 20% gap is there. So there's a gap. Relative deprivation is there. And another is, if we are attaining Vikasit Bharat, the Vikasit Bharat rights are I have given. And if we are attaining the Vikasit Bharat goals, this gap must be filled. That's another argument. The next argument is infrastructure deficiencies. As per the report of socio-economic status of tribals in Kerala, look, still 366 settlements are with no connectivity. And then health substances beyond 5 kilometers, 1,451 settlements have are no health substances within the 5-kilometer perimeter. Then primary health centers beyond 5 kilometers, 2,139 settlements. Drinking water beyond half kilometer, it is 2,688. Because all this data shows that there is an infrastructure deficiency tribals are facing. And then Kerala have achieved very remarkable things in the tribal development. In order to maintain the existing achievements, we need funds. For example, look, health subcenter required. In all India, it is 144, but we have 831. It's a plus. Then all indicators Kerala has achieved more than what India achieved at national average. So in order to maintain all these achievements, we need additional fund requirement. So these are the justification for the demand for additional funds or enhanced fund, because we are facing unique challenges and state initiatives. Kerala is also doing very good in terms of tribal development, because 1.4.8% is the total tribal population, but in the plan fund we are allocating more than 3%. So Kerala government is doing very good, but still some gaps are there. In order to fill that gap, we need additional funds, and for that, we need to change some kind of criteria for fund allocation. The existing criteria is population, tribal area, and past performance. For population, they are giving 50%, tribal area 25%, past performance 25%, 100%. So that's why Kerala is getting a low share in the fund allocation as per 275(1). So we have to add some more additional criteria for allocating this tribal development fund. We have to consider the socio-economic disadvantages. We have to consider geographical remoteness, land alienation, livelihood loss, environmental degradation, need-based allocation. All these things, so many criteria we have to adopt more for getting more fund from Finance Commission. So this is a proposal for additional grant in aid. The proposal is additional at least 2,500 crore is required for tribal development, and that will, if we get it, that will reduce the financial constraint of the state government too. In the 14th, 15th FC period, government of Kerala never raised a demand for additional fund for tribal development. That memorandum it was not there. But in the 14th FC period, government of Kerala asked 500 crore for, but not for the entire tribal group, but for the particularly vulnerable tribal group we asked, but we get only 30 crores, below 30 crores. That is the condition. So this is the proposed activities for education, income, health, and accessibility issues, drinking water. This our proposal needs some so Congress suggestions to, plans to, how we can utilize this fund, how we can implement the schemes for tribal development too. And this is the end of slide. Though, look, if we get, normally we are seeing the faces of some poor ladies as the tribal faces. Now, when the government is intervening strongly with additional support, these are the tribal girls of Kerala. One is an air hostess, next is IAS, Sridhanya and Gobika. So new tribal faces are coming. If we are giving proper chances, proper that funding support, they will rise and reach up to the mainstream, and more than the mainstream they can achieve. And we have, over the period, we have developed so many slogans for no one leave behind or think globally, act locally. So we should not allow these slogans or fancy slogans. Instead, we have to work for to realize the national noble cause of tribal development, that is materialized. This is my argument, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kumar. Very forceful presentation, and you have established a case for asking for more money for tribal development. Of course, some of those arguments can be to the state government also to give more money for tribal development. Because you mentioned about the 3% of the plan being allocated. That way the central government programs also should be evaluated and see how much they are really allocating to the tribal areas. Now let me invite the next speaker, Dr. Akhil and Dr. Gita.
Presentation. So good afternoon, one and all, respected chair and distinguished faculty members. So we got the topic of cost disability or cost disadvantage. It is specifically to the state of Kerala. So we have titled our presentation as Kerala's elevated infrastructure cost, need for enhanced grant in aid. So So traditionally, our state of Kerala is depends heavily on agriculture and remittances, right? And if you are looking about the human development aspect, also Kerala is number one. But if you take one factor, that is infrastructure development, Kerala is still lagging behind, and Kerala is facing a lot of issues with regard to large infrastructure development. But when you compare to the reasons behind this, we have identified 6 major factors which contributed to the infrastructure cost disability. So first one is topography, second one is population density, third one is labor cost, fourth one is environmental regulation, fifth one natural disasters, and sixth one is restricted fiscal space. I'll explain it quickly. So if you know the map of Kerala, it is a tiny strip of land, right, in between Arabian Sea and Western Ghats are there. So because of this tight strip of land, it creates actually an obstacle for large infrastructure projects in Kerala. So that is one of the biggest disadvantage for Kerala's topography. And if you are taking the Kerala geography, we can divide the Kerala geographical area into 3 major areas. First one is, a highland, midland, and lowland. And highland constitute approximately 48% of the total land area. And midland constitute 42, and rest 10% approximately constituted by lowland. So since it is the majority of the area is like a hilly terrain, the more earthwork and tunneling, drilling, that kind of work is there. So it actually escalates the cost of building roads and railways in hilly terrains. The same in the case of coastal region. Also, coastal region actually economically contributed to the state, but at the same time it poses infrastructural challenges because of the risk of erosion will be there. Then cyclones will be there. Then salt water intrusion. These all created difficulty for building good quality infrastructure in the coastal area as well. Then, as you know, since the past 6-7 years, we have seen continuously, natural disasters in the form of flood, then heavy rainfall, then landslides and so on. So if you build some infrastructure project, it should be disaster resilient. So for that also we have to spend a lot more. So that create a additional cost for the state of Kerala when compared to other states with relatively flat terrain. So topographically, it is a disadvantage for the state of Kerala. Second one, population density, as we know. You can see the table. We are the 3rd densest state in India. Okay, we are in the 3rd position. So because of this, already we are in the 21st position in case of size. Out of 28, we are in 21st position in case of size, geographical size. And density of population also create a lot of disadvantage because the population density is more, then the cost of land will become more, right? The value of land will become more, and the scarcity of available land for constructing road and railway is still a problem for this. The 6 line, 7 line that roads are there, it is impossible to build in Kerala because of the density of population. And Kerala government actually spent more than 50% of the total cost for land acquisition. Okay, and Honorable Finance Minister in the morning session, he already pointed out, we have incurred actually 100 crore, 100 to 120 crore for building 1 kilometer national highway. And out of that 100, more than 60% we are spending for land acquisition. And again, 25% of the land acquisition cost is shared by the state, which is unrealizable. So that is one of the problem. Then population density. Then labor costs. Again, we are the state which pays highest wages in the country. You can see the state national average as well, to 393, which is twice as high as like 393 is this national average, ours is 852. It is more than 2 times. So this also create a problem for the state of Kerala. Then environmental regulation, this is actually a double-edged sword for Kerala. If you are, because Kerala is famous for, its biodiversity and greenery, right? People are attracted to Kerala or for tourism. It is because of the greenery and the biodiversity. That's why we call it as God's own country. So if you're focusing more on tourism and, attracting more people, then you have to give up on infrastructure. So you can't take the benefit of two factors, right? The same time, you can't go for infrastructure development. In this game, you can see, Gadgil committee report and Kasturi Rangan report. So in that, fragility of land is already mentioned. So most of the area is not applicable or suitable for making big construction or big bridges, roads and all. So fragility of land is another issue. And you have to go for, environmental impact assessment and ZRZ regulation as well before going for some construction like airport and all, you have to do EIA. So for that also, Kerala has to spend a lot more because of the density of population plus topographical features. Then, as I said earlier, from 2016-17 onwards, we are seeing a series of, natural disasters like a flood situation will be there, then cyclones are there, and last 2-3 months before also we have seen a tragedy, right, in a landslide in Wayanad. So that also created a lot of financial distress to the state. Then restricted fiscal space, as our honorable minister rightly pointed out, Kerala has a large expenditure commitment towards social sector in the form of education, health and social welfare. And a significant portion of Kerala budget is allotted for social welfare activities. So for infrastructure funding and all, we have to heavily depends on central funding. So if any reduction or fluctuation in central funding will be there, it will affect our plan and execution of already committed infrastructure projects. So this is also a problem for the state. So considering these factors, we are proposing a case of national highway construction, which already I mentioned. 860 is our population density, whereas national average is 382. In wages also 852 is our Kerala wage per day, whereas national average is 393. So for constructing 1 kilometer national highway in the state of Kerala, we are incurring more than 100 to 120 crore. That is the data we got from National Highway Authority of India. We have already requested them state-wise data. They have not given. So we are trying for that also. So compared to national average, there is a difference of huge 70 crore is there. So in this scenario, we are requesting the central government finance commission to give a grant in aid in the form of the difference amount or excess amount which is already incurred by the state in terms of land acquisition, in terms of labor cost and in terms of material cost. The excess amount which is incurred by the state over and above the national average can be given as grant in aid. So as per the data given by National Highway Authority of India, in the last 5-year period, 2019 to 23, they have built 160 kilometer NH in India. I mean, in Kerala, sorry, in Kerala, 160 kilometer in the last 5-year period. So we are asking like if the estimation is 200 or 250 kilometer, then the difference amount can be given as grant in aid. Then one more suggestion we are giving as per the 15th Finance Commission tax share determination, area was given 15% weightage. There is no mention for the density. So we are proposing that 10% can be given for area and 5% can be given for population density. So it will be beneficial for Kerala, like a most dense state. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting paper. One of the major problems of Kerala is rightly highlighted. We will discuss the paper in detail. Now, Professor Joseph.
I hope a presentation without a PowerPoint is acceptable, I hope. Please. Right. I hope, yeah.
You yourself will present it.
Okay. No. Okay. No, what, this talk is a part of 10 minutes or?
No, I say that you are presentable.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I think what I'm going to present is, as I said in the morning, our honorable minister appointed a few committees to begin with when Finance Commission was appointed to ponder into some of the issues which are of contemporary relevance. And one was on the need for promoting startup and innovation. And I was chairing that committee, and I must say that I have immensely benefited. So I was not chairing, I must say. K.M. Chandrasekhar, I asked him to chair the meeting. So was actually guiding us in this report, and benefited from C. Balagopal from Thirumapenpur, and Chandra Bas, RG Rajiv Gandhi Institute Director, Dr. P.V. Unikrishnan, Anup Ambika, who's the startup director, startup mission director, Tom Thomas, also of startup, Deepa P., Dr. Deepa Gopinath, Anita Kumari, Kiran Kumar, Anup S. Kumar, Anup of my institute, Ajit of US, our finance department. So I must acknowledge I benefited in writing this report from their feedback. So in the morning, what I said, you may recall that what I was trying to say, convey the message is that when we are talking about Kerala model within a fiscal federal context, we can argue that Kerala model, which was built upon borrowed fund, so-called human capital exporting model, is one that benefited the union, the one that benefited other states, the one that made people of Kerala rich, but made the state of Kerala fiscally stressed. The basic reason for claiming for revenue deficit grant, point number one. Second thing which I was arguing is that, which I was not really articulated well, even otherwise, which of course I made these points before the Finance Commission already. Institution has to co-evolve according to the changing context. So in 50-51, the national priorities were very different. Of course, the three Musgravian stabilization and these allocation, distribution, that's fine. But of course, development was very important at that time for us. And today, our conduct and more equitable provision of social services, which is important today also. But then, this particular Finance Commission is appointed at a historical point in time when the Prime Minister of the country unequivocally declared that India would like to become a developed economy by use of force. First Finance Commission. Now, I don't think that Finance Commission can really ignore it. In G20, for example, we have put a new vision to the world, life for environment. In fact, I argued there in Delhi saying that, okay, life for environment should be done by the states, not by union. Oh, sorry. No, I'll finish. I think I have only taken 2.45 seconds. I have 10 minutes. Now, going by the historical evidence in history, no country in the world has become developed without science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And, India is a country which explicitly articulated in 1956 Science Policy Resolution, 58 Policy Resolution, the relevance of science and technology. And thereafter, various science and technology policy statements, Surendra Patel in 1984 made a clear statement for South Center study saying that there is no match in the elaborate system, S&D system that India has built up in the global South, even comparable to some of the developed countries he was arguing. But when we are talking today, the research and development intensity of India is 0.64% of GDP. In 1991, our R&D intensity was something like 0.8%. It was slightly higher than China. Today, China's R&D intensity is 2.4%, 4 times that of India, and India is trying to become a developed economy by going back on R&D. And R&D is not necessarily a central government job. States also do have an important role to play there. We have, there is not much data available, but RBI study, RBI's estimate says that it is of the order of 3%, 0.3%, while at national level it is 0.64%, at the subnational level, state level, it is only 0.3%. And when we are talking about Kerala, I just take one more point in a presentation which I made in Science Congress saying that Kerala model of development, if I look Kerala model, Kerala experience from an innovation perspective, Kerala model is actually a making of social and governance innovation. I'm referring to the study by Isaac and others on the social reform movements and later governance, social and governance innovation. And social and governance innovation has got obvious limits in terms of how much a model can go. And this is essentially, we are talking about the institutional architecture of the type that Kerala has created. From there, if you want to move, you have to move to S and G innovation to S and T innovation, which Kerala sadly lagged behind. Of course, we established such institutions. Only explicit recognition of this came only from Dr. Isaac's budget when he had declared that in Kerala wants to transform itself to a knowledge economy. We have to wait for, what I'm trying to say that 1970 we have research institutions, and the 50 years it took to articulate explicitly transforming Kerala to a knowledge economy. Of course, it is understood in a very different way by different people. I don't know how much people have understood. Now, coming back, what I'm trying to say that we make a case for the Finance Commission at least to ensure that the state level R&D is raised at least to the present national level R&D, 0.3% to 0.3% to 0.6% of the GSDP. And that we have made some estimate, and it came to something like 2.84 lakh crore rupees is needed. Then how to allocate that? Don't go by your equality here. You should try to go for where the maximum benefit, in the short run, where the maximum benefit can be reaped by investing this money. If you want to become a developed economy, better you go to states which is already shown their capabilities in science, technology, innovation, where in fact Kerala is not lagging behind. Not so much. So I would like to stop here saying that this is an agenda that the Finance Commission, if they are really truly committed to the national vision, and if they are truly willing to, if they don't have the inertia to change, if they are still holding on to 51 story and you are talking in 2024, you will not recognize it. And I think if they recognize, better for the country and better for the Commission and better for Kerala. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Joseph. You didn't, but where from this money for knowledge economy will be accounted, I know, in the sense. In the not in the 41%, no? Not in the.
Dr. Ranjit is down with fevers, so he will not be able to attend it.
Oh, Ranjit, okay.
So the discussion can be given a little bit more
Yeah.
time.
So we'll start with the discussion, because now we have Dr. R. Mohan, Professor Isaac, and Professor Govindra Rao to give the final comments.
That's in the next.
Huh?
So that's in the next session.
Now we'll go. No. Yeah, that's why it's there.
No. I think we will wait and discuss.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. No difference of opinion. No, now I'll invite Mr. Justin George. Justin George to. Justin George undo. ഞാൻ ഡിസ്കഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് പെട്ടെന്ന് തീർക്കാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞല്ലേ ചായ കഴിക്കണം. ടീ ഉണ്ടോ
ചായ കുടിക്കാം സാർ 4 മണിയായി ടീ എടുക്കാം.
ഓക്കെ 5 മിനിറ്റ് കൊണ്ട് ചായ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് പെട്ടെന്ന്.
And for inviting me to discuss on this chapter, that is Finance Commission grants in aid to the states, the need for increasing the base and the size of FC grants. So anyway, I don't want to get into the technical aspect of the paper. So let me just make everything brief as much as possible. Before I comment on the 7th chapter, let me share my own experience of empirical calculation in the total fiscal transfer to the Kerala and my own understanding for the same. If we take the total fiscal devolution to the state from the center, it is 2.5% of state GDP in 2014, which is increased to 6.6% of state domestic product in 2022. This includes the sum of total tax devolution, and total grant. If we take this variable alone to understand the fiscal situation, you might be facing trouble in terms of explanation. Given the situation, my question was, how can you just blame the decline in the share of tax devolution from the center in the context of fiscal stress in Kerala? I think this chapter, I mean the 7th chapter, has an answer to the above issue. If we calculate the discretionary part of the fiscal grant, FC grant, discretionary part of the fiscal grant like CSS, it has been increasing, whereas non-discretionary part is declining. Given this unique development scenario of the state, I do accept the fact that state needs more discretionary, non-discretionary or unconditional grant, no doubt. So the non-discretionary grant has to be increased, or FC grant has to be increased, both in terms of base and also as a percentage. And I fully agree with the chapter. We must also understand all the state specific needs can't be met through devolution formula, particularly to address the fiscal inequality. For instance, the formula places considerable weight on the per capita income, so wealthier state may benefit as they should from the allocation. In such cases, the grants becomes a vital mechanism for addressing the specific state needs. Therefore, state should proactively advocate for the grants by clearly articulating their unique challenges and financial resources required to address them. The Finance Commission can assess these needs based on the service provided by the state and the standards of those services and the extent to which these can be funded through their own revenues. While many states view tax devolution as an entitlement, grants possess several unique features that makes them essential instrument of fiscal transfer. However, a significant issue arises with the non-finance commission discretionary grants. These lacks clear criteria for allocation. This leads to, which is already argued by the presenters, which leads to the arbitrariness in the process. This undermines the principle of cooperative fiscal federalism, which leads to potential inequalities. Thus, there is a need for the structural change in the fund allocation mechanism. To address this issue, for example, consider the revenue grants allocated to the states facing the deficit in the post-devolution. For example, Kerala has historically prioritized investment in the social sector. Often needs such grant for the same. This is not due to the fiscal irresponsibility, but rather a commitment to the social welfare. Other states may appear more fiscally prudent. Yes, this is often achieved by underinvesting in crucial social services, lead to social costs that is frequently overlooked. So to conclude, while the tax devolution is viewed as an entitlement, however, the Finance Commission grant play a vital role in addressing these diverse needs of the state. If you take Kerala, for instance, it's a very unique state which can't be even compared to the South Indian states. So taking that sense into our understanding, we must understand, and we must also understand the historical context and ongoing challenges faced by different states, including Kerala. So ensure a fair and equitable approach to fiscal federalism. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Justin is from St. Paul's College, Kalamassery. Now I request Ms. Kalyani Shankar to join it.
Good afternoon, respected Chair and esteemed academicians. Today I am discussing the paper, The Growing Vertical Imbalance, a case for redefining the divisible pool, authored by Dr. Ashwati Rachel, Dr. Sumandlata B.S. and Srimati Anita L. This paper critically evaluates the vertical fiscal imbalance in India with a specific focus on the widening gap between unions' revenue and revenue control and the fiscal responsibilities of states. Kerala serves as a compelling case in understanding the implications of this imbalance, especially in the backdrop of
rising cesses and surcharges. Vertical fiscal imbalance refers to a situation where the level of revenue, in this case, the central government controls the disproportionate share, while the states are responsible for bulk of expenditure on public services such as healthcare, education, and other welfare programs. India's federal structure has always grappled the fiscal imbalances, which is addressed by the finance commissions. This is highlighted by the study by Rangarajan and Srivastava in 2023. According to their study, 64% of the public expenditure is done by the state, whereas they have only 37% of the state revenue, illustrating the significant fiscal imbalance between the union and state governments. The study by the Bird and Tarasso emphasize this vertical imbalances, if not addressed through intergovernmental transfers, can lead to fiscal inefficiencies. A major contributor to this imbalance is the growing share of cesses and surcharges, which are not included in the divisible pool. The paper rightly points out that there is a sharp increase in the non-shareable revenues from the cesses and surcharges, which has sharply increased from 5.16% of the gross tax revenue to 14.07% in 2024-25. This additional levies have significantly reduced the funds available for the tax devolution to the states, worsening the vertical imbalance. The focus of the paper is right, saying the increase in the fiscal imbalance due to the reasons. But what I really don't understand is the logic behind the cases they have presented after the data they have gone through. They have set two scenarios. First, raising two scenarios. That is, first, the raising the divisible pool from 41 to 50%. They have not given a proper analysis why they have done from 41 to 50. In the backdrop that last two finance commissions held it around the 40%. And also the case of increasing the share from 1.925% to 2.5%. And also I think that they have to bring a more nuanced approach in addressing the vertical fiscal imbalances for a better understanding. The paper has gone through the surface, but not got the real logic of why the things are so. They have also not incorporated issues like GST implementation issues, shift of union government's fiscal priorities, and greater allocation to the centrally sponsored schemes, or the post-COVID fiscal deficit, which has shrunk the divisible pool. And I think that there should be a more deeper understanding and analysis, and why you present those cases with proper logic. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Kalyani. Maybe, the paper writers will have some points to respond to. Now, let me invite our KEA General Secretary from Maharajas College, Sri Santosh Bagis. Yeah, I'll invite you. Okay. I'm calling in the order which is given by the organization.
Okay. So chairman of this session, Professor K.N. Harilal, other dignitaries and fellow participants. I I am making the comment with respect to the paper titled as Union Finance Commission Grants and Local Governments, the chapter 9 of the draft submitted here. It has been actually reflecting an excellent paper which reflects the concerns of the Kerala state with respect to devolution of resources over the different finance commissions, especially the grants available to the local bodies. Even though the total grants available to the local bodies is around 4.3% of the total divisible pool, out of that, Kerala state is getting only 2.68% of that. And one of the main reasons, according to the paper, is the criteria used to devolve resources. A 2-point criteria is being used: population and the geographical size. And 90% weightage has been given to population and only 0.1% or 10% weightage is given to the geographical area. And this creates a lot of rigidity. We need more flexibility. And they have suggested an alternative devolution criteria, which takes away that 40% weightage from the population and distributes over 4 different criteria, like index of devolution 10%. So that was one criteria for the previous finance commissions. Then the revenue effort, then the population, the age component of the population, the adult age, 10%, and the SC/ST population 5%. So in that manner, they have taken the 40% out of the population and spread over these 4 criteria. And this is the suggested criteria. Then they have worked out on the basis of the suggested criteria what would happen to the overall devolution. And they have prepared a table for that. And on the basis of that, it has been found that if the new criteria is being applied, Kerala would get, out of the total devolution given for local bodies, Kerala would get 4.61. For the 15th commission, we got only 2.8%. So a 2% increase will happen with respect to this particular item. So this is well and good. And they have prepared a table regarding the distributional consequences after implementing this criteria. For the major 20 states, 11 states will benefit out of that. But for 9 states, they will lose. And among that losers, big states are there. So previously mentioned that the political economy aspect is also there. Whatever be the recommendation, it must be internally consistent. So what I understand is that the internal consistency must include this concern, this political economy aspects as well. Andhra Pradesh will lose, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal. So these aspects are also there. So we have to raise. So whatever be the revision that we suggest with respect to the criteria, there must be a clear theoretical argument. So unless this will be immediately counted. So when we look to the theory, especially the decentralization theorem suggested by Wallace Oates, he argues that, or the implication, the economic implication of that decentralization theorem is that the level and the combination of public services must be consistent with the voter's preference without losing the efficiency aspect of the fund utilization. So which means that the major implication is that the funds must be allocated with respect to the preference of the voters. So that is one important theoretical argument. And another, we know that the other contribution, Charles Thibault, even though his contribution is with respect to the preference revelation, he argues that the preferences will be revealed on the basis of the voting by the feet. But the implication is that people will prefer that locations, that jurisdictions where the public services are provided according to their requirements. And in public economics, the preferences of the individuals are aggregated on the basis of political process. So these local bodies are local self-government bodies. They aggregate the preferences of the individuals living in a jurisdiction. So there should not be this type of central stipulations. Rather, the funds must be given to the local bodies. More freedom must be given to the local bodies so as to choose in which manner this has to be used or devolved. So that can be made as a theoretical argument for reducing that 90% weightage for population. Rather, when we consider the index of devolution, the revenue effort, then the aged population, then the SC/ST representation of the jurisdiction. So these are all local considerations. And the local self-governments are actually responding to these ground realities. So that must be given more weightage when the Finance Commission thinks about devolution to the local bodies. So that aspect also needs to be incorporated. Then with respect to the interstate distribution between urban local bodies and the rural local bodies, the percentage is 65-35 by 25-26. But just this point alone. And currently the population, the urban population is 51%. Kerala's population is 51%. So which means that, but the interstate allocation is only 65-35. So 35 is given to the urban bodies, but the urban population is 51%. So that also needs to be considered. Otherwise, urban bodies and the cost of providing public services in an urban area will be very high compared to the rural areas. So that aspect also needs to be considered. Then conditionalities, lot of conditionalities and ties are there. So these conditionalities with respect to making the accounts more transparent, that's good for public expenditure management. But these conditionalities must be compliance-inducing conditionalities rather than grant-denying conditionalities. So even with respect to the UGC areas of the college teachers, so that has been lost just because of the reason that they have implemented these conditionalities.
Yeah.
Because we have to give the that accounts.
In spite of Maharaja's College doing so well.
I see.
In the national ranking, you're topping.
Yeah,
Your UGC areas are not coming. Thank you, Sandar.
So, but the point is that the conditionalities must be inducing compliance rather than resulting in grant denying situation. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Priyesh, you want to come now or towards it? Okay. Dr. Munir Babu.
Good afternoon.
Munir Babu is from John Mathai Center, Thrissur.
Yeah, respected chair and all dignitaries, professors and colleagues and friends. The topic on, enhanced grants in aid for tribal development in Kerala, that's very relevant and it's very important.
Slightly louder. Speak into the mic.
Yeah, it's very important topic and very socially, economically relevant in the context of that there is a historical background behind the inequality and even the relatively high deprivation of tribal areas, even not in the context of Kerala, even largely in Indian context. So the author, they have well articulated to needs of reducing inequality in human development indicators, especially literacy and health. Then other parameters, infrastructure they talked about, which as already mentioned, there is a in-depth historical background. So they identified the relative deprivations. However, one drawback that I felt, they shown the deficiency by showing the 2013 data in the context of Kerala, especially the PHCs, infrastructure and all. But there is a large, number of schemes government of Kerala has already been, implemented. So the picture might be changed drastically. Not might be changed. There are other reports as well, later stage. And but it's true that insufficient infrastructure is there. They are lagging behind in Kerala. However, they are far ahead in the national average. Okay. So in that context, the work can be revised and the estimation can be also done systematically. Why I am telling this estimation of the, they identified that, the health and education sector needs 500 crore. Employment sector needs, 500 crore. Infrastructure again need 500 crore. Water and sanitation, electricity needs 300 crore. So, but it's not clear how they reached in this figure, you know. Especially, you know, if you just look at our state plan allocation, it's 800, approximately 860 crore, okay. And of this, you know, the performance of the, you know, project implemented, it's more than 87%. So when it considering the amount granted by previous finance commission, it's very meager amount. In total, if you take 14th finance commission and 15th finance commission together, it's only 59.25 crore. And at the meantime, you know, we are requesting that, you know, there is a need of 2,500 crore. But even what I felt, you know, the state finance commission has a role to play in this context, because now we are, you know, the local self-governing bodies are spending approximately 23% of this, you know, plan outlay. That is so that can be increased. And also this plan, you know, this document can be, you know, even revised and submitted to state government to make a comprehensive plan for sustainable development of even various section of the people in the Western Ghats, you know, because why I'm focusing on the Western Ghats, out of this tribal area, approximately 40% are settlement, you know, inside the forest or nearby the forest in the Western Ghats area, hilltop area. So that context, you know, it's very important. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Munir Babu. Dr. Priyesh. Yeah. No. Yeah.
So regarding Ashwati's paper and Sumalada's paper, so you have presented well your case. That's a divisible pool and gross revenue. And gross revenue includes that the cesses and surcharge. And your case is well presented in this your figure number 1. But the figure number 2 that defeats your case. And the figure number 2 says there is no divergence. If there was a divergence between these gross revenue and gross divisible pool, then your case could have been admitted. But that defeats your case. That I see, because there is no undue advantage to the government of India in this case of this divisible pool and gross revenue. So this is the point. And the second point, this is in 2000 there was a constitutional amendment to include customs. And now you see there can be a constitutional amendment if that may be proposed. You have proposed already. The cesses and surcharge may be included in the divisible pool if it continues for a long period. So that is a good case. So that's all my comment. Figure number 1 and figure number 2 self-contradictory.
Okay. Yeah. Now let me. Godwin, don't know. Godwin. Christabel.
Thank you, respected chair and my dear colleagues. So I'm
from Department of Economics. Karyota.
Thank you. So I'm supposed to give a brief comment on the 12th chapter, that is innovation startups, and the 16th finance commission. Professor Joseph has given a very convincing presentation. So I'll be concentrating more on the chapter which is circulated with us. So the chapter presents a very compelling argument for the 16th Commission to prioritize science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So as we all know, as early as the 1990s, the world has been recognizing the importance of the knowledge, especially in the economic development. So the knowledge bases in the economies, they are growing very fast, and they are contributing to the development of the respective economies like anything. And most of the economies, they are, especially the high knowledge economies, they are spending something around 6% of the GDP to knowledge development. But at the same time, even China, including China, they are not able to go beyond 3%. So we need to go miles before we sleep. That is the reality before us. So that is the reason why I understand that we are discussing this particular situation where the institutions must co-evolve according to the
needs of the economy and the targets which are set by the economy. So the problem here is that we don't have a benchmark because when we discuss about the other aspects of the Finance Commission, we do have a benchmark or already set benchmarks and other things. So we can just check with what is actually has been done and what should be done in the future and so on. So as this is a novel area, naturally a lot of contentions and also confusions are there, especially when it comes to the context. It was very good, but when it comes to the landscape and other things, especially the Kerala's landscape, I was expecting a bit more rigorous analysis of how the Kerala knowledge economy has been working, because a lot of institutions are there and we are looking from the institutional framework or systemic approach we are using in order to find out what is actually happening in the knowledge economy in Kerala. But what I have seen is that it is only a very descriptive kind of a thing, so that how much investment has been made for each institutions and how it has been converted to the economic development. So if we could have done that kind of a analysis, it would have been better to argue our or place our argument before the Finance Commission and so on. So it's only a very passing remark. And also when it comes to the research intensity, because this chapter is more giving more importance to the research intensity, and when we give more importance to the research intensity, we are actually leaving a lot of other things, because in the knowledge economy a lot of other factors do play a very important role, especially the quality of the knowledge workers and how the knowledge workers are skilled and that kind of things we need to incorporate, especially in the modern world, especially in the case of rapid advancement in the technology and artificial intelligence and so on. The job markets and everything are getting transformed in a very, very fast manner. So if we are giving only on importance on the research and development investment, that may not be helping us to achieve the 12% growth rate we are actually targeting for the next 5 years during the period of the Finance Commission. So what I expected here is that it is not only the research intensity, but I try to suggest to propose an index so that every states they are having this intensity and other things, that data is there. But at the same time, some of the states, especially Manipur, Sikkim, they are something around one, while at the same time Kerala is having 0.3 and so on. So can we suggest some index like knowledge index or knowledge economy index, which include the quality of the higher education infrastructure, research infrastructure, in ICT, innovation index, and so on. If we can incorporate that kind of things into the suggestion, that may be more convincing than rather than just concentrating on the research intensity, which is something like not as that much objective in nature. That is what I feel. And this particular chapter is not concluding as such. It is actually just discussing a lot of things in an unstructured manner. So in conclusion, if we can use or we can give some suggestions for the way forward, what are the policies and plans if that money is coming, or when that funds are coming in, what are we going to do with that money, whether these institutions are enough for fulfilling that needs, or should we go for some other institutions or specialized institutions, or we need to integrate the existing institutions to achieve the goals which are there before us. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Isabel. Now, Sri Emmanuel. Emmanuel is from St. Thomas College, Thrissur.
Respected Chairman, respected professors, and my dear colleagues. So this paper is titled Restructuring India's Fiscal Policy Towards Sound Finance. It is written by Dr. P.S. Ranjit. So according to the author, he has drawn inspiration from Article 280D, which calls for the Finance Commission to take into consideration the interest of sound finance. And he has made use of, in this paper, Dormer condition to analyze the debt sustainability of the union as well as the state. And he finds that as per Dormer condition, the debt deficit levels of the union and the states are currently unsustainable. And he conducts a simulation exercise to find out the sustainable level of debt and deficit and suggests a pathway to reach that point over a period of 10 years by fiscal consolidation, in fact. And he also considers three ratios: debt servicing to debt receipts, capital expenditure to fiscal deficit, and off-budget borrowing to total borrowing. So these three ratios are considered by him, asking the government to follow these, make use of these ratios to keep the debt under under sustainable level. So my comment, so this paper was not presented here. So I have only a couple of points to make on this. One is that he is arguing that the debt levels are not sustainable now. So we need to bring it down. That's point number one. So second one is the idea of sound finance. So idea of sound finance is basically the principle or idea from which the idea of FRBM Act has come, where the governments are supposed to follow fiscal rules and consolidate. So which the government of Kerala has been opposing over the years. So should we highlight that aspect? Whether should we be highlighting sound finance? That's point number one. And secondly, if we are putting forward a case for additional borrowing, I think we will have to look at what happened to the interest-free 50-year loans which were floated by, made available by the union to the states in the year 2020-21. I think Kerala has not taken advantage of that. And if we were not able to borrow under that head, I think states should put up a case why we were not able to take advantage of that loan component because of the conditionalities attached. We should have definite data on that for the last, because every year the allocation under this head is rising. So that would be one plank which will be the 16th Finance Commission will be highlighting. And about the soft budget constraint and hard budget constraint, I would like to refer to Raja Chellaya's article in 2000, I think, where he, because of the interest rate endogeneity and so the seniorage aspect, he argues that the central government can go for a soft budget, whereas subnational governments should be allotted a hard budget. Thank you.
Arathi Nair.
Thank you, sir.
She is from NSS College, Niramankara.
Respected Chairperson, other dignitaries and dear participants. I'm also supposed to comment on the 13th article, that is restructuring India's fiscal policy towards sound finance. Actually, I would like to appreciate Ranjit for his work, and he has actually successfully generated a sustainable threshold level, a sustainable debt GDP ratio and all. I'm a bit doubtful about the genuinity of that concept itself, because when we are talking about a holistic concept like debt sustainability and all, and we are trying to capture the concept into a numerical figure, we are actually moving in a track of a one size fits for all approach. I'm not sure if it works for every economy, because here in his analysis, he actually identified a sustainable debt GDP ratio. The threshold level for union is 46% and the actual is 61%. For all levels, we are way below the sustainability threshold. We have also different other cases when we look around the world. For example, the case of Japan, their debt to GDP ratio is more than 250%. Still, they are a very strong economy. They are a very 250, yeah. they are a credible economy. They are actually working with that. So I'm not sure if these kinds of figures will really move economies in the right direction. And also the author goes on to the strategies to control debt to reach such a sustainable level. He has actually introduced three concepts: debt servicing to debt receipt ratio, capital expenditure to fiscal deficit ratio, and finally the proportion of off-budget borrowing to total borrowing. And I couldn't find much actual discussions happening on off-budget borrowing to total borrowing. It's just mentioned there. And once we introduce any variable, I would expect some more discussions on that area. Particularly when that topic is a bit controversial, I would say nowadays. We are getting a lot of media attention in this regard, mostly in a very bad light. But I think as academicians, we could shed some light on what's actually happening with these off-budget borrowings, whether they are sustainable or not, whether they are going into heavily constructive kind of activities or not. So that a very good discussion, a discourse is being generated in that regard. So thank you. That's about my comment.
Now, we may have a few minutes for
Thank you all for the valuable insights and remarks. The remarks regarding increase of vertical devolution from 41% to 50%. I've already mentioned in the presentation that when you calculate divisible pool as a percentage of GTR and GR, there is a 9-point difference. So that is what we have kept as a base for increasing it to 9% increase for the vertical devolution. And also like it is a short-term measure. It is not, it's not, I mean, you should have a constitutional amendment for increasing the base of divisible pool itself to incorporate what is netting out currently. So, which is not possible in a very short time. So what is practically possible is to increase its percentage to at least partially offset that kind of a loss. So that is one rationale behind this kind of a increase. Second thing, from 1.925% to 2.5%, it's not certain. Certainly it's not an arbitrary number, because the whole exercise of projecting numbers is starting from the horizontal devolution based on the various horizontal devolution criteria. So whatever input we received from the respective sections on horizontal devolution, so we arrived at a figure of 2.5%, and then we created a second scenario. If the horizontal devolution is to increasing to 2.5%, then how it is getting reflected when you have a vertical devolution of 50%. And regarding Priyesh's comment on the gap, figure 1 and figure 2. Figure 1 is just explaining the mechanism of resource transfers between the union government and the state government. Figure 2 is basically to portray the wedge between DP as a share of GTR and DP as a share of gross revenue. Certainly, from the diverging trend, it has stagnated. It is not converging. So now it is stagnated for a long period of time. So which means that there is a considerable wedge between these two. And Professor Harilal has mentioned that the whole revenue portion of the union government is not increasing, which we have not included in our case. Like in our study, yeah, it is stagnated over a period. It's a straight line. So maybe because their revenue kitty is not increasing considerably, you are not getting that wedge. Thank you. The divergence.
I think I congratulate, I appreciate. Oh, my half a second is a bit longish. Oh, no, okay. Chai vandam. So you should get ready for that. I think, Christabel, thank you very much. Very interesting comments. I think it had a very limited purpose. If I am to put all my innovation, information, knowledge to Finance Commission, they may fall unconscious. I wanted them to sort of get a feel of it to begin with. That's all. And all your ideas of innovation index, knowledge economy index. In fact, our DST has been struggling for the last 25 years to create one. They have not been able to do one. So, and what is called community innovation surveys and all done elsewhere. In fact, I am pushing it harder with the DST to get it done. Maybe you may see it sooner than later. Thank you very much. Because you are very perceptive, I must say. Your questions are very, which we have been never thinking you reflect upon. Very good.
So let the chair take 2 seconds to make some concluding observations. Because in the morning, after the morning session, Professor Rao was congratulating himself for recruiting the faculty team in GIFT. He was impressed about the kind of presentations made by the authors, and that can be extended to the afternoon presentations also. In fact, no, a lot of work has gone into it, and with some more work, the papers can be improved and published. And of course, what should go into the government's memorandum depends on the committee elected for drafting the memorandum. And then, of course, it's a political decision. But the team has given a lot of interesting, useful inputs for the memorandum, not only of the government of Kerala, but other governments can also make use of the work done here. Of course, there are certain gaps, certain limitations, about which we have 3 senior public finance experts who will be making comments here. R. Mohan is here, and Dr. Isaac and Dr. Rao are here. I'll just repeat one point which I wanted to emphasize. There are so many other things which can be made, but the tendency for the overall government's revenue to stagnate in India. This is something which, not necessarily from the point of view of the finance commissions, but generally as public finance people, we should be bothered about this. Because everywhere in the world, in OECD countries, even in developing countries, the size of the government is increasing. Size of the government is nearing 50% in many countries. And this is happening in developing countries also. And what about private entities? Private entities are growing bigger than governments. And some of the private entities are even challenging Russia. I mean, they are so big that they can challenge a superpower. So if our governments are going to grow smaller and smaller, that is not very good. The combined government, if it is growing smaller and smaller, that's not very good. Somehow, we are being very wrongly advised. We are being very wrongly advised that in India, governments can grow small. You can do with small governments, but in our countries, we are public finance experts. In our countries, we can have very big governments. And 50% of the US economy and 50% of the Indian economy compare. Their economy is so big, and they have such huge governments. And whenever we speak about governments, many of our great economists, they are against government. Governments are inefficient. But these theories come from these people, no? They are growing in size. Their governments are growing in size. The provincial governments and their federal governments. So we need to really, beyond Finance Commission, we have to think about these things. Even debt, sustainability question, Emmanuel is raising. So these are all relevant. I'm sure that we have these 3 people going to speak, and they'll be addressing.
Just one sentence before.
And let me also speak about the KEA members.
Yeah.
The discussants, they have given
Very good.
very important points. And in fact, even Professor Joseph will have to rewrite. I mean,
Yeah.
so Isabel has given some points.
Similar, your paper can be made much more interesting. You should also look into not just discretionary transfers of the Finance Commission, but also non-statutory discretionary transfers by the central government. You read Gulati and Keke George, I think 1987 or something. on, then you had plan transfer, non-plan transfer, no, and then finance commission transfer, then other discretionary transfers. Read that paper. Then bring that element also inside. So it won't be just a commentary on finance commission. It will be much, you'll find this non-statutory discretionary transfers to the central government has increased very significantly in the recent period. With all these packages being given and so on. So that will make the paper much more relevant. For this purpose, let this be so, but expand it in that way.
So we will.
Think reading through on the basis of this what is called discipline finance, debt management, etc., reading through Professor Rajachalaya and Professor Govindarao and other development economists about understanding of the role of finance in development in a developing economy, I am inclined to believe that this FRBM is actually fiscal responsibility and borrowing management. And it's not, it is actually, I think some mistakes happen. Ideally, what is needed is probably because you know that what Richard Nelson in 1950, low-level equivalent draft, they said, country is poor because their ability to save is less. If you don't have money to save, you steal or borrow. Country cannot steal, so they borrow. Without borrowing, who has developed? So borrowing is very important. Now the question is, as Professor Isaac right again and again saying, what matters is how you use your borrowing. So what actually we need is fiscal responsibility and borrowing utilization act. This is what I said before the Finance Commission. And nobody has contested me there indeed. Anyway, I think this is all what basically, my guru is sitting on my left side. So it is both gurus.
No, that's a very diplomatic way of saying that my guru is sitting inside. But let me be very assertive that I did not teach this part to you. Now, I have a number of general issues, but then I will try to avoid that. Possibly at the end, when I'm making some observations, I will listen. Now, I will just make some very brief observations on the papers that have been presented. Now, on the issue of grants in aid to the states, need for increasing the base of Finance Commission grants, that the entire thing assumes a number of things. You have assumed that there is a particular amount of tax devolution is done. And therefore, see, ultimately the extent of grant that you need to give will depend upon what the tax devolution is. If the tax devolution is more, then obviously the amount of grant that is required to balance the budget. See, the Finance Commission is not supposed to be doing, sort of a developmental task because that is basically in the borrowing, this thing. Finance Commission doesn't deal with the borrowing issue, except for, putting the FRBM, and this particular commission may not even, make recommendations on that because there is no term of reference asking it to do it. I don't know what they will do. But the point is that, you can't simply say that you need to increase the grants unless you determine what the tax devolution is. They have to be determined together. They can't determine, separately. This is one of the things. And it can't be a base to the tax devolution. There is nothing like, you have to have a base and, you'll have a percentage of tax devolution as a grant. You can't, that sort of an analysis doesn't seem to be appropriate in my view. Then also I will say that whoever has calculated the cess and surcharge has missed a point. And it is not 14%, it comes to somewhere about 23%. Okay? No, whatever be the case, that is the amount of money that is deducted from the gross tax revenue to achieve the divisible pool. What we possibly you have missed is, if you have calculated it yourself, in 2020, the government of India increased the special excise on petroleum products. And that is called the special excise. They don't call it a cess and surcharge, but that is a part of the cess and surcharge group. And if you include that, then what you will get is somewhere about 23%. So, your numbers have to be very clear. That's what I thought I will mention that. And there have been a lot of discussion on these grants. When all the mistakes that the 15th Finance Commission did, they also recommended some sector-specific, state-specific grants. What happened? The government of India didn't accept them. Now, you may say that the Finance Commission should recommend, but ultimately the decision whether to accept or not. And mind you, this is for the first time, the Article 275 grants given are not accepted, by the government. I mean, except in the first report of the commission gave the grant to 3 states as special grants under 275, because the amount of money they were receiving, estimated money that they were receiving from the first year report in that year would be less than the previous year's actual amount, and therefore they gave to Karnataka, Mizoram, and one other state, Telangana. And obviously that was not accepted. So the same thing has happened with the 15th Finance Commission's final report. Many grants were given, they were not accepted. The reason why they were not accepted is that anyway there are centrally sponsored schemes. Since there are centrally sponsored schemes, we will basically take this into account in formulating the centrally sponsored schemes. Then there is a question that comes up, whether the Finance Commission is an appropriate body to give sector-specific and state-specific grants. The revenue deficit grants has been given and it has been accepted, even though the 15th Finance Commission tried to phase it out at the end of the tax period. So there is this particular question whether Finance Commission is an appropriate body. When you have another body, which, of course, there is a lot of reform that is required there. You can say that that is a discretionary grant and this is this thing, but then the discretion here also lies with the union government. That, it can decide not to accept the thing. Now, on the issue of local body, I'll be brief as much as possible. The problem is the entire design is wrong. The design is wrong is for the reason that, your Article 73rd and 74th Constitution say that this will be the local self-governments at the rural and urban areas. But entry 5 of the state list says that the local government is the responsibility of the state government. And when you have that, ultimately, what happens is the state governments control the local governments. I'm not talking about any particular state. When they have a control over the state governments, all these conditionalities that the Finance Commission gives are for the state governments to implement so that the local governments get the money or not. See, if you are targeting the conditionalities on the local government, that's a different thing. You are targeting the conditionality on the state government, and if the state government doesn't do this, local government lose. I mean, this is basically the problem that you have. That is precisely the reason why the 14th Finance Commission did not want to do it. In fact, we had a member called Sushma Nath who was an expenditure secretary. When the 13th Finance Commission gave a series of conditionalities, she said she was an expenditure secretary earlier. She said she was very happy because she didn't have to give the money. She was extremely happy. She said that. And then she actually suggested that we should not give any, sort of put any conditions. But as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Vijayanan, who was the secretary in this thing, he added the conditions there, even though the Finance Commission did not put the conditions. So the important thing that I'm trying to make is conditionalities, for example, property tax is one of the things that has been mentioned. Now you have to put the base here, base of the tax. Does anyone come and ask, how did you fix the base? You can fix the base at a very low level and then say that every year there has been a growth. I mean, there are issues of that nature. And I have written on this, and my good friend Ashok Lahiri, who seemed to have written the chapter there on that local body, he called me and said, Govind, I have written the chapter. Why are you asking me? Why are you doing, commenting on this? But anyway, now, on the tribal issue, I would like to be a little more careful about it. Article 275 is within the realm of the Finance Commission. Article 275(1) on tribal areas is basically the prerogative of the Home Ministry. And Finance Commissions don't really do this thing. In fact, I mean, you have Schedule 5 areas and Schedule 6 areas. They had, in fact, the 14th Commission did not even address the issues to them. 15th Commission expanded the tax devolution issue there as well. But as far as the grants are concerned, what the Constitution says is that 275 grant cannot be given without the recommendation of the Finance Commission. But that's not the case as far as the 271 is concerned. I don't know to what extent this will be relevant to the Finance Commission. And you can, however, say that there is a problem of the tribal infrastructure deficit, and the Finance Commission should make a special grant for that purpose. That's a different issue than saying that it is under the Article 275(1). I mean, just look at it, think about it, discuss with people, and I could be wrong. I mean, as I said, that's something which you need to do. Kerala's elevated infrastructure costs. Now, there are, I did mention about the, unit cost of providing public services. But I would not really put in infrastructure there. The reason why I'm saying is that Finance Commission is not looking at only the revenue accounts. Finance Commission is not going to look at the capital side of the budget. And when you are saying revenue accounts, basically whatever is the cost disability in the maintenance of services, whatever is the cost disability, I mean, if you say the land costs are higher and this and that, Finance Commission will say that, look, that is not in our purview. And we are not required, constitutionally, we are not required to deliberate on that. I'm just making this, so that you take note of that, because these are all very important points. But then, that's why I said it need to be internally consistent. That is the idea that this thing. Now, on the issue of innovations, I think I have seen what you have done. Don't go. There is a very useful work. But, most of the countries, when you are, comparing, in most of the countries, much of the innovative budget comes from the private sector. The government sector spending is not all that much. In our country, private sector doesn't spend. Why? Because the private sector always wants the government to increase the tariffs so that they can live within the protection. They don't have to compete externally. And since they don't have to compete externally, and they don't have to spend money on innovation and development, and that is a much larger issue, and you need to really address that if you are talking about that.
Please don't be interested in giving any money?
No, it is not that. I'm not saying that. The point that I'm trying to say is overwhelming proportion has to come from somewhere else. Government should increase. I'm not saying that government should increase.
That in the US, the state played an important role.
No. I mean, on that issue, I have a very different perspective. I have spoken about this. There are Scandinavian countries where everything will be taken care of. There are countries like United States where the tax GDP ratio, I mean, if you look at the cross-country analysis, tax GDP ratio increases with development. Now, this is very well recorded. In India, tax GDP ratio is around 16.5%. If you ask Surjit Bala, he says 18.5%. That's a different thing. But the point is that it is about 16 to 17% now. It used to be lower. Is there a case for increase in tax GDP ratio? Yes. But then not because I want to have a bloated government.
Yeah.
I'm not for that. I want to have, but then I want to change. I want to change the composition of expenditure. I want more money on education. I want more money on healthcare. I want more money on urban development. I want more money in water supply and sanitation. But I don't want so much of money on food subsidy. I don't want so much of money on fertilizer subsidy. People who are talking about this thing, people should have seen how much subsidy comes from the union government. How much of the money that they're spending on union. Your overall expenditure GDP ratio is 30%. Out of that, I would like to have about 6% of GDP going to education, about 3% of GDP going to healthcare. I mean, I would like to do that. But the government job is to not to replace the private sector. The government job is to encourage the private sector to provide more and more employment. And it has to be an enabler. But at the same time, there are other ways of controlling private sector through regulation. Monopolies and restrictive trade practices, if they do, I mean, so there are issues of that nature. And I mean, in fact, in my book, I start basically with the role of the government. And government has no business to run hotels. It doesn't have the competitive advantage in running hotels. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
There is no quarrel over that point, but government should be there and the government should be efficient.
Next session, and a concluding session. You are actually
the presiding lady now.
Next session. Okay. For friends in, hello, Professor Allah and all other, Professor Ale Tonquist and all our friends, please take your cup of tea, relax for 5 minutes, we'll be back soon. Session, we are getting late. I'm inclined to believe that thus far it was a very productive and enlightening day, very serious discussion. And everyone in this hall and online deserve much appreciation for making this day so far so productive. And today we are going to have the concluding session. I'm not going to take any time. From the morning onwards, what we have seen is that what the doctor prescribed and what the patient desire are different, because we say in one way and everything got ulta. We wanted minister to speak first, minister told I'll go at the end. So now we wanted Professor Isaac to speak at the end. Now he says he wants to speak first because he has another meeting to attend. So I think I'm not going to introduce Professor Isaac. As I said in the morning, we were blessed. This institute is a very blessed place. And one important source of that enormous amount of encouragement, support, intellectual and otherwise, is Professor Thomas Isaac. This institute is in essence his plain child.
You can't say intellectual and otherwise.
Eh?
Intellectual and others.
Others.
You can't say otherwise.
Okay, right. There is any English correction. I stand corrected. Okay, so
I just want to say one thing. There was a time when Professor A.M. Khusro was being introduced in Agra in one of the colleges, and he said Professor Khusro is an eminent economist, and about him you don't need an introduction. About him, less said the better.
So,
yes.
Okay. With that,
Professor Joseph.
Professor Isaac knows what I mean. So over to you.
Professor Joseph, Professor Govindarao, R. Mohan, and dear friends and colleagues. First, let me congratulate Professor Joseph, faculty of GIFT, for using this occasion of the 16th Finance Commission to produce such a comprehensive statement on center-state fiscal relations with specific reference to Kerala. This is a database which anybody can use it for the government also for their own purpose. But even more interesting was that organized by KEA, a lot of others came in to comment on this document. And that too, I must say, academically with brevity and a lot of clarity in this. And so my appeal would be, Harilal, we should have this kind of get together more often, once a month, a day. Now, it can be thematic. We identify students, PhD scholars working on certain theme, ask them to make the present the papers, let everybody, teachers all across comment upon it and so on. And we can also invite scholars from abroad and so on to come in to comment on these papers. Papers should be sent in advance so that it becomes a very powerful and academically recognized dialogue. And that's what we should do. Now, I shall be brief, not elaborate too much. I will not go into too many data and so on. But just 3 points, main point. I get a gut feeling that 16th Finance Commission is going to be very crucial for the future of fiscal federalism in India. There is no, unlike the 14 or 15, particularly 15, there has been no controversy regarding the terms of reference. The 15th Finance Commission, right from the go, it was controversy. But it has been extraordinarily quiet with respect to 6th Finance Commission for the simple fact that terms of references just repeated what is in the Constitution. But I'm afraid a lot of things are the way the discussions with the states are taking place and so on. What we hear, something very potential danger is the looming above Indian fiscal federalism. Now, 3 points. It is almost accepted. Sorry, I keep on your paper regarding vertical devolution, strongly argued for various reasons, 50% raising it. That is generally the consensus stated in India. All state governments have demanded 50%. But I think what is going around in the background is an attempt to roll back the existing 42%. The kind of inquiry is being made as to how did they ever come upon this 42%, and so on and so forth, gives a feel that something very dramatic may happen. And therefore, it's all the more reason we take up this up very, very seriously. Now, I don't want to repeat any of the arguments for the 50%. That to vertical devolution, you have shown that central government, even after devolution, their expenditure is, the revenues are much above their actual expenditure, equivalent to their expenditure. Now, I would say that the discretionary funds at the hands of center has significantly increased with the end of the planning commission. Planning commission, plan aid was always mostly in terms of loans. Okay, I agree, but there's a revenue component. And this revenue component is now the legacy of with the central government. And you find so many packages being given. Packages mostly consist of centrally sponsored schemes and so on, but there is a revenue grant involved, you see. In fact, this is a situation which should make us demand for this 50% devolution strongly. And this is a point on which the state can be mobilized. But second point that I want to make is, there's a distribution between the states where there is going to be a lot of serious difference of opinion this time. Because simple fact, population and the income distance criteria, however you juggle with it, is going to be disadvantages to, say, advanced states. Advanced not just merely in terms of per capita income, but with the social development, so that their population is also coming down. Some of the data is here in this document itself. If you look at the South Indian states, their share in the 11th Finance Commission was 23%, now it is 15%. Who has gained? Now, one, the North Indian Hindi speaking belt plus Northeastern states. They're both. Others have been, no, cannot say a definite trend. Now, this is debilitating for the development of the South Indian states. There is no doubt there has to be equity, there has to be transfer of resources from developed regions to non-developed regions. But we have to also look into the impact this declining share has on the various demands of development in these states. And we find further decline will be cannot be sustainable. How do you deal with this? There have been 3 proposals that have been made. One proposal is by Arvind Subramaniam and Karnataka government, your government. You are still advisor, no?
No, I was the one who was
okay, bringing in.
I was the one responsible for Karnataka.
Gross share in the tax or tax revenue as one of the criteria. Only problem with that is you will have one criteria per capita income distance and opposite, neutralize it, you bring in a totally opposite criteria. But that's one proposal, practical proposal to bring. Second would be to have individual state level seeding. Okay, no state share would be who can decline below, say, average the last 3 shares, 3 finance commission shares. Their share is not going to dramatically rise or anything, but there'll be a pause to this continuous decline that is taking place in the South Indian states. This has to be made up by the grants or within the divisible pool reallocation. That's or some other criteria. There has been a proposal, the original Arvind Subramaniam proposal, that is to say, a certain percentage of the revenues collected from each state should be given to that state, which I do not think is very interesting proposition. For the simple fact, for example, you will find the Maharashtra share will be phenomenally booming, and it will have very serious implications for resource transmitting states. But the first two should be much more possible. Say. Now it is in this context that that the grant component becomes very important. See, Sumalada's paper, in fact, table shows that the grants to an extent they neutralize the inverse relationship between per capita income and tax share. That's what that table shows. So perhaps retaining the importance of grants is the only way, some way that perhaps that's another way of compensating the states who have whose share has dramatically declined. And also on the basis of realistic estimate of future expenditure and revenue. Karnataka case is the minister at that time was saying, no, there was no relation to the finance commission calculations. So this is one issue that is going to be debated very strongly. Third, and this is where a lot of fire is going to come. The Finance Commission on the objective of sound fiscal policy decides the path of fiscal consolidation. Because states, most states have complied, but some states do not yet comply. Therefore, the fiscal path is, consolidation path is laid down. Now, it is here, I have very serious difference of opinion with the present understanding. See, the path of development chosen by the regions in India very, very different. You have Kerala, which is focused on social sector development, and therefore there's very serious infrastructure deficit, which is holding back its development now. There is no investment worth the name coming into Kerala yet. Unless you overcome this, you are going to be participating in the growth process in India. And I tell you, though your data given stops with 21, 22. Yeah, 21, 22. Kerala has been performing much better than national average for the last more than two and a half decades. But in the last 5, 6 years, particularly, Kerala has been erratic. And if you have extended your data for the kind of current estimate, advanced estimate for the last year and year before last year, I've seen Kerala coming down sharply. They have revised it even further down. This is a real problem here. We are losing steam growth. For the simple fact, it is fueled by the remittances. Irudharajan survey shows remittances are not yet coming down. That's because when you're coming back from Gulf, you bring all your savings, and therefore it keeps up your remittances. But sooner or later, it is going to go. There is already a chill in the way you spend, building, construction, everything happening. So it is very, very important that Kerala overcomes infrastructure deficit and moves into that's. But take the case of, say, let's make Gujarat and states like Gujarat. They are focused on infrastructure, investment, private investment and so on. And but they're least interested, they're not at all paid attention to social sector development. Therefore, they're advanced in per capita income, but their social attainments are very, very low. And then you have the large Bimaru states and so on, which have neither the social sector achievements nor investment in infrastructure or industry. There is a case like known case like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, which has attempted a balanced thing that focused on industry earlier, but now they pay a lot of attention to education, healthcare, and so on. Okay, broad typologies of states. Now, what would, for example, Bumadu state require? They should be allowed a revenue deficit. There is no point in them investing in infrastructure and so on, or even in industry, for the simple reason market forces will siphon off the entire multiplier impact into Maharashtra or advanced states. You take now the, for example, available GST data, you will find all the advanced states have got trade deficit and those backward states have trade surpluses. This trade surplus is a reflection of the drain that is taking place from this. Therefore, what they should do, their public policy has to focus upon non-tradables so that doesn't flow out. Education, healthcare, and therefore they should be allowed indefinite revenue deficit. We don't say keep your revenue deficit zero. You know the obscenity of this obsession with the revenue deficits being zero. The central government permitted additional borrowing up to 5% during the COVID period. And many states didn't borrow full, only 4%. And so of the borrowed money, more than 3 lakh crores of rupees were lying idle in the treasuries of state governments and invested in central government securities at 3.5%. Money borrowed at 7%. I have asked many ministers, why don't you spend? See, this is not good. You have to keep revenue deficit zero. Then they would say lame excuse is very difficult to spend. So it's so funny to hear this. So internalize this so much irrational behavior. So these states must be allowed a revenue deficit indefinitely, so they invest in the human resources, perhaps a Kerala way of going on. But take Gujarat also. I would say they would be allowed to spend more on social sectors. But the case of Kerala. Kerala should be allowed to borrow more, not just 3%. One hat, same hat cannot fit all. It's accepted. But how is it translated into practice? So you may say, well, how can you discriminate like that? One state allowed more money to be borrowed, other state not being allowed. There's no problem with the revenue deficit. Anyway, everybody is revenue deficit zero. The fiscal deficit, states as a whole do not borrow 3%. So you permit them to borrow, many states don't want to borrow. You are allowed 3.5, but state as a whole is below 3. So it's not that all states want to take money and borrow and invest. So there must be a mechanism by which you recognize different parts of development. Each region has autonomy, limited autonomy within the Indian Indian economic framework to pursue a different path is necessity because that is a situation that exists today. You can think of also a way of your borrowing rights being tradable. Yeah, why not? Why not? I'm willing to buy. Kerala because I think you don't think in say purely fiscal terms. You have your development vision here. How do you move your state? How do you move forward? Now, finance is a handmaiden of that. Of course, there is quote unquote sound finance. You cannot drive it to bankruptcy and so on, but there is. But you don't start from sound fiscal principles as to what is to be done in the state. You have people's aspirations, the development requirements, then you try to see how to mold your finances to this. So you were mentioning about off-budget borrowing. Central government was also borrowing off budget. They never complied with the 3% to start with. On top of that, they have Nirmala Sitharaman came, she wanted to have say transparency printed in the CAG brought out the report. More than 2.5 lakh rupees off budget borrowing was not included in it. Okay, now somebody says it's not right. Even if it is not, it's not right, it's not for state also to do that. Okay, you have a rule, you don't borrow more. In future, it will be like. So far, you were not counting it as a part of your debt or part of your fiscal deficit. Even now, Center does not include off-budget borrowing as part of the fiscal deficit. Suddenly you say, with retrospective effect here, state government, from 2016, whatever money you have taken for your infrastructure will be reduced from your normal borrowing. This is going to be the most important fight that is going to happen because at least in the last Finance Commission, whole mandate was so clear, FRBM review report norms to be implemented. The states were saved by COVID. It was for good. FRBM review committee report was produced by the same chairman as the Finance Commission. So we are saved by COVID because in COVID time with the recession, nobody can suggest anything cutting expenditure. Government of India itself was supposed to say you borrow more and spend. So that was out of agenda. But this is a silent agenda that is being moved. So you have a move to roll back your 42%. You have a whole preparation going around to reduce the state borrowing from 3% to 1.75%. These are totally undemocratic. Anti-federal. I'm not going to nitpick on that criteria, this, that, a grand simple. This is the broad picture in the context of present. How do you meet that? How many people are aware of this? That's the question. Even our academics, the college teachers who teach students, these issues. So this is very, very important. For me, one preparation of memorandum submission, that's it will take place. Okay. But then people will have to be made aware of a big danger that is happening. Like COVID, I was hoping Haryana and Maharashtra will be different, that I'll be, will be saved. So Haryana is gone. Maharashtra is the air, one doesn't know what actually is going to happen. No, some of the people were telling me about some discussions that have been happening with the states and so remarks of the cuff and so on, which gives me a feeling this way we are drifting. This is the danger. And because Govindra Rao is going to speak next, I just want to provoke him. One point to provoke you. See, there is a own tax revenue. That's an important thing. Again, we have to tax GDP ratio. States' powers have been, by and large, been abridged totally with the GST coming. Okay, what's the biggest problem now? These rates are not revenue neutral, yeah? It took 2 years of deliberations to determine the revenue neutral. Each commodity, their previous rates, historically how it evolved, this, that, in various states, then you bring in an average, then you determine the pre-GST average rate for the commodity, then, okay, rate below that. It is taken at least 1.5 years to reach the conclusion of a GST rate, it was revenue neutral. Totally thoughtlessly. Because on the eve of an election, no state government would want to be seen as wanting to keep up the rates. Central government takes the initiative and cuts the rates so much so, almost a 28% bracket from which most of the revenues were coming in, that's abolished. Now, this is the biggest problem. My question to you is, Dr. Rao, I'm a reader of yours. I only tweet, I don't write against you. See, why are you obsessed with simplicity, simple tax and so on? You should be more worried about the revenue potential of this tax. It is not simplest tax. But just look at the whole mess of a tax system that existed before GST in India. When compared to that, it is such a advance has been made. Let this stabilize. If you want to do it, I would say, please, states have to function. Education, healthcare, social security. Why not social security? That has to be given. We have state with 20% elderly people, we have to care for them, a universal pension, minimum pension for them. So states have to function. For which money requirement is made. So I think, though not directly connected with state, Harilal was saying in the first comment that we have to go to take to whom? Somebody, the paper, our own revenue, revenue enhancement for center and state. Yeah, I think I will stop here. I don't want to go into. So just 3 points, one vertical devolution. Okay, fine.
I think you could not have been. I think you always come with out of the box thinking. I mean, I think we appreciate. We really loved listening to you. And these two. I think I must say that okay, Professor Rao was also talking from the state's perspective in the morning. The tone was saying, in fact, I mean, so anyway, wonderful. Thank you very much. Sir. Thank you very much, sir. I think you deserve one more round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please. I think everything is ulta. Everything is ulta.
So the least dirty fellow next. Okay.
Okay. Right.
Thank you for, see, I will be very brief because Professor Rao has to also speak and I have to also go in another 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, morning onwards has been
Let me first submit, I'm not going into every aspect of the papers you have presented because they have been well presented, suggestions have come. So a second round I am not going into because professional economists have done and they have commented. Now, point number one, vertical fiscal imbalances. JSS Hunter in his paper said if there is an imbalance, they have to be balanced, and he goes on and it's a seminal work. I think most of you must have seen that. Professor Rao has also cited from that. He has also a paper on measurement of vertical fiscal imbalances, and there have been a number of academic papers. Now, when we say 41 to 50 or 51, there has to be a sound empirical basis for that. I think you have an empirical base for that. Normally, the empirical basis you give is what extent the own revenue of a state or a subnational entity can cover its own revenue expenditure. The gap is measured as the vertical fiscal imbalance. In the Indian context, you have to take out the centrally sponsored scheme expenditure, other conditional grants, and then arrive at it. Ramkumar and myself, we had attempted this thing, and we also find it is around 48.5, 49%, etc. It is also not a sound method, subject to improvement. Why at all this vertical fiscal imbalances arose in India? I mean, it is not only in India. In Canada, it is there. In Australia, it is there. In Germany, it is there. In US, it is there. And we have mechanisms to address that. How effective they are, that's the question. Let me try to tell something because I am not trained in the way the others are, because I would look at the thing. The evolution of a fiscal distribution of powers in a history is very much dependent upon the historical sequence of developments. If you look at the Philadelphia Convention, a confederation became a federation and tax powers had to be surrendered. In Canada, the 1867 Act, the 1982 Act, I mean, all these things are there. When you look at the Indian scenario, we had a highly centralized British provinces and the imperial government and princely states with other this thing. So that is where our system started. Then we had the Royal Commission upon Decentralization. Slowly, expenditure started to be decentralized first and revenue division started next. Naturally, our expenditure decentralization outpaced the revenue devolution. Till Otto Neimer Commission, C.D. Deshmukh Award, and the first Finance Commission, K.C. Naoki, and the other things started coming. I'm not going into any of these details. So vertical fiscal imbalance is the root of it is the expenditure decentralization outpacing the revenue devolution or revenue powers. I will use the word powers. This is what 15th Finance Commission has succinctly said, and our minister and all the political leaders are quoting more often than not. Now, to address vertical fiscal imbalances, there is a broad unity among the states. None is against demanding 50%, though politically BJP governments may not be that outspoken in that, everyone will be happy. But happiness ends there. Point number two, horizontal fiscal imbalances. India's states are at vastly different levels of development, vastly differing per capita GSDP, whether it is a divergence or convergence, beta sigma convergence, economists have a debate, but it is vastly differing. Surprisingly, we found in one of our discussion papers, I have been sharing with Kiran a lot of views on that, that this tax GSDP ratio has been converging. There can be three reasons for that. Poorer states are mobilizing their taxes more efficiently. Richer states are falling short of efficiently mobilizing their tax revenue, or the structural transformation in the GSDP where the consumption becomes oriented towards high value, low volume items like gold, platinum, etc. It leads to more evasion. I mean, there can be n number of alternatives, but tax GSDP ratio has been converging. Here you come to a big question, how far the income distance is the most appropriate proxy for fiscal distance. To be fair to the finance commissions, from 62.5 in 11th Finance Commission, when Chandrababu Naidu led Southern chief ministers, led the first Southern revolt, it came down to 50, now it's at 45%. Kerala can, if you can make out a case, plead for some reduction, but it is not going to be without controversies because this proxy will be demanded by the most populous states, and Finance Commission is always an act of delicate balancing. But as Karnataka and Telangana have taken about that, Govinda sir will elaborate more. We can take a maximalist position in the memorandum. In an academic work, you may have to take a different perspective, but in a memorandum, the Kerala government can take a maximalist position. Taking a maximalist position is posturing. You are saying 50% should be given to my share of GSDP. No finance commission is going to accept it, I'm sure. If you say that a person paying more taxes should get better services in the income tax analogy, nobody will accept. The left parties will revolt first. Now, this nobody is good, but it is posturing. Posturing is also relevant. So you start posturing here, somewhere there will be a compromise. You have to, if you want to protect at least what you have in hand, you have to keep running to stand where you are. That is the question. Now, third, the question of balancing grants. Professor Govindrav mentioned it here. The first report of the 15th Finance Commission for the year 2020-21 suggested balancing grants for Karnataka, Mizoram, and Telangana. That is, revenue deficit grants plus tax devolution of the immediate previous year was more than that of 2020. Am I right, sir? So they wanted to give a balancing grant. Union Finance Ministry in ATR outrightly rejected it. They did not accept it. Karnataka was ruled by Bharatiya Janata Party and it was by Bommai's government was running, and the same party government, they rejected it. So I'm not attributing a partisan motive there, but balancing grants concept was rejected. But Kerala in its memorandum, because the theme is 16th Finance Commission, Kerala will have to argue more for balancing grants, as Dr. Isaac said. In area, states with smaller area are protected because 2% is the base. Below that, no percent should fall. Tamil Nadu, when Jayalalitha was CM, I think she had also raised it in her speech to the Finance Commission, that there has to be a base below which it cannot fall. So that kind of an approach can be taken. So balancing grant is another way of saying that. Point number 4. The suggested formula for tax devolution distribution, I have already said. But one thing, no finance commission, no union government can accept a formula, according to me, I may be wrong, can accept a formula which grossly or palpably violates the criterion of progressivity in tax devolution. If 50% GSDP maximalist position and posturing, if you believe in that posturing, that has to come. That, I'm sorry to say, will not be accepted. So we have to have a balanced alternative. When Dr. Isaac was the finance minister, we were part of the team assisting him in preparing the memorandum for the 15th Finance Commission, and Kerala's memorandum. We suggested a formula and mentioned what will be the share of the all 28 states if this formula is implemented. And that was appreciated by the Finance Commission. Though they reduced our tax share, we got some grants. That's a different story. But we said if this formula is adopted, which state will be affected in which way and which state will be affected in that way. So we had done a balancing exercise. So balancing grants and balancing exercise are important. Point number 5. Finance commissions, it's not the terrain of the Finance Commission, but since you have done an academic work, we have the social security pension. We are a geriatric society. We have the social security pension for 68 lakh or 62 lakh people. I'm not exactly sure the number after mustering. 1,600. He has been raising it by 100 rupees every year, but of late, because of the squeeze and for whatever reasons, we are struggling to, the government of Kerala is struggling to give the 1,600 which we are now setting right. So 2005, the party, the friend that is ruling Kerala aims at giving 2,500 per month. The opposition parties may aim at a higher amount. I mean, so far so good. But here, instead of conditional grants, there has to be a social security cushion platform which the center should grant 2,500 to every member. If I say 2,500, somebody will say that Andhra it is 4,000. I think it is for the household. 2,500 for every member with an annual increase. There has to be a cushion grant for that. Why don't we try to make a case for that also? All these things are part of posturing. I mean, you cannot have a theoretical grounding. Now, point number 6. There have been terms of reference, it has been ever expanding since the additional TOR of 11th FC, where part of the Article 275 grants were also withheld. That with conditionalities. Amresh Bagchi has written a dissent note to the 11th Finance Commission report. You must have seen that. I don't have to elaborate on all that. So this Finance Commission, I think after the TOR given to the KC Yogi's first Finance Commission, I think we are getting the constitutional terms of reference bodily lifted from Article 28. Am I right, sir? This is what Kerala requested. Many other states would have also requested. So the degrees of freedom is now very large. I welcome that. with a caveat that the additional TOR can come as a bolt from the blue at any point of time, given the lurking dangers which Dr. Isaac has portrayed on all that. So we have to request the Finance Commission very strongly that they stay within the TOR limit and do not tread into sound finance, fiscal roadmap, etc., because that is not part of the TOR mandate. Till an additional TOR is given, I do not know. Now, point number 7. States expenditure decentralization have been outpacing revenue decentralization. Now, states have more functional social economic powers and the union list, the state list 2 of the 7th schedule of the constitution. This is at the root of the vertical fiscal imbalance. More buoyant tax revenues in the center because allocation, distribution, stabilization, the Musgravian tri-division is behind all this. I mean, this is not an accident, it's a conscious design. Now, union government has been grabbing more and more and more of functions from the state without taking up additional expenditure. Now you see the Port Bill, I think it has become an act now. The Port Act of 1907, minor ports were with the state government. In the constitutional list, it's with the state government. Now the Port Bill, which came last year, M.K. Stalin wrote a very strong protest. It's a must read for all students of political and fiscal federalism, that minor ports have been taken out of the state list unconstitutionally. Because to legislate in a state list under Article 249, the Rajya Sabha has to pass a resolution with 2/3 majority, or the state has to request under Article 252. With none of this, minor ports were taken away. Look at the dam safety bill. These dams above a height, peculiar dams have been taken away. Mullaperiyar will now go to the dam safety the center. You don't have to negotiate with Tamil Nadu any longer, because once this becomes this thing, it becomes a union this thing. So a lot of cooperation. There is a Ministry of Cooperation at the union level, headed by the most powerful minister in the government of India, maybe perhaps after the Prime Minister. So cooperative societies were also put into a constitutional amendment which the Supreme Court said no. But there have been a lot of functional usurpation by the union government, but that has not reversed the expenditure decentralization, which means more and more of the expenditure you have to spend as per the union directive. Whether this is cooperative federalism or, to quote D.Y. Chandrachud, our Honorable Chief Justice, is uncooperative federalism, I do not know. He has been said that cooperative federalism, cooperation, sometimes contestation is also important. He was arguing from the state's perspective that GST rates are not mandatory but only recommendatory. But now this uncooperative federalism is coming from the other side. Point number 8. Finance Commission has got a very defined role, a well-defined, well-meaning role. My submission, I think Professor Rao has already said it, do not add on. It is not a development commission. Do not say it should do this, it should do that, it should do social sector. I mean, it cannot do that. Finance Commission is to address the vertical imbalances and the distribution of revenues and to give grants to states in need. It has a constitutional mandate. If you say that it should poke its nose into judicial upgradation, into innovation, into this thing, that thing, everything, then it is no longer a finance commission. It's a supra-legislative body which will go against the grain of federalism. Nevertheless, I support the director's case. Nevertheless. Okay. Now, point number 9. Tax effort has been a part of 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th, I think, did not use tax effort as a criterion, rightly so, according to me. 15th has introduced tax effort as a criterion, 2.5%, but they did not use that base by inverse and all these things, they did not use. Now, I think if Kerala's memorandum is being drafted, drafting committee members are also here. Kerala's memorandum, when it is drafted, you should argue against tax effort as a criterion, because in the post-GST scenario, the IGST or the Integrated Goods and Services Tax, as Gulati Institute is very well aware, that it comes as a settlement to the destination state. Kerala's IGST received is IGST collected at the origin state, maybe Rajasthan, Karnataka, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, etc. If there is evasion there, who suffers? You suffer. If there is evasion here, somebody else suffers. So it is not your tax effort that is collecting the 44% of the erstwhile tax revenue that is merged into GST. So, and also center has a concurrent, it's not the concurrent list, but center has a concurrent co-joint responsibility, CGST and SGST, together they have to collect. So tax effort can no longer be a criterion in devolving or distributing tax revenues to the state. This is a very crucial point. Now coming to collection, what is collected here is not being returned to my state. I am not supporting the argument. I think fortunately Dr. Isaac also did not support it. How did this come about at all? In KC Niyogi Commission, I think it was 80-20. After that, in the second headed by Sandhanam, it was 90-10, I think, collection. You had princely states only for personal income tax and central excise duty as per Article no collection. 272. That was a different backwardness and other criteria were there. Correct. 272 by parliament legislation. Article 270 was a very small base. Now, this, I was saying that princely states had customs duty, Travancore had income tax, Baroda had the lowest rate of income tax, and Cochin had the highest rate of income tax. V.T. Krishnamachari headed the Financial Integration Committee. That's available fully on the web. If you must have read it. If you have not, I think it's a must read. So that was at the point of political integration at the difficult period with Sardar Patel and V.P. Menon. I think that was where this collection came. Export duty, Bengal's jute and other things was taken away. So they were given something. So the transition period, I think, it went on, and 10th Finance Commission did away with the collection as a criterion.
Collection was done away by the 7th Commission.
7th, okay. But 9th brought it back. Did 9th bring it back? No. Okay. So over a period of time, it was phased out. I do not think there is a good case for bringing that back because again, it violates the progressivity. Last, the 10th issue of contingent liabilities. This is bothering Kerala very much. Yesterday, day before yesterday also, CNDG report has come. I am for transparency in this regard. If you are giving grants, if you are giving guarantees, let that come out in the open. But if you say that all parastatals are state, then it's a constitutional question. Constitution does not say that except for Article 12 and other things. I mean, let that be argued out. But the point is, as Dr. Isaac said, if you squeeze the day-to-day expenditure of a state because of this, there will be serious problems. But added to that, I will also say, if government is taking up the responsibility for repaying these loans and interest, if the interest payments go up, that also squeezes your developmental interventions. I'm not typically talking of the development, non-development. He is very much against it because we had a fight with the Reserve Bank people when Govindrao sir was there because the social budget. I mean, I'm not going into that. But interest payment, if you are coughing up more, your space gets truncated. That also has to be taken up. Coming to the concluding point, what exactly, how valid are the Finance Commission's recommendations? The balancing grants were rejected. The third Finance Commission's dissent note was accepted, not the Commission's report on plan, non-plan, this thing. Benegal Narasimha Rao, the constitutional advisor to the Constituent Assembly, had a very strong view on that. I don't know. He said, if Finance Commission's recommendations are advisory, recommendatory, Union government can, if 41 is recommended, they can say 37 or 36. There will be political problems, that is different. But he said, President in India does not have any discretion, unlike governor who has minimal discretion. But he said, President is also president elected by the Electoral College of the states. If a president wants to reject the Union Finance Commission's recommendations, the president should better resign and go. This is what Benegal is. I'm quoting Benegal Narasimha Rao. I'm not saying anything on my own. So far, giving credit to the credibility of the finance commissions and the good stance of the successive union governments, the tax distribution, the prescribed share has never been touched by the union government. There were reports of informally meddling and all. I am not going into that because this gossip coming out. But the point is that no central union government so far has touched the share recommended by the Finance Commission. Other recommendations they have touched. Now, maximalist position we have seen. Now, coming to the revenue deficit part, I think Central Union Government in the 2018 amendment of the FRBM Act has done away with revenue deficit target. They are only targeting fiscal deficit now. States can also amend their FRBM Act. Now, if this Finance Commission wants to lay down a fiscal roadmap, I think with the given TOR, they may not be able to do. But in the current scenario, there is nothing which cannot be done if something is decided somewhere. Additional TOR can come anytime, like in the 11th, in the 15th it came. With the given TOR, I think Kerala also should strongly tell that sound finance is out of bounds for you. We are sound enough. Thank you for the patience.
I think, Mr. Mohan, I think your 10 points are almost like 10 commandments and one conclusion. Interesting, in fact, a very interesting. Thank you very much, and very useful. We have the final word. I think I must say that Professor Gondra has been right. You know, as I told you in the morning, he had his alarm at 4 o'clock to get up. And 1:30, some stupid calls came and he lost his sleep. Again, another call came at 2:40. He actually didn't sleep yesterday night. And the whole day we have been exploiting. We are extremely sorry. ILO can sue me for that, in fact.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir,
for
I cannot
Thank you for
please over-
exploiting. Now, let me also thank you for inviting me for this rich discussion, and particularly the opportunity to interact with the Guru here. Guru on the other side. So, Monan, you very rightly said about the. I'll be very short. I mean,
This is very difficult.
okay. You rightly said about the very heavy centripetal bias and the historical sort of background to that. That's what the reason why we keep saying that India is a holding together federation rather than coming together federation. So there is a world of difference between holding together. The whole idea was to keep everything together. So in the process, extreme centralization had to be done. And over a period of time, centripetal bias increased, and much more so when the banks were nationalized. Banks and insurance companies were nationalized. Entire financial sector is under the control of the union government. You know, that's, I mean, now some private banks have come up. Otherwise, the entire banking sector was within the control of the union government. Anyway, I mean, there is a lot of work that we have done on that, and then I don't want to get into that. Now, on the issue of 42%, you are right that my good friend Arvind had considerable concern. I say had. I mean, he didn't have the concern when he was the vice chairman of the Niti Aayog. In fact, see, he had called me at that time and said that, Govind, who can defend your report? Because that was the time when they were either, doing the, there was a point of getting rejected. And at that time, he was a part of the discussion. So he had called me to ask me, Govind, who can defend your report? Then I said, nobody can defend my report except ourselves. No, that's the way it was. But anyway, now there was a discussion, and in fact, in the NIPAP seminar, the same thing came up. The problem is that there is a bureaucrat there, the secretary of the commission, who has been feeding you with a lot of wrong information. And, I mean, so then what happened is that I explained to him. Then I wrote to him saying that, look, all the time when the problem comes, you keep asking me why from 32 to 42. There is Ajay Jha, you are a member of the commission, who was the secretary of the 14th Finance Commission. There is Pinaki Chakravarti, was the economic advisor. I mean, all these people were there, and there is Sudipta Mandal. Now, you don't ask them, you ask me. And, he rightly said that they won't be able to explain to me. Then I prepared the table. And, while doing this, I prepared a very detailed table and said how much of plan expenditure in different years, plan grant was there for different years, how much of money was saved on account of various other grants which were not given, and then quoted this thing saying that union government spending on the state subject has increased from, 15% to 17%, etc., etc. I gave the details of those. And then, he came back and said that, Govind, I'm extremely grateful to you for this clarification. the things are much clearer now. The commission's report doesn't give me much of the details now, and therefore I'm going to be discussing this with Dr. Reddy when I go to Hyderabad also. But so this is, in other words, what I'm trying to say is that my feeling from this interaction, I mean, I have
Just, there is thinking that the persistent revenue deficit of the central government is because of the.
No, that has been, because you see this, that has been the way it was, sort of presented. But the point is, revenue deficit, the union government existed much before the Finance Commission came in. Revenue deficit, the Finance Commission started in 2008 and 9. Okay, that's when the union government, the finance minister, in his budget presented three things: expansion of national rural employment guarantee from 200 districts to the whole country, pay commission revision, and I mean, there was one more. These are the, I remember I keep.
The counter-cyclical policy was going on.
No, not the counter-cyclical policy. That was a justification for them saying that there was a global financial crisis. But then the damage was done before. In fact, Dr. Manmohan Singh had called for a meeting where, as a member of the Economic Advisory Council, I was also present, and I had to tell them that the deficit that is shown in the budget are fictitious. They're not right, because they had shown only 2.5% of GDP. Then Dr. Manmohan Singh, of course, Montague immediately asked, Govind, you are a fiscal fundamentalist. Then I said, I'm not talking about whether more fiscal deficit is better or otherwise. I'm only saying that the numbers are not right. And then Dr. Manmohan Singh asked me, what do you think would be your estimate? I said it will be 2 times that. Then what happened was the oil prices increased very sharply, and then it became 3 times. Instead of 2.5%, it became 7.5%. I mean, these are some of the things which. And even when he came to the Karnataka, after a lot of this thing, there was an error that he made, and then finally I had to tell him, and sort of we corrected it. But anyway, even in Karnataka, he said any change that we will do will have to be only marginal. Okay, now this is, and he said it in public. This must be taken note of. And I also spoke to Ajay Jha, who was with us, and Arvind has been asking me questions, and I've been replying to them, because this thing goes back to 1981-82. Since then, we have been having this thing. But anyway, that part. Now, share is coming down. The point is, tax devolution share will come down even more, unless we need to put our case in a much better manner. What in Karnataka we did was that we said that in per capita income is not a proper index of taxable capacity or fiscal disability. We said there are 2 things. One is marginal propensity to consume is less than 1, and state taxes are basically consumption based. And 2, Karnataka has been involving itself in quite a lot of exports. And that's where we had a difference. Then Arvind said that, oh, even in exports you can earn. Then I had to write to him saying that national income identity, which is called as C plus I plus X minus M. Then when all this discussion took place on the mail, then he said imports. Then I said, I'm talking about net exports. Then he agreed that that's right, because exports are 0 rated. So there is quite a lot of, this thing that has gone in, discussion that has gone in. And so therefore, what we said is, if you can't, consumption is a good proxy, all right. But the problem is, number one, there is no time series. Number 2, there is a huge underestimation. And therefore, obviously, they will not take that.
NIS and NSSO differ so much.
That's right. They will not. So, therefore, what Karnataka suggested is that, I mean, you can ask for what is the moon, whether you get it or not, that's a different thing. Reduce the weight to the per capita, the income distance factor to 30% from 40 and increase it to forest cover, substantially to forest cover. Okay, there's a substantial, and even to population, because if you compare, even if to population, even if you compare it with, if you compare it with the income distance, population is a much better factor. That's right. Even so we have distributed that in that particular manner. And even tax effort, even though I agree with you that, the
But you
states.
have included share of taxes?
Huh?
Share of taxes in the national.
No, I'll talk about it. 50%, no.
Huh?
Huh? We have argued for a 50%
Okay, I
tax.
have no objection.
No, not just that. In fact, on that, there is some more thing. There is an argument on asking the Finance Commission to amend the constitution, make a recommendation to amend the constitution to include non-tax revenues as well. Okay, it's not just the revenue, none. And if you are not able to do that, there is a recommendation that the cesses and surcharges should be frozen at 5% of the, I mean, because they're allowed to levy, Constitution allows them to levy, but then it should be frozen at 5%, and it should, that recommendation, now that's been written. But with all that, we said that, you need to, and then there is also one other factor that had been said. Instead of taking the highest per capita income and then calculating, leaving aside really the highest per capita income of Goa and Sikkim, one of the commissions, I think the 12th commission or the 13th commission, took the average of 3. You take the average of 3 and then you'll get a better percentage. I mean,
It isn't coming down, will go up.
Leakage reverse service comes another measure means EPW article that from the middle you go up and down. I saw that when applied to Kerala, it's slightly beneficial.
No, whatever be the case, no, that is that's the second. So vertical devolution, we have asked for 50%. The empirical basis for that you will have to make. That's a question you also said. Is that when the Constitution assigns considerable amount of developmental responsibility to the states. Apart from education, healthcare, water supply and sanitation, urban development, a whole lot of things. And particularly if you really want to achieve the $5 trillion, no, not $5 trillion, but also the developmental goal, aspirational goal, you need to do that. Incidentally, the chief economic advisor has written a letter to me yesterday. I mean, they sent it to me yesterday, asking me what you think should be the role of the different levels of government in achieving the aspirational goal of becoming a developing country. Anyway, that's a different issue. But what I'm trying to say is that you need to basically see whether you can put all the revenues. There is, even in the disinvestment, they said that all the public enterprises, facilities and infrastructure has to be provided by the states. And we should also get a procedure for disinvestment. I mean, that's the way it has been argued. But anyway, as I said, what they do finally is a different thing. So reduce per capita income, increase forest cover, increase population, increase even if it is, conceptually wrong tax effort. The point, what I'm trying to say, because they said that instead of 2%.
You mean the contribution.
Yeah. Tax effort means whatever is the state taxes divided by the GSDP. Okay. The other thing is asking for a realistic assessment of revenues and expenditures of both the union and the states. In that, it may be that they can only bark at the center and bite the states. But the point is that has to be highlighted that there is a whole lot of income, revenue foregone because of the concessions at the income tax. or various taxes. There is also a huge amount of money stuck in the courts because of the, in the tax cases. Huh?
43 lakh crore.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. At least the point that that's your poor effort, or your tax terrorism, whatever you want to call it. Because there is a report of the Controller and Auditor General 4 years ago, which basically said 70%, 80% of the cases in the tribunals are won by the taxpayers. 70%, the 75% is won at the high courts are won by the taxpayers.
Your report is clear on that.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. Now, when you have that, it's a government which is actually litigating for a wrong thing. But anyway, that's something which needs to be pointed out. And you have to point out that there are the expenditure requirements of the states are horrendous, and obviously they need to be taken care of. And assessment has to be done properly, because whatever the tax devolution you do, revenue deficit grants are important while making a proper assessment. You have to make a proper assessment of the center also and see all these revenue sources and say that, look, they also have to say that, look, you have to make the effort, in this direction. And on the issue of fiscal consolidation, of course, the revenue deficit was given up by the center for long ago. They tried to do a lot of circus by saying that this is effective revenue deficit and normative this thing. Now, and then of course, there is one point that I want to talk about, this BMRO states borrowing and this and not borrowing, etc. Not borrowing means, you see, they do have infrastructure deficit. There is a huge thing. Now, they give the 3% for them is different from the 3% for you. But their per capita income is so low. And so the commission, if it has to look at this, has to balance between the repayment capacity and the infrastructure need. It has to balance between infrastructure, the need, expenditure need, and the repayment capacity. And they have to make a judgment on that. And that is the reason why they put this particular thing saying that the states, but as I keep telling every time, macroeconomic stabilization is predominantly a union function. I say predominantly, not exclusively. Predominantly usually a central function, and so is redistribution. Okay, and this is typical, my good teacher, Valley Oates, in
You
fact,
study Musgrave and Musgrave.
No, Valley Oates, basically the first basic paper in Canadian Journal of Economics is on that. But anyway, now, in fact, somebody had done some work on environment. Valley Oates was one of those persons who has done both work on environment and federalism. Anyway, somebody talked about. Anyway, I will not comment on that now. But the basic point that I'm trying to say is that, predominantly the function is that of the center. So it has to really see, not only that it has to control itself, and it has to have an overall this thing. That's the reason why Constitution has given that. But it has failed to control itself. It's very clearly that it has failed to control itself. Then obviously it puts the burden on the states. And that's a bad situation that we are in. In fact, that's something we'll have to underline and highlight.
Fiscal bullying.
Yeah, fiscal bullying. No, but that is impossible. In the morning you are not here. I said there is nothing like a cooperative federalism.
Yes.
Okay, now, in fact, I gave the example of Albert Breton, who was a member of the McDonald Commission. And he, at the end of the period, he wrote a minority report saying that towards a competitive federalism. Because political scientist, when he said cooperative federalism, he said, where is it? Then he came up with this and then published next year in the European Journal of Political Economy. He has been a great friend. Anyway, that apart. So, now, but one thing one must say, that there is a trade-off. There is a huge trade-off by borrowing more and more. Because in Kerala, if you have a 40% of the revenue going for meeting interest payments, In Punjab, it is almost 50%. Okay, now the 21% on the this thing. But that's not I mean, if you really take. No, I mean, if you take the committed expenditure on pensions, salaries and this, there is hardly any money left. That is the. So we do need to.
No, just responding to this point that you made. Yeah. We'll continue our
Okay.
dinner.
No. So, no, and finally, I just want to make one point because, sort of lots of things have been said. When the government comes up with PLI and various other incentives and then has continuously pours money into food subsidy and private, sort of fertilizer subsidy, we don't question. But when we come up with some social security things and we are said that it is a freebie, this is a freebie. Now, if you really look at analytically, redistribution is a legitimate function of the government. Predominantly, it is the central government, this thing, but then it doesn't mean that the states do not have and there is electoral competition in any case. But the point is, this is something which I have been saying, it's always better when you have this to have it by way of cash transfers rather than subsidizing commodities. Because commodity subsidization will result in changes in relative prices and unintended distortions. I leave it here. Thank you.
I think I must say that again, we are deeply obliged. I was thinking, I'm deeply obliged to all of you. I think, Professor Gondrao, I think the way in which you have been shedding your insights from the very morning, we are so happy. I mean, apart from helping us with the preparation of the thing, and at this stage, you helped us enormously, and your final remarks were incredible, I must say. And I think we have to sum up. I just said 3 sentences. My 3 sentences are slightly longish. This meeting, this day, Masha, you want to say anything? Please, I think you want to say a few.
No.
Please.
See, we have been very frank,
Last we agree with
very fierce debates.
The areas of agreement are more than the disagreement.
I was the governing body chairman of GIFT. So finally, governing body representative now said, minister should step down. We would like to have, you're an academic, not de facto chairman. Then I agreed, I have no objection to it, absolutely. But then I couldn't get it through the cabinet. I told you, your life will be more simpler, at least as long as I am there. So I just said this to tell you that we have been very frank and also fiercely competitive needs to be also. Thank you.
I think this session I am supposedly chairing, and I think it was incredibly insightful session and eminently useful discussion. And I was thinking, sitting just now, I say that I think one message coming up of all of you is that, okay, look, whether we get it or not, catch hold of the dhoti, you make it at least a kerchief. If you
Your arguments.
Yeah, properly. Yeah. And in fact, I was sitting here, I was thinking that if this discussion were this, I never thought this would be this useful. I would have invited my friend Manoj Panda, because he is also very frustrated.
He will know it is posturing. He will know it's posturing.
I would have given my connection at least. He would have listened to it, right? Yes. Okay. We were together we are sharing the apartment in Yale. I mean, but
He might not understand this.
Yeah. Anyway, but I was saying that okay, this is so useful, so insightful, so much of a learning experience of the day, and saying a formal thanks. I'm inviting. No one can thank you properly. Only person whom I competent is only Kiran Kumar.
Good evening, everyone. Just 2 minutes. Good evening, everyone. This is an end of a very fruitful, exciting day. We had a lot of interesting insights over the day, and we could not have had a better concluding session than this. Wealth of ideas flowing in and differences of opinions. All of them are highly relevant and insightful. First and foremost, I would like to thank Professor Thomas Isaac for joining us for this concluding session and sharing with us an excellent overview of the challenges that are in front of the 16th Finance Commission and your thoughts on how to address them. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing your time and coming here. Thank you once again, Professor M. Govind Rao, for sitting through whole day with the level of energy which we cannot imagine at this age. At my age, I meant my age. And sharing very, very fruitful comments for all of us. And we take all of them and we try to address them as much as possible. And thank you, sir. Thank you once again for all the support that you have lent to us. And I would like to thank Sri R. Mohan for accepting our invitation and sharing very relevant 10 useful constructive suggestions on what the Finance Commission should be looking at. And I would like to thank Professor K.J. Joseph and Professor K.N. Harilal for conceiving this event and making it happen. And I would like to thank each and every one of the discussants who have come here and offered their feedback, and very useful suggestions have come for us from the discussants, and we can't thank you enough. Thank you, each one of you, for your participation. I would like to thank all the other participants who joined us both online and offline. I would like to thank the seminar committee team, without which this seminar would not have been success. I would like to especially thank the IT team, Mr. Varun and Mr. Abhilash, Mr. Arun, and all other staff members of GIFT for helping us organize this event. Thank you once again, and we look forward to meeting you again in the events to come.
Yeah. I thought
have a
the
nice
title
evening.
of the workshop gave no scope for difference. In fact, there's so much of convergence. I never found on this forum this much of convergence. So from a state's perspective. So we are all thinking together. That's it. Thank you very much.